Thiruvan Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends. As usual, at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, we are gathering in this way to and listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. So, as you know, the Buddothpado sermons are so unique in many ways. Why we say so? So, uh, through the Buddothpado sermons, it is announced the exact message that was revealed by Lord Buddha 2600 years back. So we have a question: what was the message and what is the message? The message is all about the self. The message is all about self realization. It is none other than understanding or realizing that there is no living being within us. In newer terms, we can say there is no such a thing called consciousness. But even if we use the word no, that 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 means there had been so-called consciousness. Once it is understood, now this consciousness is gone. It is not like that. Once you realize what will happen is, you get to know that there hadn't been such a thing called consciousness at any point, even in the previous lives, even in now, and this in this moment, and also even you can't find a thing called consciousness in the future minds as well. So what simply you would understand is, there had been a self in any period of time. So it includes past, present, and future. So you can't assign such a word called self once you understand this Dhamma. So it is different from saying no self. So both, there hadn't been such a self here. That is the understanding that you acquire through realizing this Dhamma. There hadn't been a soul. There hadn't been a self in any period of time, which includes past, present, and future. So you can't find such a living being anywhere. Even you go back in your past, there hadn't been a self. And if you consider the present moment, you can't find a self in this moment. And if you talk about the future, you will not be able to find a self. So that means the notion of the self cannot be stated at any point. So that is different from that is different from if you say like there is no self. So Lord Buddha didn't go to those two extremes. So that's why Lord Buddha said, that's why we usually say Lord Buddha has chosen the midway. There is no such a thing called midway either. Through the understanding, what will happen is, if uh, you can't say there's a living being here, you can't say it. So you can't talk about a thing called consciousness once you understand or once you realize this Dhamma. So it does not say there's no kind of a thing called consciousness, or there is such a thing called consciousness. So you get away from both these extremes, and automatically you will fall into the midstream, midway. That's why it is known as this Dhamma is something that uh, does not belong to any kind of extremes. So people might thinking that people took it. People used to take this Dhamma as from wrong angle. So they think what Lord Buddha said is, do not uh, appreciate uh, rich, and do not uh, appreciate the uh, poor, and try to choose the mid mid people. So do not entertain uh, mm, so much of happiness, and do not uh, go into the extreme uh, suffering. So just choose the mid path. So it is not the mid path, middle path that described by, that revealed by Lord Buddha. So in modern day, the people who said to be Buddhist, they are saying those kind of things. Lord Buddha asks us to, so what they say is, Lord Buddha asks us to get away from the extreme happiness and do not entertain, do not go into the extreme suffering as well, choose the middle way. So you can eat whatever the thing that will sufficient to maintain your life. That is true. So that's why not Lord Buddha. That's what medical doctors also say. Same thing. So do not take very heavy food, not light food as well. Just try to choose the correct food, balanced kind of a diet. So this is not that there shouldn't be a Buddha-like philosopher to come and tell those things. So even in the Buddha's time, many people knew that. So best thing is to choosing the a balanced kind of diet. And nowadays, uh, most of the nutritionists, medical doctors are talking about these things. It is not a kind of new message. Lord Buddha said didn't say like this. So it is a very wrong kind of understanding. So Buddha didn't talk about these uh, things related to the mundane world. If when Lord Buddha says something to the people who are in the mundane world, it is not applicable to who is following the noble path. And if Buddha say something for the followers who are moving along this noble path, those instructions will not be applicable for people who are in the mundane world. There are two paths that they are moving in two different directions. Mundane people move towards Anusote, along the Anusote. They move along the direction of the current. But people who understand the truth or Buddha's philosophy, they start to move to the opposite direction of the flow of the current. That is the Patisote. So instructions that were given to people who are in the mundane world is will was totally different from the instructions that were given for the noble path followers. So the so-called midway is something can be accepted for those who are in the mundane world, the conventional world. So take enough or balanced kind of a diet. Do not entertain so much of happiness. Do not go into so much of suffering. Take middle point. Oh, that is well. That is good kind of instruction. So it is good for your mental health, but only for this is only for applicable for people who are in the conventional world. But Lord Buddha said is something different. So what Lord Buddha said is getting out to get away from the two extremities is has some kind of profound meaning. Two extremities are not very similar to uh, like those two extremes. So what Lord Buddha said is you can't deny it is there, or you can't accept it is not there either. So both things have to be understood. Both extremes have to be understood from this abhijna jnana, from this penetrative insight. Then you will automatically fall into the middle path, because it is not very difficult for you to understand. Yes, there hadn't been a self at any point of life, at any point of samsaric journey. Due to the ignorance, you uh, you felt that there was a kind of self. But once you understand to this Dhamma, you tend to feel there is no self here. And that realization will bring about a certain feel that you have never been born. So in the absence of a birth, then who will going to die? there will be no one to die. So your death will be not there. For there is no certain thing called death for you once you realize this. So you will excel both death and the birth. This understanding, this can be achieved only through realizing this stuff. There is something to be understood first. The knowledge has to be there, what Lord Buddha said about. So those things have to be there in your mind. So once these things start to apply, begin to apply in your day-to-day lives, so you tend to feel, you begin to feel the absolute feel of the message. The message is there had been a self within you. So in order to see this truth, Lord Buddha revealed a certain kind of a set of instructions. So that will facilitate or that will uh, be helpful for us to understand the ultimate result. The result should be seeing the non-soul or feel the non-soul feeling. But as we are in the mundane world, as we are coming from the mundane world or the ordinary conventional world, we have been feeling a self within us. Then if you explore more further, so at what point we will feel that we are living or there is a self within us in which certain points. Actually speaking, in certain instances you can't remember. So if you try to recall the things what has happened that has happened yesterday, you can remember certain important points only. So in that particular points, you know that you lived. So maybe an instance where you were eating a nice juicy kind of um, mango, right? Now today you can recall this uh, previous experience. So you at that point you know you had been living. That's why you felt the sweetness of the mango. But after eating mango, until you taking your dinner or until you met a new friend, a good old friend, you can't recall the things that happened yesterday in between. In that point, haven't you lived? Yeah, but you can remember only the incident that you met your uh, good old friend, and you can also remember the things you talk with him. But after having the mango, the period in between until you met your friend, you can't recall the incidences or experiences that you gained, that you got during yesterday even. So in that particular period, haven't you lived? Were you alive? You don't know because there are only certain points, only certain incidents kept on remembering. So uh, in that particular incident, within that particular incident, you know well that you have been living in that period because you experienced it. So you got certain perceptions during that. So you remembered what your friend told, and so you remember how you enjoyed his companion, and also you remember mm, the drink that you took with him. Likewise, those experiences can be remembered, but the in between the uh, having mango incidents of having mango and meeting a new friend, so you can't remember because haven't you had certain kind of experiences you had, but you can't recall them. So can you say that you didn't live that period? You can't say so. Can you say that you were alive in that within that period? You can't say it as well. And see, now taking those things, considering those things, you can understand how you feel that you are alive. The way you feel that you are alive only when certain rem- uh, experiences are there, you feel like you are living. So, from where these experiences get generated? So, will there be any kind of experience if you pushed into the um, mm, outer space without anything? If there is nothing, even there is no light, even there is no sound, so even there is no kind of uh, wind uh, pressure that gives by the wind. So if you just imagine an instance that you have been pushed away to the outer atmosphere and a situation like that. So no experiences are receiving through anyone from your any one of your senses. So would you feel that you are you will be you are a living being? There is no way of feeling that because you don't get certain experiences those from the senses. So which is similar to the gap you experienced between eating the mango and meeting your friend yesterday. So in that particular period you can't recall because you didn't get any particular influential kind of experience. The same thing happens, the same kind of scenario can be recreated imaginary, a situation like I said. So if you pushed away to the outer space where is nothing is there, where nothing is there, even no light, no smell, no taste, no uh, feelings that is no sensations that are received through the skin, no sound. So in that particular place, there will no be feeling like that you are living. So in order to uh, in order to us to feel that we are living, there should be certain kind of sensory impulses that should receive from our senses. So that is the way how this body keeps functioning. So, so that the stimulations or the electrical impulse that have been generated within our senses will collectively make us to feel that we are living beings. But Lord Buddha said there is no self, there had been no self here. But we still feel that we are living. How we figure out that we are living beings? Through the sensory inputs that have been received from the from our senses. Now we have to investigate what are these senses, what these senses are. So how these impulses get created within the senses. So as you know, we have five senses. They are very obvious. They are very visible. So the eye. So how this vision takes place, the mechanism of which the vision takes place is so comprehensive. So in contrast to the what medical people say, or the what uh, this medical people say, it is so um, profound. So actually, the vision for the vision, we have to have the eye, and also we have to have the conducting nerves as well as the brain. All these three components, all these three things collectively makes us to visualize things. Actually speaking, we are not seeing the things. We are just seeing the colors. We are just seeing the shapes. But the shapes or colors won't be there if there is no light. So actually what are we seeing is the light. So whenever the instances where the light get produced, the vision takes place. So we can't talk about a process called vision without light. That the instances where the light is produced, the vision will be taking place. So invariably, light is the vision. So what we see as, what we tell as the process of vision is the production of the light within all these three uh, tissues or organs, including eyeball, nervous system, and the brain. They collectively produce light. So if the light is there, we tell we can see things. So actually what we see is not the light. So we interpret it as an object, but actually we are seeing a light. But there is no such a process called vision, only production of light. So whenever the light is produced, you tell, I can visualize something. So you may not be able to interpret what the light is. Maybe it comes from far different place, maybe from a star, or maybe from a planet, or maybe from a shooting star, maybe from a space shuttle. If you look at this night sky, but you recognize a light, but you can't still interpret what it is. So even though you can't interpret this, the light, when the light get produced, you call it, I see. The vision is taking place. Yes, I can see something. But I don't know. I can't figure it out what it is. Whether it's a star, I'm seeing a shooting star, whether it is an asteroid, or whether it is an um, space shuttle. So likewise, whenever there is light is produced within your uh, eye faculty, so that is the process of vision. We call it the vision. Vision. So vision is happening. Vision is taking place. So then we have to understand. So if we apply that same concept to the ear faculty, so external eardrum, the nervous system, connecting nervous system, and the brain. So all these things, all these organs, or all these um, tissues, or we can say tissue, or all these organs will help you to uh, hears hear the sound. So actually, do you hear a sound that is coming from think whether and actually a sound is coming from outside to produce a certain hearing kind of sensation within your ear faculty? No. Whenever whenever your ear faculty produces a sound, for that process you are you will be saying that I am hearing sound. Whenever whenever it won't produce any sound, you don't say that you are hearing. So so it will be easy for you to understand in this way. So in certain instances, when you keep watching a movie, so it is very kind of, if it is a very kind of enthusiastic or kind of attractive movie, you keep on watching it very mm, attentively. But at the same place, in the same instance, one of your parents come and uh, tell you do something else, or come and help me out with this holding my ladder. So your father might be coming there and asking some help from you, but you don't hear it. So there had been a sound, there had been certain instructions, or there had been certain kind of uh, experience, request that was made from your father, but you didn't hear. but there was a sound, definitely. So your father would say, uh, I talk I I I I told you several times, but you didn't hear. I know I said it loudly, but you don't know how much uh, how many times I requested this thing from you, but you were gazing at this bloody, what you call this movie. You didn't make out of shit. Likewise, your father will say. So definitely, father has produced some sound, but you didn't hear. Why? Just because your faculty, ear faculty, didn't produce any kind of sensation with that. That means your ear faculty didn't produce any kind of a sound. So from that, from those things, actually, if you take another example, so your pet dog might be hearing some strange voices or noises or sound that you can't hear because his level of hearing frequencies are high. So you just keep quiet. You does not take any reaction in certain instances, but you can see your pet dog will keep on barking repeatedly, arrogantly at some things. He might be hearing, it might be hearing several sounds, but your ear faculty does not produce any kind of a, sound there. So now you can understand the sound, the light, all these things, all these kinds of perceptions are produced within your faculties, within your senses. They are not coming from outside. So the capabilities of your senses will define the amount of experience you get. So when you grow older, what will happen? Generally, these faculties get uh, older, so that they do not um, resonate as previously. So what will happen? The sounds you heard previously well, now when you grow older, you can't, you don't hear. So then, can you say there are no sounds? No, you can't say so. Just because your ear faculty does not produce a sound sensation or auditory perception, you just keep, you just, uh, you just stay without doing anything, without any reaction. So now it is very easy for you. It should be very easy for you to understand that the capabilities of our own senses will will define the limits of or scope of our own experiences. So this understanding can be applied to the rest of the other senses as well. So You know, certain people are there in the world, so they can bear extreme cold. So they can live in uh, places where the extreme temperatures are there. But generally we can't, because we can't live in those spaces because ours our senses are sensitive than theirs. So they can live happily in those places, but we can't. Why is that? The experience that they give, that they gain through their senses is different from ours. From all these things, and also you might have certain experiences that something hot for you would not something hot for the others. So likewise, the senses, amount of senses, this the um, the level of senses, the capabilities of our senses would define the boundary of our own experiences. So we are experiencing our own senses actually. So we are experiencing the vision. The vision is produced in our own sensor. We are experiencing the sounds. These sounds are produced in our own ear faculty. So we are experiencing the taste. The taste that we are experiencing is produced in our tongue faculty. Likewise, we haven't never felt any kind of experience beyond the scope of our senses, beyond the capabilities of our senses. What we have been experiencing is the things that are being created within our own senses. The pain is produced in our skin sensor. The amount, it is a kind of a perception. The sound is a perception. Light is a perception. The feeling of pressure, feeling of uh, uh, hot, feeling of coldness, all these things are come as perceptions. Why we say it's a perception? Because if you analyze these um, sensory pathways, you will find you will you will find the new the neurons and neurotransmitters and electrical charges uh, um, moving here and there. So it's just a electrical impulse, but we perceive it as the same. But so each and every sensor is producing an electrical kind of gradient. So electrical impulse is those different kind of electrical impulses are perceived as different perceptions. This is the magic here. This is the magic here. So, for an instance, just think, if someone can remove your auditory path and replace it with dog's auditory path, auditory organs, so you will be hearing more kind of frequencies. The perceptions that had been not generated previously, now your ear faculty starts to produce. So your world will be expanded with that. And if somehow just think a scenario like if your eye faculty or visual entire visual pathway is replaced with a visual pathway of a nocturnal animal. Nocturnal animal is the animals become activate during the night time. So if your visual path is replaced by another visual path which is belong to a nocturnal animal, what will happen? Will you be having a daytime as when compared with the other human being? No, because at the daytime within your ear faculty no light would be produced, no light going to be produced. So in that particular instance, you you might say this is the night time, but the rest of the other human beings will tell no, this is the daytime. Can't you see the light? So likewise they will say, but unfortunately your ear faculty, your eye faculty has been replaced by uh, an eye faculty of a nocturnal animal. The nocturnal animals keep dormant in the daytime because they can't see. Why they can't see? Their ear eye faculty is not producing light. So they can't see these things, the external things, because this eye faculty is not does not produce light. So your world now has gone upside down. It has been toppled. See, when the night time comes, what will happen? Then everything starts to visualize for you because now you have a nocturnal, you have an eye faculty that belongs to a nocturnal animal. So now your eye starts to produce light. That's why you see the objects. Wow, it is the magic. So the magician here is your faculties. The magician is your eye faculty. So the eye faculty toppled your entire life. So now you will see everything at even it is dark. So you don't feel like it is dark out there because you can see everything very clearly. But the other humans, the other people will say we can't see anything. It is so dark here. But for you don't feel like it's dark. You can see every object as the daytime. So you will say this is the daytime for me. So how do you say this is nighttime? I can see everything, um, everything. So this is the daytime. So what has happened? Your eye faculty starts to produce light. at that particular period of time of the day. So for you, is it a night time? No. For you, it is the daytime. So now it is not very difficult for you to understand this day night sound, different perception, hot and cold, the smooth and rough, the soft and um, hard. All these things are very relative to the to your senses. If the sensory senses were changed, if the senses are changed, these perceptions will change. The experience that you receive through these perceptions will also get changed. For that's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in a world that is created within your own senses. Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana means six senses. Wait, what is the sixth one? You know, five senses are there. They are very visible. They are very obvious. But the sixth sensor is what? Sixth sensor is your mind sensor. So how this mind sensor? Where does this mind sensor placed? So is it in the middle of the heart, or it is in the brain? Where does it? Where is it? So people believe it is something somewhere in your body. But if you remove, if you remove one hand from your body, you will see, you will say, that is my right hand. Now it has been reparated, but it is mine. It is my hand. So you assign a kind of ownership to that hand. So likewise, if you if someone remove your other hand and keep it aside, you will tell those two are my hands. So again you assign an ownership. So likewise, if someone remove part by one after another, you will still say those things are my body parts. But if everything is removed, so how where is so-called my concept come, my the ownership? You still say, you will stay my things, my things. Where is this ownership? So where is that honor to say my things, my things? These are mine. So where is the position of the self? You can't say where it is. It is the ownership is declared as a thought, comes as a thought. The me mind concept, me my mind concepts are there as thoughts in your mind. So you will say, this is my leg, this is my foot, these are my fingers, this is my head, these are my eyes. Likewise, you assign certain ownership to each and every things which are there around you, but you can't find who is me, who am I, where the position or the place where the self reside. You can't find. That's why we call, that's why Buddothpado and frequently keep saying that me, my mind are thoughts. So, how these thoughts get formed? Without the before aforementioned or aforementioned thought, without the aforementioned perceptions that are being created within your senses, wouldn't there be a chance? Would there be a chance of creating a thought? No. Combination of the all the perceptions that are created within the senses will create a thought. So, so for that we call the mind. So without the sensory input that are received from the eye, can you say this is my hand? No. How you say? So without the feelings that are received from the skin covering your forearm, can you say this object is hard? No. So all the things are get created within your mind as thoughts. Actually, thoughts collectively create your own mind. So there is no such a thing called permanent mind here. Only the thoughts. That's why Lord Buddha said the building block of this mind is a thought. So thought has been made from the sensory perceptions that are being received or that are being captured from different senses of you. So now you can understand. So the beauty of the mind is it can produce more and more subsequent thoughts on its own. So one thought, so we'll say, so if you say see a chair, it is a thought. So after seeing that chair, it will able to remind you another similar kind of chair and also the instances where you bought this chair and the moment that you first sat on the chair. So all these and other subsequent thoughts will rushing up along with that initial thought of chair. So that is the way how your mind behaves. It can create more and more thought. It can generate more and more thoughts. So then of course you tend to feel like it is kind of a permanent thing. It is kind of a permanent thing. So that permanent thing, for that permanent thing we usually call mind. So then of course we just feel that mind is as a existing thing. But that when you realize this Dhamma, this when you if you are figure out this entire thing, it is not very difficult for you to understand there is no such a permanent thing called mind except a rapidly flowing stream of thoughts. So now you know how the thoughts have been made. So as I said previously, with the combination of all the perceptions that were generated in our own senses. So As I said previously, this particular perception, maybe light, maybe sound, are these perceptions are real things? No, it is, I said earlier, it is very relative to the capabilities of your own sensors. So what is generated within sensor as a perception totally depend then totally depends on the ability of that particular sensor. So what you see as the light is not a true kind of a thing. It is produced within your eye sensor. So it may be very different from one person to another, and one animal to another. That's why some animal may be seen are seeing this world as black and white world, and some animals are seeing this world very vivid, very mm, contrasting. They see so contrasting colors, see the world the same thing. But for us, we see the light which uh, has seven uh, colors. So absolutely what we experience is the experience that is generated or created within our senses, the thoughts. So in that particular way, if you try to figure out in that particular angle, it is not very difficult for you to understand these thoughts, so-called thoughts, are not true as well. The feelings that comes along with these thoughts are also very relative to one individual to another. So these experiences are not true either. So in that particular state, can the notion of, so I said earlier, the I, me, mind concepts are also there as thoughts in our mind. So will those thoughts will be will those thoughts be true either? No. Me, my mind concept, you can understand that these thoughts are not true as well. So from those things make you comprehend that there shouldn't be a self, a permanent kind of a self here. And also, if you can apply that knowledge to the past or previous instances as well, and also the future scenarios, then at any point you will not be able to find a self. Then you will realize that there had not been a self at any point of in my life, in your life. That means you have never been born. If you if you are not alive or not born, if you are not born, will there be a death for you? No. Anybody can't kill you because you are not born. You are not alive. So That is the way how you figure out, how you try to figure out this Buddha's message. The message was Nisato Nijivo Sunyo. There is no such a living being here. It is so obvious now. So I think that is enough for the day. We can talk further tomorrow as well. Until then, keep in touch with Buddothpado sermons and hope you to catch you tomorrow. Good night and Tirvan Saranai to all of you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tirvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 6. All the above explanations are only to the persons who already know the Dharma, the philosophy. We will not try to clarify the details of the philosophy to you at in this moment. We assume you know it already. From this point onwards, we should concentrate only on the practical side of going on the path. Now, we already know and we have the knowledge that this world is not true. And we know that we live in a world of thoughts which we ourselves have created by ourselves. This is very clear to us now. But for you, this is only a knowledge, a learning, but you have not experienced the realization, pure truth yet, have you? Even at this moment, you continuously receive a lot of stimuli, aramana, from your six senses. Your thoughts are nothing but a flow of stimuli that you receive from your six senses. There is not a moment when you do not receive stimuli from your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind consciousness. This is like a machine. This continuous flow of stimuli, aramana, is due to the phenomenon of impermanence, also known as anitya swabhavaya. Let us analyze what it means by a flow of thoughts. Can the blowing of the wind be stopped? Can you assign a beginning to the wind? Can you assign an end to the blowing wind? The wind that blows is a flow, a sotraya. It flows. The river flows. In the same way, the mind consciousness flows. The thoughts, the mind consciousness is a flow. The mind means it is a flow of thoughts. The mind is similar to the wind that blows. There is no beginning and there is no end to it. It is an unending flow of thoughts or situvili samsaraya. There is nothing as a river. If you dip your hand into the river, all what you feel is some water or some wetness on your hand. There is also nothing as the wind. It is only a name that we assign to the blowing. There is also nothing as rain. If we try to touch the rain, all we feel is some water on our hands. It is us who assign a name as rain to the water that falls from the sky. Hello, sun, everybody.
There was Sarnaishani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryananse. There was Sarnaidama friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. All the perceptions that brings from your senses, they are false. What you think is false. The outside world is false. And you are also a lie. So let's start our discussion. Today, we would like to invite Sudharma Vikramasinghe to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai Sudharma.
Tiruvansaramai, all Dhamma means Tiruvansaramai is the Pradhan. Yes, let's again pay our homage to Kavan Hanses Steve. Can you hear me? I am little concerned about the voice quality because I am outside. Can you hear me? Tiruvansaramai. Can you hear me, Dr. Sakuntala and Mr. Bernard?
Yes, there is some interruption with the sound, Sudharma.
I am using earphones because I have come to a place with my students and I am speaking from there. So you cannot hear me.
Not clear enough, Ms. Sudharma. It is not a signal problem. I think something else. Have you used any device? Electronic?
Earphone. Is it better now?
Yeah, that's right. Teruvan Sarnai.
Peruan Saranai, but anyway, let me know if there are background noises. So I am extremely sorry about this disturbance as well. And yes, so today Shani read another 2 pages from the True Dham Has a Weekend book series, that is volume 2. So as Mr. Bernard pointed out, so this is basically about the wisdom of truth and this pure truth. Yesterday also we discussed this. So what is this truth? Uh, it is not liberating from the external world. It is understanding that there hasn't been a self in at any point in the life, because if we say that we are going to understand that there is no self, again that inner internal misconception, belief that at some point there was a self is coming. So what should be clear to us is we have never experienced the self. It was all a misconception. Because when we have talked, our Dhamma friends have elaborated so many times this Aryan Mahanse's revelation that there has never been a self. It is all due to ignorance that we believe that we are maintaining a self, or we are we are like people. We have a certain self-image. We have a certain self-identification. So it is very clear from the sermons that Aryan Vahanse reveals about the existent field, how the alive field arises. So when the actually conventional terms, when the birth occurs, when the five senses functions, when the senses of an infant functions, gradually the light sensitivity, then hearing, the sound, then the smell, then taste, gradually starts working due to the natural phenomena of vibrations. The natural phenomena of similar vibrations of similar frequencies coming together and making certain projections. So at that point, the infant even gradually develops the alive feel, that the infant does not have any idea of uh, external entities, external objects, but that sensitivity to certain stimuli in the sense warmth, maybe certain sounds, lights happen. So the feeling that something is there is occurring. It is also nature. Later, uh, as the child grows, this alive feel develops into a self sense of self and self view, because ignorantly we begin to believe, we can't use the word we even here, the system, natural power created in the by this sparking of vibrations as self, and this is further strengthened and further actually uh, this ignorance is further energized due to the environmental factors like education provided to the children, conversations of the family, like introducing things. So Aryan Hans is a very common example of the Montessori child who learns the objects association in association with the names. So there the thought formation happens, and the infant gradually believes that he or she lives in an existing world. So gradually a life feel develops into the self view. So today's reading basically focused on the same stuff, this same the pure truth, as Shani read. Uh, the practical approach is for the people who have a thorough understanding of the wisdom of truth. That is this how this uh, self view, self image is created, how we ignorantly believe that everything happens to me, I, or myself. So the beautiful examples uh, that came in this uh, section are the river, the wind. Actually, is there anything called wind? How do we label this certain situation as wind? It is only a speed, like these vibrations that we are talking about, sparking of vibrations. So this cannot be captured by human eyes. Similarly, if we take a phenomena like wind, What is wind? Even Aryan Vahanse himself questioned this once. What is wind? Unless the leaves of the trees shake and they are blown away, or unless the trees are swaying, uh, we actually that is the perception we have related to the label wind. And similarly, the river, there is nothing called a river. It is just the speedy flowing of water. So these are little things that we have to uh, contemplate on to understand this illusionary world which we have like ignorantly believed to be real. And similarly, another important uh, point highlighted in today's reading is the role of the thought. Our living is nothing but the flow of thoughts. One after the other, thoughts occur as a natural phenomenon. When there are, however, if there are vibrations of similar frequencies, sparking of these vibrations naturally happen. But there is a person ignorantly believe that all these happens in my eye, my ear, my nose, or my mind, my tongue, so on and so forth. So these discussions, question and answer sessions, and sermons helps a lot for us to clarify these doubts and make certain self-realizations that there are like actually there is nothingness, no person, no self, and no external reality. So, Miss Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala also there. Please elaborate on this section, and I kindly request you to go ahead with the discussion, and I beg your permission to leave the discussion also, since I am involved in some professional commitment right now. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala.
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma, thank you for the detailed sort of evaluation that you did on behalf of the on the pages that were read. You gave a sort of broad outline and also kind of summary of the read parts. Just want to add few things. One is that about the little baby with the radiant mind who mostly acts on the sensor level. At sensor level also, there are instances where some discomfort is felt, like for example, a very bright light, maybe a very loud sound, or a cold feel to the skin, uh, hunger due to hunger, that means the discomfort, or the thirst, those are sort of bodily discomforts. So when these occur, they are at the sensor level. The baby will experience those feelings, but doesn't know how to locate it, or there is no naming or identification of the discomfort, but there will be some form of reaction, like tightly closing the eyes or crying uh, to indicate the discomfort. So that is, in other words, in a very subtle way, it interprets or it manifests some form of feeling of existence. because the little older, maybe few weeks or few months old baby, if the baby feels wetness, baby might even try to turn the body. So there are some reactions at that level, and in a subtle way, baby feels his own existence, but you cannot label it as a thought, or you cannot label it as a self-perception, but in a subtle way, there is reaction like that. And when the baby grows up little by little, as we discussed, as Dr. Kokila explained very nicely yesterday, little by little, the thought formation, there is some intermediate sort of level where there is gradual transformation, and then after some time, we are fully dependent, or we are fully acting according to the thought. So at that time, actually speaking, sensor level, sensor field cannot be identified. The two circles which are described by Lord Buddha, in Pali it is Vattang Vattati. So we always experience the thought after a certain age, where uh, uh, we do not experience the sound only, or the shape only, taste only, smell only, or the skin feel only. That level we do not experience, because it's all covered with the next vattaya, or the next circle, which are thoughts actually. That means, in other words, the mind sensor, activity of the mind sensor. So there is identification of the source, and then according to that, so many other uh, thoughts are followed. For example, I feel hungry. So there is a self-perception attached to that always. I feel hungry, and then maybe thoughts following that. I want to eat this thing. I don't like this food, but I want this particular type. So all sorts of thoughts are coming up. Uh, so this is the process that happens. It's an automatic process, spontaneous, natural sequelae, where the thoughts are coming up as the straight forward, or the product. So we do not experience the sound, but we experience straight away the tooting of a vehicle. We straight away, I want to correct actually the system. System will experience not a seeing, but uh, a coconut tree, and the system will not experience a smell, but uh, the smell of a rose flower. So like that, it's the thought which is experienced. So this process is not going to stop there. Now, all these points, the speed is a decisive factor. Very fast occurrence of this, and because of the speed, something which wasn't there is created as an illusion. So the sound is created as if it is there, and the shape is created as if it is really there, and then the merging of these will give the feeling that the thought is real. So thought is real means there is always a value given. There is some form of power into that. Current is there. And then that is the thought which has been given a value, which has been given a current or a power, which subsequently felt as something existing. And the other side of that coin is that I am experiencing that. So this is actually what is described in dependent origination or paticca samuppada also. And when there is something which is taken as real, that is what is described as the birth of the person, birth of the system, or jati we call it. When jati is there, it's always attached with the death or the marana, and eventually it is always tagged with all sorts of sufferings. So these are the things that this is the normal process, and it is actually like a robo, or as R.N. Mahase describes, like a flank to which some sensors are attached, and the sensors are programmed. So these sensors are functioning, and function of the sensors will end up with the formation of the thought and subsequently the feeling of existence and the self-perception. This actually happens in a fraction of a second, and it is applicable to every stimulus, every stimulus that occurs. So this happens throughout the day as long as the senses are functioning. That means, in other words, as long as the breathing takes place in the physical body, as long as the physical parts or the materialistic parts or the organs are functioning, this process will continue. I would like to invite Surangika to add things to what I mentioned. Surangika, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends, and we pay homage to R.N. Mahase. Yes, it is really convoluted process, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? I mean,
Yes.
and this whole end-to-end process is something that really needs to be unraveled and analyzed. And I think the true Dhamma teachings that are being expounded by Buddothpado and Mahase through all these multiple Zoom sessions, whether it is in the Sinhalese medium or English medium. That is what we are trying to do through these discussions, and bring the Dhamma closer to the hearts and minds of people who are earnest in the following of the path to ultimate liberation. So you explained really well, Dr. Sakuntala, about the baby in the cot and how these basic sensations are still felt by the baby at that very basic level. But then gradually, when the faculties of the senses mature, the learning process starts probably at 2-3 years of age. And then with the taint, that is the basic dormant power, or the self-perception or the self-vibration that is prevalent in every system, that starts to spring to life purely through ignorance, and activates itself when once the sense faculties start maturing, the child starts learning various things and the nursery days, isn't it? So at that point, starting from little bits and pieces of things that the child's parents teach, to the point of going to nursery and hearing words and sounds and images spoken or shown or heard in the classroom, from all these various types of stimuli, the child then takes on a world of its own by understanding first what an alphabet is, images of various things, toys, people, teacher, school, mother, father, and so on. And then gradually with that ability of, binding power of the taint, self-vibration, there is a belief or a believing that starts occurring in the child's mind gradually that these things are true, that the image coupled with the sound that is then taught to be the apple, the taste coupled with the sound that is taught to be orange juice, the sound that is again coupled with a name is taught to be somebody crying. All these things are then given names and labels, and then gradually the child, entire world, an external world, starts to become real for the child. So the latching on to these objects then automatically happens. Why? Because of the ignorance, actually. Because if there was no ignorance, there is no latching on. But that binding power is innately there in every system. Because of the ignorance, the birth itself with a body, human body, the vibration is existent. And that vibration then starts projecting itself by the means of understanding or taking these stimuli to be real. So then, as you said, with this world getting created, the child unknowingly, because it is being taught as such, unknowingly, unerringly, and ignorantly, is told and then believes that all these objects, animate and inanimate, are outside, and that therefore there is a person on this side, which is the child, this Jack or Jill or whoever it is. And so that way a duality is born, isn't it? And with that comes that whole existent feel. It's not only that one gets the thought, as you said, through the two cycles, Vattam, Vattati. First, the different types of basic consciousnesses form, and then the mind consciousness gives us the object or the stimuli called the chair. So it not only brings about the image of the chair, there is a sense that the chair exists. So there is the chair, and then there comes a feeling that the chair exists. That is what we call the existent feel. And that's a natural progression of how this mind consciousness and the process works. And with that existent feel, it extends from the chair to the table, to the classroom, to the parents, to the mother, father, and to the home. And I have siblings. There is a world. I go to school at this place. These are my friends. This is the bag I use. On weekends, this is what I do. I like playing cricket. All these things gradually start making up this child's world. And all of those exist. Gradually, this starts becoming entrenched in the child's mind. And if this was not clouded with ignorance, this would have been easily seen through. For example, as Saran Mahanse tells us multiple times, the example of Rahula, Prince Rahula, the Buddha, when he showed Rahula the reflection in the pool of water and said to him, Rahula, the reflection that you see in the water is the world, as we call it. And by that, what he meant was that the world that we think we see in the external, in the outside, is all but just a reflection and nothing else. So if you think about the example of a mirror, and then you go in front of the mirror, and whatever that we see as an image in the mirror, there is an acceptance that there is nothing there except a reflection, isn't it? And there is no value attached to it. One doesn't try to poke one's hand through the mirror and touch an object that is appearing in the mirror's image, or pull out an object or try to touch or caress an object or anything like that whatsoever, because there is an understanding that the mirror is just projecting a reflection and a reflection alone. And yet with that basic but very direct and deep statement, Rahula at that tender age of 7 was able to see through that and understand the truth and attain the Sotapanna stage. So that was because of the guidance and the teachings of the Buddha that Prince Rahula was very fortunate to access and hear at that age. But what happens in the conventional world, in society, like today, ignorantly, all generations, if they had not accessed the true Dhamma, is continuing to provide this message, which is the Pruthaggjana or lay people's message of their understanding of this world, isn't it? The understanding that there is a world outside and that I am here and that everything exists and I am here and I exist and the I and the me and the my, all that, it becomes very true. So this message, through pure ignorance, is then carried on and passed and conveyed to the next generation and the next generation. And so is it that the child then starts gradually going into that same level of ignorance, and this process works. But the beauty of the true Dhamma is when one understands how the process works, that this is just a mechanism, and that this world that we call it is only a manifestation of various sensory perceptions occurring purely due to the speed of vibration, and that if not for our sense faculties, there wouldn't be an external world at all. And then if there is no external world, the sense of I, the ego, the self-perception also cannot be. If that is known, initially even as knowledge, before we progress into the practical understanding of it, that itself is a huge, huge step in the direction of liberation of the mind. The whole samsaric cycle is continuing because of that misunderstanding and the ignorance that people think that there is an external world or a reality outside. And it is that belief that makes the vibration continue on from one point to the other. So the conventional death, as we call it, is only just a temporary or stopgap measure, because as long as the self-vibration remains out of ignorance and that in the point of the dying breath, and there is a matching vibration elsewhere, that vibration continues on and on in that samsaric cycle. So for Pruthaggjana or lay people, as long as an external world is real, then that vibration continues. But if one accesses the Dhamma, if one understands and realizes that the external world is not true, that it is only thought and a mind perception that is occurring in this very moment, and then understand that even that thought is only a combination of these so-called basic consciousnesses, and that if not for the vibration, those consciousnesses also would not be manifesting, then one not only liberates from the external world, there is the liberation that happens from the mind itself. And with that, the self-perception erodes and the inner awakening gradually comes about. So what happens when one actually experiences that? There is that inner calmness, there is that inner awakening as one progresses on the path. The so-called asrava or taints, or if we can call it maybe defilements even, the raga, dvesa, moha, as people also understand it as such, those start gradually losing its value, losing its importance, because it is those things that keep on getting stronger if there is a belief that an external world and objects and stimuli are true. But when one understands through the Dhamma that these are just mind perceptions and just stimuli which have no base whatsoever, the value that is attached to these things gradually starts eroding. And then comes that whole sense of just the action mind going on, where one can get about one's daily activities. There is an understanding that there is only a process here, a mechanism that is functioning, and that with the erosion of the value attached both to the external world as well as to the mind perception, the functioning, the basic functioning only occurs, and the self-perception, the self-vibration also starts dissipating. And then one even realizes that the word death, which brings such horror and fear to people in the conventional world, is only also just a thought, and that the daily activities still go on, family obligations are still done, one still goes to work, duties are done, all those things are still done as normal, but there is no value given to it, there is no burning, there is no the power that was given through ignorance to the self-vibration, the self-perception, is dwindling day by day to the point of inner calmness as one progresses on the path. And that would be towards the ultimate liberation from the mind. So we know from Aryan Mahansa that there's two types of liberation. One, if one has no burning in the stimuli occurring in this moment, then there is liberation of the mind and nirvana at that very moment. And then, of course, the permanent state of that is what one calls arahathood. And the final cessation is, of course, when the point of physical death actually happens, where all the sense faculties also cease to function. So that was just a roundup. Dr. Sakuntala, if you can add to it, or anybody else on the Zoom discussion. Thelwan Sarnai.
Thelwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, would you like to add something?
Well, I didn't hear the book part today. Sorry, I couldn't attend today. I heard what Surangika was telling. I think it's she said it very nicely. So not sure what else to add. But anyway, it was we were struggling yesterday to tell thing and how Aranwanse came and told it so nicely. It's all about understanding this how this goes deeper and deeper, slowly and slowly. All of us, like most of the persons who listen to this Dhamma, is in a state where there's no much value at all. But understanding that the dream and the feel has like a bit more part to it, but then there's nothing to do as such, just to understand how this happens, and liberation comes automatically, isn't it?
Yes, Thelwan Sarnai. There is heavy rain here. Is my sound clear enough?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Yesterday, actually, as you said, the Aryan Mahansa sort of came, joined at the very correct point, and then explained some of the things that we were trying to sort of find words to explain it. And you remember that he asked you, who are you? Dr. Kokila, who are you? And today morning, I don't know whether you were able to listen to that discussion, 5 o'clock discussion. The latter part he joined, and for about 1 hour, he spoke on the same topic. It was an amazing explanation, actually. Again, the same thing. He asked, "Who are you?" So, is it your body or is it your mind? He very nicely explained the things level by level, going deeper and deeper. He started actually asking, "Is your body you?" So when you talk about the body, what he said was, now, this is my hand. We would say, this is my hand. This is my head. So it's not me, but it is mine. So it's more or less similar to a part of the world. This is my car, or this is my house. This is my plate. It's similar to that. If you consider this body as you, then you can't say it is mine. You have to say it's me. So that was how he explained about the concept of body related to myself. So it's basically the physical body is a part of the world, or the this created so-called world in the mundane world, and it is the physical body is also part of that. Then you cannot say that this body is me. So that was the explanation that he gave on the physical body. Then you talk about the mind. Is your mind me or myself? Can you label your mind as me or myself? Again, what he explained was that if your mind or your thoughts are you, then you should be able to control them, and then have only the pleasant thoughts and the pleasant things, and leave away with the unpleasant things. So there should be a way of controlling and then manipulating the way that you want. So then you can't say that the mind is also you. So that was the way that he said in relation to the mind and the body. And then he went into the next level. Then how does the mind formed, or how is the thoughts formed? And then he explained about the sensor levels, again going into very sort of fine details, and how the sensors are functioning. And then the sensor function, if the sensor functions are not there, there won't be a thought formation, and there is no mind there in that place. So when you go to the sensor level, the sensor functions are sort of part of a process. And then further going deeper down, these are the facts actually you have been explaining over the last few days.
Sorry,
Then,
Dr. Sakuntala.
yes.
Is it okay if I leave the Zoom session for a minute? Is that okay?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll join back again. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. It's okay. So then he went further down to the sensor levels, and then explained how the sensor functions occur. Sensor function means it is just the function. It doesn't mean that the physical part of the body. And then the sensor function means that there is a fast vibration at that point, and that is the creation of the sensor organ or the sensor faculty. So when there is no vibration, there is no sensor faculty, or there is no function also. And then he explained how this feeling of self-existence, or how the how this feeling of existence of the world occurs. And at that point, he explained about this current or the power which is created in each and every component of the wave or the vibration. And there's a collective function, collectivity of this vibratory power. And then the thought becomes more powerful. And because of this power or this current, the system tend to feel that it is really existing. So in other words, basically, ultimately, what he explained was that the self-existence or the self-perception is just merely a current. And what happens is this current continuously gets telepathized or matched to another current which happens somewhere else or some time back. So this is the process of living, and a continuous telepathization of a current is called I am living. So I could sort of, I don't know whether I could explain it even in a sort of percentage of 20% from what he described. That was the thing, the explanation that he gave about the self-perception. Surangika, I don't know whether you could listen to that. You may not have been able to.
Dr. Sakuntala. I did listen to it, but yeah, whilst working and here and there only. So, the level that the deep understanding that one has to, doesn't really work that way. So that means invariably it needs to be listened to again. But I remember some of those key points that you mentioned, which was very nicely explained, wasn't it, by R.N. Mahansa. And then finally, when he described that whole self-vibration thing, and then he, I think, explained how the earth rotates and how that whole thing also works in a contained kind of environment. And with that rotation comes the power, isn't it? Which keeps everything going, including, I think he also mentioned the gravitation power. And why don't we actually see or feel gravitation? Because the human senses are incapable of grasping it, isn't it? Said, but what we can see and discern through the senses is the stone falling, and then because it's falling, then there is a name and a label attributed to it saying the falling down to earth is because of gravitational power. So like that, the self-perception and the vibration behind it, or the power or the current as we call it, is actually the Atma, isn't it? The self-perception, the I, the ego, that is the thing that propagates this whole life and the moving forward and this whole mechanism and the process. Because in the night Zoom, I think,
Creates the shape. Nose creates the word of learning. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind is the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though this is a simple message, it gives us vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks or something. Or he feels an insect bite. And when he's happy, he smiles. When he's sad or uncomfortable, actually, he frowns. So if he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No developments whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, we can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So then we can observe. So baby in the cot, he doesn't have any suffering, isn't it? So even though the war is going on, he has some successful family. He actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection, and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to side, lifting the head, rolling, moving the hands and legs. sitting down, also standing up by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? Yeah? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastra power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a word. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of so how does this happen? So this means the child has identified the things to implement the word form. For example, say we perform near a baby in the hut. He will not even look at it. But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. There's music. And once you try to make it so that is the or the blue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. He does not know what is it. What is it at all? So say that phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it's a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it. But he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take all the child, he knows that there is phone. He knows it's a phone. And he might know that. But he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car is more valuable. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable. And not protected. So what happened at the Montessori level? At the Montessori level, introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel. All the vibrations merges into make a new vibration. Likewise, the thoughtful world. So, moment that self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here you can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpado explains that this happens due to a speed vibration. So now we know that if you take the radiant mind, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and he felt that something is there. Since the light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes clear. He has a live feeling. The world is there.
එයාලට චොකලට් එකක් ගේන්නකෝ චොකලට් කොහමද ගේන හතරක් ඒ ළමයි හතර දෙනා මේකෙන් දෙකයි මම අර පොඩි කීටක් එකක් ගෙනාවා මම ඒකත් එක්ක බෑග් හතරක් ඕනේ අයි පොඩි බෑග් හතරක් ටැග් බෑග්
very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and
මොනව කරන්නද අනේ
you are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the light that comes to any of the senses, it becomes a thing. Oh, it's become real to you. You are thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable. Because the world is clear to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also clear to you. Here, what you should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought stream. Like I should pluck that flower. Oh, I have to buy another pot like this. So this thought, the thought power towards the flower, it's your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpado sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers. And I used to buy. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it. And somehow I would buy it. But after listening to Buddothpado sermons, slowly but gradually, but steadily, also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits. So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep their places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise, we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people's lifestyle. So if we talk about parents, some parents are very strict. They are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I want to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a ball which is in front of me. So I see the wall. With the wall, he is also created. Who sees the wall? There's no other me. So in this example, the wall is. So we take the example. There is a sound. The sound of a radio. So this moment, That radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I'm thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I want to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, the self. Me, my mind is born. One thought, one vibration. Say the sound of the radio. And you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self-vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a self. Like two sides of the coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also feels. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells. There is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, there is something, then there is thinking. So how much you give to that thing? That is powerful me. Powerful me as the other side. In other words, if the world is real, the world is real to you, there's obvious me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created. How the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside me. The same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. Because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere. It is within you at this moment. The moment to moment creation. So if there is an outside world, there is a duality always. So the three is there, I am here. This is always, there is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etam mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merge to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world. Which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel, or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. It is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom. Because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpado Arya Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words is the power. So in every vibration, there is power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this created, isn't it? How the life is created. And why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say, if we plant a mango seed, so after some time, it will grow into a tall mango tree. So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the fruits. Food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down. New leaves comes up. Flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena. So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen. No? It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So, as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sense. It means the mind power. So the me, the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of this speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So that there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how does power gains? So when we were small, we didn't have child, husband, or anything. But now we have a child, a husband, or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all this creates natural. It's a natural phenomenon. So if we further analyze, and as our Nobel friend explained, this me, none other than the current. So actually there is no soul. It is a. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect. So the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel, think becomes real. It means that moment to moment, the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing. Effect is the bhava. Or becoming. If it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the power is there, the circle of birth is. So it happens naturally, and no one is doing it. And also, no one can stop it. So the Sabba Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions, or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? Can only understand it purpose. How this mind is created due to speed vibration, how the power is created, soul is created. It is it's only a creation. And it means there's nothing for it. It's a moment to moment creation. current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, bell, head, all X. So we feel like trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep, or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. He wakes up. Sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family. He forgets the time, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning. Just like a child. Child is the Montessori. Which child sounds. Same is all who was found in another country. Say China. He has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find the me here? No, we can't find the me. So just like as a child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. Important that for normal friend, Buddothpado highlights that how the light and sound is created. So light and sound also creates this speedy vibration. They meant there. No one. So neither Parakata. That's things get created. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of forces, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of the seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a process. So when you contemplate nothing, we feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing. And we are living. Is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomenon. So this is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, that everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, phone, dog, animal, anything. Me is also creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then we also they are alive. Otherwise, the tree is. So when we talk about the senses, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. We get only the taste. But the thought comes as, I am eating the mango. It is the sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, if we have ears, we hear. If we have notes, if we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So in all the natural phenomena and excuse me. So imagine one blind. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also, a me also not created. In other words, as long as the sensors are working, only that current, the power, is generated to function, continue. So there is actually no need, isn't it? So one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. Strong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. That also wanting to achieve things also diminishes. Which means the self-vibration diminishes. In other words, the mind power comes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different.
I don't understand it. Help me.
So one
I'm not
strong vision of self. Then one becomes a listener. We no longer have the thought of existence.
Nothing I'm not.
But yeah, this is
What I'm trying to do. Find this up. What?
the example I would have given is that
What is that pump?
find the
Balloon pump. You know, football, all of
in a
that.
pile of
I'm not
salt.
sure if this one. Yes.
But it's thought to put
Bigger.
but
Yeah.
then it is
No, it doesn't go through. What's the problem? How do you pump it?
to see the unsolved and
That's it. Go like that. Go like that. Oh, you just do
yeah,
it.
so existing.
Just don't
So this is
rip
very
it though.
subtle, simple.
That is. You didn't rip it. No.
Identify this practically.
Yes, I went through it.
So how to identify
There's something wrong with it.
the excitement which was created by the sense starts to diminish. So, for example, the things
No, where did
you
the
did
Kuro go?
repeatedly to enjoy life,
Did he fall? Or Kuro ke liye aur to
to keep you alive, or keep you
Tarusha?
going, that fades away.
Are you going to Kuro pe that? Wait.
The habit, we talked about habit, the habit, the art, that also fades.
No, you like to.
Maybe you were very strict about something,
Oh.
or very particular about things.
Are inflation polymer.
Maybe
No.
you were overthinking.
Oh?
overthinking about, or you had inside maybe you were restless, nervous,
should I go?
irritable, jealous of other people. These things and you feel the thought streams created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilement starts to fade away. And you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual. But there's no one to get attached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path, and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anyone. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill-will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, ego is so powerful to keep them satisfied. They might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is not there is stimulating. All will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that it's concentration meditation. One cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation, and can practice in any posture. Either sitting, standing, walking, insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also apply at insight. Automatically will happen. Which means Samatha Vipassana, Yugantha. What happens in concentration meditation? The self gets more power because usually the outside world feel, but inside meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent orientation that novel. It shows that the outside world is a thought. The thought also not real. So first, you have to know how this thought are created. First, we apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created. The example our normal friend Buddothpado are going to give is the bamboo's root. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white. And after that, you don't have to cut all the bamboo's roots. Likewise, you have to put on only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the form world, formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. The thought power is more. There are desires, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created by sense. So in a thought, everything is there. Still, the thought power is there. The formless world. So our answer these days explains a lot about the formless world. Rather, Shastra power is underneath. In other words, the power is defilements. Shastra, Ashrava, Anashrava, the power is become zero. So our normal friend Buddothpado explained that all the three worlds, sensual world, form world, and the formless world, are in one vibration. So what we have to know that as long as there is a vibration, there is a suffering. Actually, there are about 12,000 families in the YouTube. We also have 24 hours and PeoTV. Also, many Zoom discussions where you can join and ask questions. So we are very grateful to you, sir, for giving this wonderful Dharma to this world. Therun Saranai. answer.
බබෙක් වගේ. ඔව්. මේකත් බලන්න ඉතින් මම බබෙක් වගේ. තේර කලවම් කරන්න. එනමද දන්නේ නැහැ. ගඩක් වෙන්නද? අනේ මේවා අරින්න ඊට වඩා ඒක ගැන හිතන්න ඕනේ මට. ඔක කියන්න බැරුණා මං ගේ ඉඳලා අරගෙනමයි මං කරේ ඇත්තටම. ඔක්කොම අරින්න අයියේ නැත්තම් මාර ගඳයි. මේ උයන්නෙත් එක එක ඒවානේ. ඈ? මේ කෑම සීතල වෙනවනේ යන්න. ඒ වරනේ මේමයි වරන් හිටි අරගෙන දෝනි. මේ දීපෙන් බලන්න තියන්න. අනිත් අරිනයි ඉස්සරහා ඒවයි ඔය සාරිකත් අරින්න. අරලා දීලා අරලා දීලා. අනේ ඔක්කොම එක එක වහනවා නේ. දුවා මේක ගොඩක් කෑම ගන්න. ඔබ රොටිනා. අපරාධ මම හොල්දෙන්. හරි. බෑ ගන්න.
අම්මා මේ ස්ටූල් එකේ රෙද්ද මොනවද වෙනස් කරනවද? ඈ? ස්ටූල් එකේ රෙද්ද මොනවද වෙනස් කරනවද? ඔයා කියලා තියෙන රස්කෝල් එක. ඔව්. මේක විතර ගන්න ඕනේ. බලන්න පොඩ්ඩක් ඒක තියෙන්නේ තියාගේ වැඩමට. හරි. ඒ වැඩම හොයදී. හරි. අත්තා දන්න. මම කෝල් කරන්නේ දැන් ඉන්න බලන්න. එයාම තමයි. මේ අයියා දාගෙන ස්ලයිස් හම්බුනේ නෝ. तर අයියා දෙන්නේ කියලා. අයියා පුංචි දුවා නම් ඉතින් මොකද කරන්නේ?
දෙමිතයිය හරුෂගේ කල්සමට බෙල්ට් එක ගෙන කරනවා. හරි. හර්ෂ දාන්න කියන්නේ කියලා හර්ෂ දෙනවා දාන්න. හර්ෂ දානවා. සමු. හර්ෂ දාන්න කියන්නේ ඔයාගේ දාන්න. හර්ෂ අම්ම දරුෂේනවා. මයි පොස් කරන්නේ ඕන බේට ඕන. ආද ඉතින් ගන්න. You can play the trampoline.
ඒක අයියට මැසේජ් එකක් දාන්න.
මම දාන්න නෑ ආන්ටි ඕන නෑ.
ඒක
මම මේ කරින්න.
උගා
මම මේ නෙවෙයි නේද?
නැත්නම් පිට.
ඔව් එමෙත් ඒක. ආන්න
ඒක බෙල්ල එක ඕනද?
මේ අනිත් එකට
මේ ගම කියන්නේ
නෑ මේක. දාන්න fast.
මැසේජ් කරාද?
දාන්න fast. දාන්න fast. ඉමාම් සදාලා ගන්න. Okay.
ඉගෙන ආයෙත් නැගියද? මේ ඉතින් කවුරු හරි දාගෙන දුන්නොත් අපිට තමයි. මට ගිහිල්ලා අරගෙන යන ප්ලාස්ටික් කප් ටික. හරි. විශ්ව දැන් ඉලව කීයද? මට ID දැන් ඕඩර් කරන්න ගන්න. දැන් කටේ. ඔය කියලා ලැස් වෙනවා. ඔව් අම්ම බාත්රූම් ගියන හරි. මේ බාති කොට තාම සෙන්ඩුම් තාම මේසින්ද කැම ටික දැන් මට කියාගන්න. මීම ටික කියලා. බංගර ගෙනාවු මේ මේසෙරෙද්ද මෙන්න මෙතන තමයි කවුරු හරි කිව්ව ඒක අයින් කරලා මට පේන්නේ. ඔතන තියෙනවා. කොතනද? ඔය දී හැක්කේ තියනවා බලන්න. දෝනෝ. බුක් එකේ ලියනවා කියනවා මම දැක්කේ. අර අම්මා මේ ටේබල් එකට යටම බලන්න දවන. තෝනේ දී. අර අතුපාට මේසෙරෙද්දක් මේ කාඩ් එකක් වගේ මේ මේසෙක කඩින් එනපු ගමන් තිබ්බේ. ඒක මෙන්න මේ අයිනේ තිබ්බේ. ඒක දැන් අයින් කරලා තිබ්බ දැන් කොහොමද? යටම තියෙනවා අදකුත් තිබ්බා. යක් තියෙනවා පොසාවක් එක. දැන් තියෙන උඩක තියෙන්නේ බෑ මස්සේ ගහන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔව්. ඒක අපිට නම් හොයන්න බෑ වෙන කොහෙද කියලා වෙන්නේ.
මේ පොතරක් ගාව නෑ අන්න.
මේ කියන්නේ බලට ඒක ඔළුවේ නේද?
මේ තිබුණා ඔක තිබුණේ මේ මෙතන හිටවලා.
මේ මම අද
මේ විදිහට කයින් කරද්දී
සුනේත්‍රක් කළා ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ.
මේ දෙකෙන් කර කිසිකෙන් මේක කයින් කර
දැන් මට සම්පූර්ණ. යාළු වෙලි. Oh, love that. Bro, where did you get me? I came from heaven. Look at that. Just clean that. Hey, I didn't think it was said. Come back.
welcome. අනේ දනුප කොට් අවුලනවා.
I didn't.
Yeah.
මොනවද මේ උස්සන වෙලා තියෙන කියලා මම ඇහුවේ. මේක බලන්නේ. අපේ උඩින් ගිහිල්ලා. තනියොත් තියන මොකද? ඊයේ ගන්නේ. ඔව් ඊයේ. මේ අර සාදි වලට මැජික් එකක් තියෙනවා බලන්න එල්ලන ප්ලේට් එක නූල පේන්නේ ඈ. මේ දැන් මම ගෙනාපු කරන්නේ මේ නූල පේන්නේ එල්ලුවා.
හිතා ගන්න මේ.
ඕ යත්තද තියෙන එක. මොකක්ද 11? කොහෙන්ද ඔය 11 නේද? ආම්බෝ මම බරින එක හරියට කියලා. ඉඳගන්න නැත්තේ.
දනු මේ වයින් දාලා තියෙනවා ASCII මේව එකක් මේ පිළ. ඔයාට පාරක් මාරු කරගන්න.
මෙයා.
මම ඔය උත්තනේ. යනු. කාඩ් එක දැක්කම නේද? කාඩ් එක දැක්කම
මේ ඇතුලේ අක්කාද නිවාඩු නේද?
අද නිවාඩු වෙලා ගියා දැන් ඒක නක් කියලා.
අතිගාල එහෙම තෙන්නේ. මේ වරට්ටාට ගෙනත් තියෙන කර දැක්කද? ඉතින් අර අපිට සමිදෙන් වර්කන වැඩි.
If you don't see it, I've never seen it. Oh, very good. I'm gonna go zombie. No. What to sleep on? This is how it. Oh yeah, you go on it bad. No, you're going to bed when you come to it. Hey, Mama, stay there. Wait, you about that?
අපි කරන්නේ
නෑ යාළුවේ වැසරන්න මම යාළුවා
You're about to. Finish about 10 west. No, a bit like that. Finish about 33.
David ගෙදර දෙන්නේ තාත්තත් එක්ක.
කතා අමාරු වෙයි.
ඒක දුවා මේ මොනවද ජීවිතේ?
ලයිව් වෙලා.
අද ඉගෙනද නෝබල් ක්ලාස් කියලා හීනෙන් යනවා.
Ethan
group 8 group 0 chemistry එක ඉගෙන ගන්න ඕන. ඒක. ඒක. ආවද ඉතන තමයි කරන්නේ. ඒක ගහලා දෙනවා. ඒක කේක් හොඳයි අර. ඒක ටක්කල් ගහගන්න. අද මේ අස්ඩාගේ තියෙනවා මේ ඒකේ තියෙන ඩිසයින් තියෙන අපිට ඕන ගාවට එතන මොකද ගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙමද? කොයි කියලා? අපි මේ ගත්තේ නම් මේ කේක් බොක්ස් කියලා තියෙන එක. කේක් බොක්ස්. කියලා තියෙන මේ මෙතනින් ගත්තේ මේ නෝත් පීල් එක. නෝත් පීල් එක. ඔව්. ඒක ඉන්ජින් එකක් තාත්තේ. ඒක ඉන්ජින් ඒකේ මේ මොකද මේ මේවා එක්ස්ට්‍රීම් ගන්න නැති කම වගේ කියලා. ඔය යාළුවෝ කියලා කේක් ගන්න කරේ. ඒ අම්මගේ වන්දනේ තරගත්තා. ඒ හරි ලස්සන. මෙයා මේ ටක් ගාලා යන කුටි ගහලා දුන්නා. හරි ගහගත්තා. ඈ? ඒක හොඳ කඩේ. මොකද ඒක ගහගත්තේ. මේ කිකන්න ඔක්කොම ගහන්න මේක. කොහොමද? ඒක වරදෙන් නෙයි. ඉන්නවා ඉන්නවනේ. හල. ඔයාලා යන්න කැල්ල තියෙනවා. ඈ? ඒක කැල්ල
අද බැලලා
මම මේවා එක ගෙල මේක කියලා නැතුව ඉරි ගන්න. ඕකේ that's fine. දැන් ගහ උසන්න බැරි දැන් මේක කියන්න.
නෑ මේක නේ.
මොනවද කරගන්නේ?
ඔව් මේක.
මම ගහන්නේ.
ඒක පුළුවන් ඒක උඩ මෙහෙම නේද? කියලා යන්නේ නෑ ඒක.
වාන්සන වගේ ලොකුනවා නේ. ඔය බර්ත්ඩේ කාර්ඩ් එකකින්. ඉදා වෙලා ඉතින්.
බයි අකුරු නෑ.
පතරේ ගම මේ බස්සේ 7:20 බස්. ආ පොඩි මේ පාන්තු බයි ගහන්නේ. ඉතනසට කලින් මම ගම 4 හරිද? මේක මැනි 3ක් ගහමු මේ. එහෙම හොඳයි. එහෙම අර අම්මයි අහන්න බැරුණා. අම්මගේ. වාට උදේ ඔබදී. අරහන් ගන්න අම්මයි තෙලු තාම ඈ? අම්මයි ගන්න දෙන්න උඹ ගහන්න ඕක.
දෙපැත්තට ගහන්න. දාලා ඒක ෆොටෝ ගන්න විතර ඕනේ. මෙතනින් තිබ්බනම් හරි ස්ටෝල් එකේ
ඒක thank you.
එතකොට ඒක ෆොටෝ ගන්න ඉන්නේ බල අතනම කරන් තියෙනවා අපෙන් සෑන්
බරකේ පරිණත ගන්නේ නෑ නේ මේ තාතේ නෙමෙයි මේක පොඩ්ඩ කොන මේ ඉතින් පේජ් එක
පායනවා අතරක් තියෙනවා
මොනයි
අතරක් තියෙනවා
මම කිව්වට ගහන්නේ 11යි.
නෝඩා වයි.
ඉන්නේ කියන්නේ බලන්න කී නිකන් වෙන ගහන්න දෙන්නේ නැත්නම් මේ අකුරු නැති තියෙනවා. මේක අම්මට ෆොටෝ එකක් කරන් දෙන්නේ මේක කීස් එක. ෆොටෝ එක දෙනවද ගත්තේ? තේ අම්මෝ. ආරි අම්මෝ. ප්ලාස්ටික් හරි කාලා. මට පළවෙනිම එපා වුණේ මගේ වෙඩින් එකට කේක් හොයන්න කියලා. මම ඔච්චර කල් ඉඳලා තඩි මෙච්චර කේක් ඔක්කොම කේක්
කන්න බෑ.
ඒ ඩිෆෝල්ට් බායා. ඒක නේ ඩිෆෝල්ට්. ඔව් ඒක යාළුවේ මේක මට ඇත්තටම කේක් ඕනේ කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මේ ටික තමයි කේක් කියලා.
කේක් අනිත් දෙනවා කේක් කෑලි.
මම හිතුවේ ඇත්තටම මුලදී මම හිතුවේ මේ රිජිෆෝම් ඇවිල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මේ ටෙම්ප්ලේට් එකක් කියලා මේක පෙන්නනවා. ඒක හදනවා. ඒක විතර.
මාතෝගේ හිතුවා අන්තිමට තමයි දන්නේ.
තමයි ඉතින් ක්‍රමේ.
තාටු හතුන හතර දානවා.
උසුගම්මෝ ඕනේ.
අර ගොල්ලේ සෙල්ල වෙයි දන්නේ.
මේ ටිකක් ඉන්න හරි කොහෙද?
ඔව් ඒක නේ දෙන්නේ ටික. තව එළිය.
දැන් ඔක දනු හීන බල බල හිටියේ දෙන්න සුද්දේ එනකන් අර මේකේ උඩ පයින්.
ඒක
හරම් මන්දේ. මොකද කරන්නේ? නෑ අපි අම්මම අප්පා කවුරුන්ට මේ පිටිම ගමු. මේ තව ළමයි කෙනෙක්ට ගෙදර ගෙනවත් කිව්වා. නමුත් තමයි මේකට කියන්නේ කියලා.
නෑ
තාම්පද ගිහලා මේ දෙකට මම කියන්නේ එකමාර දුන්නා.
ඔය දුස්සට එනවා
ඔව් එනවා. අමාරු දුන්නා ඒක. මේ දාපස්ලාද මොනවද මේගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ?
තරුෂි සරුෂිනේ චෙල්ෆිනා සිද්ධ වන්නේ ඒවත් තිබ්බද ප්‍රැක්ටිස්
කිනේ.
නෑ
සිංගල් තිබුණා. නෑනේ. වඩ ගියා නේද මෙයා? නෑ අපේ කිව්වල මට අරගෙන තරුෂන් ෆ්‍රෙන්ඩ් කිව්වම
ඒක තමයි.
තුන්දේ රදානයක් තිබ්බා.
අපරාධ.
මම දන්නේ නැහැ මම සිතුරු ඉන්නවා කියලා. මොකද මම අර මුණ්ඩවලට ගියේ නැහැ.
හින්දු දෙයකට කොහෙද?
කමන්නේ.
කොහොමද සෙල්ෆ් කියන ඒවාට ඉන්නවා මම දැක්කා.
කමන්නේ මම සින්දුවෙන් පුළුවන් කොහොමද? දැන් හිත යනවනේ. ඒක අපි කවුරුත් කියන්නේ නේ. මේ සින්දුවේ
මේ සාරමකේ මේ ෂර්ට් එකේ සාරමට ගල්පන ෂර්ට් එක ගන්න.
සින්දුව මේ කොහොමද ප්ලේ කරනවා? ඔව්
Itu yang praktis sebenarnya.
I'm so sorry.
Nene, yo kondone tidak.
පේරස් එක තියෙනවා. පේරස් එකේ තියෙන සින්දුව.
Nih, tapi itu enak.
දැන් කප්පි නැහැ කියලා හොයනවා. අපි මෙලකට යන්නේ. ඒ අම්මෝ.
ඒකට
ඈ?
ඉක්සල ඒකට හිටියා.
අයියද?
හිටියා.
එහෙම.
ආපාදන් මට ලොක්ක වෙලාදී ඉරිදා වැඩෙන් මට ඔක්කොම ඉස්සලා තියෙන්නේ අපි වැඩිනේකට.
ප්‍රොෆෙසර් මේ කවුරුහරි දැන් අපි දැන් මටත් ගොඩාක් යන කමියුනිටිමයි මම වෙයි. ඔව් ඒක අපිට කොහොමද උන්දලා සිත්තරා කවුරුහරි කියනවා නේද කොහොමද? ඒකම ඉස්සර කරන්න දැන පුළුවන් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නකොට අරගෙන ඉන්න දවසට.
ඔව් ඔව්.
කොහොමද ඔක ළමයි කියලා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඉන්න ගිහිල්ලා කියලා.
අන්න ඒකයි ඔව්.
ලොකු දෙයක් ඉගෙන ගන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ උන්තර.
නෑ ළමයි සොසයිටි ළමයි කියන්නේ නේ.
ඉතින් අපේ කවුරුහරි ඉතින් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ලොකු වෙනකොට කවුරු හරි කියලා දැක්කි මතක් වෙන දාම්බද හැටි අපේ මිනිසුන් කියන දේ අපි මොනවද අපි සුසුකින් ඉතින්
නෑ නෑ උනුත් හරියට එහෙම සෙට් වෙන්නේ නෑ අපි ඒක කවුරු ලාදුරකින් තමයි එහෙම
කොහොමද ලංකාවේ
අනිවාර්යයෙන්
ගොඩාක් එහෙම අර කඩුවමයි වගේ තමයි
බෝල් විතර ගන්න විතර නවරන ජන මේ දොරේ
ඔරෙවලු තමයි වම්නේ
නෑ වෙලාවට අපි දානකට ගන්නවා
ගහනවා ඒක තමයි
මේකයි හිතුව කියන්නේ කිව්වම පිළිම ඉක්කයන් හිටි මොහොතක් කරලා ඉතින් ගියේ
අයියෝ ගිය පාර සෙට් එකේ
ඇති මගෙන හරියට ඕගනයිස් කරලා නැත්නම් ඒක තමයි සමාන හරියට වෙන්නේ
දුවක් හිටියා
එහෙමද
ගිය පාර කියන ගිය පාරට දෙහා එකේ
ඉතරේ
හිටියා ගෑනුයි ඩාන්ස් එක
මේසර ගෑනුයි ඩාන්ස් කියන දැක්කා මම ඒක කිලිමොත්
ඊසරේ තිනුනේ ඉතිහාසයේ ගෑනු ඔක්කොම ඒකෙන් තමයි පස්සේ ළමයි ඔක්කොම යාමල හිටනවා. අපි එතකොට දිගටම යනවා.
ඒ දැන් යන්නේ.
එන්නේ නෑද මම වැඩට යනවානේ මෙයා.
මට දෙක. හොඳයිසා. ගෑනු.
ඊට පස්සේ අපි කවුරු කරේ? කෙනෙක්ගේ අවුල. මම කියන්නේ.
අර ඉඳලා සැකත්තේ.
ඉතින් ඊගර ගහුවන්නේ පුළුවන් දවසකට.
එදින ගම්බ දාන්න වෙනවා තුතුනේ. මාසෙකට එකක් නෙවෙයි.
දැන් ඊවිනින් වල දාන්න ඕනේ නෑ. තුනක් හින්දාවලම යවන්න දෙවින්න.
ඔව් ඒ
ළමයි ඔරේන දවසට කියන නැති.
ඒ වලේ හැමදාම ඉතිරිපුටම බෑනේ.
ඒක එහෙම දෙයක් නෑ. මේ අපි එහෙම ගණන් කළොත් අපිට ඔක ප්‍රශ්නේ.
ඔව්.
ඒක ඉතින් හිතන්න දෙන්නේ නෑ.
ඒ හිතත් මාර ආසයි යන්නේ.
ඔය කිලෝමීටර් කමාරක් මේ හෙට මෙහෙට යන එක මේ වේවා. නැත්නම් ඉස්සත් විතර යනවා තවන්න.
අපි ඉඳන් සතාවුල් නොකරේ ඉඳ මේ වල ඉන්න ඉතුම ඉතින් දෙකට යනවා නේද?
මේ ළමයාට කොහොමද ස්ටඩි කරන්න
හොඳ
ආයේ ගැටි අල්ලලා ආයෙ තමයි පායි දානවා ඉස්සර ඉතින් තමයි පාස් ඔව්
එක තාත්තා කෙනෙක් හරි අම්මා කෙනෙක් හරි දාන් එනවා ළමයි පහකයි කොහොමද දාලා ඒ අම්මා ඉස්ගෙට අපාසලට දාලා යනවා ඉතින් අපි නම් දවසම ඉන්නවා ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කොහොමද තුනට ගෙදරින් ගියා නම් අය මම
ඉතින් සමියා.
උනා ගියා. සමහරක් මේක හරි. ඒ ඉස්සෙල්ලා මේ ඉතින් අපි යනවා. ඒක 30 ඔව් ජොබින්දලේ ඉන්නේ. ඔව් ඉස්සෙල්ලා ළමයි කියලා. මොනම කියලා දාන්න. දැන් අද ඔබ වෙලාදී මේක පොවන් යනවා දෙකක් වෙන්නේ. බලකිරීමක් නැහැ නේද ළමයි මට ලඟ කරනවා. ළඟ ළමයි මස් කරනවා කියන්නේ ආයෙ නැත්නම් පිළිගිර හතුනා. ඔව්. ඒක සෝමා කියලා
ඔව් මේ ලන්ඩන් කින්සර් ගම්සනේ එයා හරි සරයි එයා හම්තුරු. එයා කියනවා මේ අස්කරේ වාවිල නම් ඒ නිසා එන්න කියලා. ඉවරයි. එක දවසක් නාවුත් මාර විදිහේ. ඉතින් අම්මලා සීතලේ අරගෙන යනවා. පයින් අම්මලා තරගෙනම යනවා. මොන හම්තුරු දැක්කේ? කින්සරි පන්සලේ නෑ. අයිසනේ හම්තුරු කීයක් කරන්නද නේද? මොකද? දෙමාපියෝ කීයක් දෙමාපියෝ මේ කීයක් කරන්නද ඒක තමයි.
ඒක දෙමාපියෝ අපි කීයක් කරන්නේ තෝක කරන්නේ.
දරුවා
අපි බයට හරි ඔක ගෙනියනවා.
එතන දැන් ඉතින් අපි මේ මහන්සි වෙන්නේ දරුවෝ හොඳ දැනකට දරුවෝ ගෙනියන්නනේ. ඉතින් නැත්නම් අපි ඒක භාගිත කරොත් ඔක්කොම භාගිත තමයි. නානි මේ අපිට විතරක් දෙයක් හදන්න මහන්සි වෙන්න එපා ඈ. නෑ කුටි මොනාර කියලා දැන් මේකේ කපලා ගිහුවා. නෑ අපි නම් බඩගිනිත් නෑ මේ. ආ. අර දැක්කද යාළුවෝ කොහෙද ඉන්නේ යාළුවෝ මම මොකද දාන්නේ නේ. ඒකද නේද මදිනා.
ඉලානි ඉතින් ඇවිනෝ කිව්වා.
ඔව් එයා 10:45 විතර වෙයි කිව්වා නේද?
ඔව්. අක්කේ මෙයා කීරෑ නෑ මොකද? දන්නවනේ ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින්.
ඔව්.
අපි දැන් ලයිසන් ගන්න හදන්නේ.
ඔව් හොඳයි.
එතකොට ඇවිදි මොනේ ලක්කි.
ඇවිදි මෙතන ඊට පස්සේ හොඳයි ඉතින්.
මම ඉලානට කිව්වා.
එයාත් දැන් ගත්තනේ යනවා නේද?
මේ එකක් කරානේ.
එකක් ඔය එයා දැන් පාසලෙන් කියන්නේ එයා ගනි ළඟිස්වලි කියන්නේ.
Hi. I own the PeoTV's. Rajasthan. Yeah, and paper also. And D34 kg. What 111. Wood lane. For 1 kilometer from your house. Okay, how much is the price? Okay, email change now. Okay, thank you. 20 minutes.
Mungkin gimana looking dari mati betul mana beri betul radio dan ini kan ni Alexa dengan yang ini kan berarti ini kadang-kadang kami kita lagi ini kan kami yang dan mana dapat yang ya kan Balan itu menyatu itu deh, menyamuk kira sindu, menyamuk kira sindu, ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද කියන අන්තිමට ලොකු කම්පැනි වල දරුවන්ට යොක්කොටම දරුවෝ ඇහිලා ඉතින් අම්මා හොඳ තැනකට ආව නිසා දරුවෝ ඇහිලා කතා කරනවා. මේ අන්තර ඊට පස්සේ දැන් ඉන්නේ කියලා එහෙම රත්තරන් හිටන් දුන්නා. ළඟදී ගෙවල් දුන්නා රත්තරන් අන්තිමට මොකද නැතුණා දැන් ඉන්නේ මේ පාරක් අයිනද. ඒ හිතේ තැනට මෙයා වැටුණා. කටහඬ ලක්ෂණ වුණාට සදා Example popular. Maravilha.
අක්කි තරුෂ හවස පන්සල් ගිය ගමන් ඉඳලා වේ.
ඔව් ඒක තමයි මට කිව්වා. ඉලන්නනි කිව්වා මට.
ලයිට් එක කරා. අක්කේ මුසු කන්න දෙන්නේ.
මේ අරවල ගියා නෑ මම වෙන කප්පර ගියා.
අකම්මන්නේ. අනේ අක්කේ මේ මුසු සීට් දෙන්න දැන් කේක් එක. මන්ද දාති පොඩ.
මේ මේගොල්ලන් ගොයි දන්නේ.
ඒක උනක් දින්. මම කඩ ගහලා ගන්න. ඉතින් දෙන්න නැද්ද? මම අර දෙන්න ගන්න තුන් දෙනා හස්තෙන්. අර දෙන්නට දෙන්න කියලා තිබ්බේ.
අර මම ක්ලබ් එකට ගිහලා දාන්නේ
අද ක්ලාස් එකේ දැක්කේ
නෑ දුක ගේන්න.
නෑ මම සුබ්බු ගහලා ගියාවේ.
නෑ ඉස්කෝලේ ගාන.
මේ එතකොට මේ පොඩි ඩ්‍රින්ක් එකක් තියන් බීගෙන.
අස්සේ නාගන්නේ වරේ. මේ නංගි කොපරේට දාන්නේ. එන්න පුතේ.
පින්න මිනිත්තු 10යි. අනේ
පොල්ලානේ. හරි කරා. ඔය මාරේ කොහොමද දාන්නේ? ඒක දෙන්න දෙන්න. චුට්ටක් බන්න මේක ඈ අම්මා ඇතුලේ රිඩියුස් කරනවා.
මම මෙතන හරියට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඔයා නෝලි.
අසයි. එනවා බොන්න. දැන් බොන්නේ නැද්ද? එනවා බොන්න. ඔන්න වතුර බොන්න උන්ට මේ බෝල් කරනවා. දැනුතර කොකඩි ඉන්න. ඉතින් දුන්නා.
You know what? But to get next old not further.
කොහොමද වෙන්නේ?
That's what, wait. That's what, wait. Stop there for a bit. But he left his here. So I think.
නේද දෙට්ටකට ගන්න බදාන්න උගන්න හොඳයි. අපේ ගාන එක බෑන අපේ ගාන එක ටික අපේ
Ah, dan.
ඒක කවුරු 5000 කිල්ලුවා. නවෙන් දුන්නා කොටේ කිල්ලුවා. ඒක දා 500
Shannon doesn't want to. Different types of orange. I think. Hey, that's one. Yeah, that's it. No.
Eh?
යා බොන්නලු යා
ඒක බෑගිය.
ආයිකන් මෙතන දෙස්කේ
මොනවද කරන්නේ? ඒක කප්පියේ තියෙන හන්ද? ඒක අපේ රෙස්ටුරන්ට් එකේ තියෙන. ඒක මම අතට ස්ටෝල් එකේ ඉන්නවා. මේ ළමයි දිනේ නක්කද?
ඒ දෙන්නත් තියෙන.
මේ දින අපු කපු වීඩියෝ.
Tapi mama tinta berkawan sama.
හරි හරි. මේට ගාවිත්. ටෙන්නෝ. ක්ලාස් එකට ගන්න එපා. ඔයාගෙන් බෝල දැන් හතර නැති කර හැමදාම ගෙල්ල එහෙවත්තර ගහනවා.
මේ අය ඉඳ
අපේ දෙහවත් ඒක මේකේ අලි කොටුවේ දිනා අය අස් කරන්නේ නැහැ නෝ එන්න කැලේ වෙලා තියෙන. මේකට ගියොත් ගන්න බෑ. නේද? ඔව්. මේ බෝල 3ක් 4ක් විතර ඒවත් එන්නේ. ෆුට්බෝල්. ඔව්. අපේ එක්කන ස්ටාර ඔයාලට පේනවද? ආංගර ගහේ තියෙන රතු පාට බෝලයක්. ඔව්. ඒක දැන් ඕක උටින් ගිහින් අවුටුද ඉස්සෙලි. ගන්න බැරි දෙයක් තියෙන්නේ. මේ ගන්න දෙයක් උලන් ගිහින් ඇකිලිලා ගිහින් දැන් මොකද තිබිලා. පාරෙන් හිටත් කියලා ගන්නත්. නේ පාරෙන් හිටත් යන්න බෑ. ගෙවල පිටිපස්ස. අර ගෙවල පිටිපස්ස.
ඒකට පිටිපස්ස. ඔව්.
දැන් මිනිහා මන් දැක්ක මෙයා ගහපු එකත් ඔය උටි ගිය අර එයා ගේ වත්තේ මැදට ගියා මන් දැක්කා. දැන් සද්ද නැහැ. දැන් මට එයා කියන්නේ නැහැ මං අහන්නේ නැහැ. අනේ. ඉස්කෝලේ තනි වෙන්නේ. මෑ කියනකොට ඇවිල්ලා මේ දැන් ගෙදර එන මිනිස්සු ඇවිල්ලා මේ අර පැත්තේ ආරේ යනවා.
ඔරේ යනවා බලන්න.
ඔරේ හොයන්නේ කියන්නේ. ඒ ගහනකොට යනවා කොහොමද? ඔව්. පොඩි ඉඳනේ තියෙන්නේ. Box කියනවද? ඔව් box එකයි තියෙනවා.
අයියාද නිවන්ද?
නෑ උදේ වැඩ ගිහලා ආගෙන. ඔව් දෙගාමට ඔෆ්ලා
අම්මෝ ඉවරයක් නෑ නේද ඊ වැඩ. මේක යන්නේ කාන්දන් ගුලියන්. මේ ඉස්කෝලේ ළමයි නිකන් මේ මම බැලුවේ මොකද්ද කියලා. එපා කි. ඔයා මේ සුපර් ලෙක් දාගන්න. නෑ ඒක පුදුම කරන්නේ. අපි ගෙදර ඉන්නයිනේ. අපතන ඉන්නේ ඊ තරල් දෙනවා. ඒක උකින්දලා ඉන්නේ. තවත් විකලාගේ පොතේ යුටිය හරි මහත්තිලා දෙන්න. හත්තිලා දෙන්න. ඒක හොඳයි. මක්කන්නේ කියලා අනිත් තියෙනවා. ඔයා කේක් කියන්නේ කිවලු පාටි වගේ තියෙනවනේ. නෑ ඒක කියලා මන්දට කේවට ඒක පාටි බහන්න. මේ අපේ කේක් තියෙන මම කියලා හදලා. ඒක තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් කියන්නේ ගෙනවා පිස්වාගේ අකුයි පිස් මේ අර ඉස්තරින් දාගන්න යනවා ඒ වයි ගෙන හැබැයි අද දෙන්නට දුන්නාට පස්සේ ගොඩක් පිළිවෙල කියන්නේ කැස්සම හරි සිත්තුදී අන්තෝ ඔයා නිවියන් මාන ඒ කියන්නේ කැටස් නෑ කැටස් නෑ ඒකුත් එහෙම උණු යන්නේ උණු ඒක ඉතින් අද ඉන්නකොට ඒ වැඩ තුන තුනිකයි පාසස් නෑ ඉපා කරන්නේ ඉතින් මම සෙන්ට්‍රල් බැංක් වැඩ කරනකොට ඒ හැම වෙලේම පාටි පාටි එකේ ඉපා
මහත් වෙනවා. ඒ වෙලෙට මේ කන්ට හිතෙනවා. අර අපේ ටයිම් යන්නේ නෙවෙයි ගෙදර යන්නේ. කාලයක් දාන්න ටයිම් එකේ. හැබැයි ෂෝක් ගමි නේද? හොඳයි. වෙනසකට හම්බෙන්න. නැති අමගාරනේ. ඉතින් ඒක ලබන්නේ මම අද කෙනාලේ මෙහෙට එර කෙනාලේ මෙහෙර එහෙම ඔයාලේ දුක් එක්ක ඕනේ දුක් එක්ක ගොඩක් අර දෙන්නු පිළිලා තේරෙන ඉලවකට මේගොල්ලෝ එක්ක කතා කරනවා ඉෂ් කරනවා ඔව් මේකේ මේගොල්ලෝ ඉතින් මේගොල්ලෝ දැන් කියාගත්තා මේක මොකක්ද මේ කියන්නේ නැතයි මේක තමයි හරි කසල් නෑ කතා පොතේ අපිට කරේම නැද්ද මේ මෙහිවල් පස්සේ මේ ඉන්න සුසි කියලා මේ අර සුසි කෑම හදන්නේ ඒක වැඩ කරා. ඒක මම උදේ ඉගෙන ගත්තා හදන්න. ඒක එතන වැඩ කරා. ලංකාවේ මාඩි කෙනෙක් ඒක. ඉතින් මේක ඒකේ මේ හතර දිනක වැඩ කරා. ලංකාවේ මාඩි කෙනෙක්. සර්. ඊට මම විතර වැඩ කරා. එතන වැඩ කරද්දී මොනවද කියන්නේ ඒක ස්මාරකයක් කරපුනේ. අර ඒක කියන්නේ ගෙවල් වල යන්නේ.
නැති විතරක් නැත්නම් මම මේ ගැරු කේන්ද්‍ර කරගෙන අනිත් දන්නේට ගැටේ කිව්වේ මගේ කටුම මගේ අඩු දෙකම කන්න දෙකේම අඩු දෙනවා මම කරා කොප්පි ගිහිල්ලා මේ ඔය වගේ තනි යන්න තිය කරන් ගිහිල්ලා ඒක මේ මෙටලික් දැන් ඕක නම් තාම කළු පාටයි නේ සුදු පාට වගේ අර බේරේ මට පේන්නේ නැහැ වැඩ කරගන්නත් බෑ අනිත් කන්නනේ දෙකක් මිස් එකක් කරගෙන හොයාගන්න දුරු දගලා මතකත් තිබ්බ මේ කාගේ හරි කන්න දෙයක් කරගෙන බෝට් ලාගේ මේසේ සාරාදී ටික මම දැක්කා මේක ෂෝක් එක මොනවා හරි එනවනේ මම ඒ දාමුළු දවස් වල ඒක දාගෙන ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එකකට එකකින් අවුල ඔපරේෂන් කරොත් මම මේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මට ඕන ක්ලාස් ඕනේ නැත්නම් නීන්ද එක පේන්නේ නැහැ මොකද කොහොමද පේන්නේ ඔව්
දැන්
ඒක පාරක් ගිහිල්ලා මේ ස්පෙක්සර් එකකින් ගත්තා මුන් ගාන බදලා ඔපරේෂන් ගිහිල්ලා දාන්න නැන්තේ පවුම් 250 දු ගානක් දුන්නා ආයෙත් කොටම් දෙකක්ද ඔව් දෙකුත් දෙනවා කිව්වා ඔව් මොකද වෙරි ෆෝකල් කියනවා වෙරි ෆෝකල් දෙකලා උනා ඉඳලා ඉඳලා ආන්දර දුනා මේ ටීවී එක පේන්නේ මෙහෙම වෙලා ඔව් කොට එහෙම බයයි සමහරක් වරවල් දැන් අර අද වෙලා වගේ පේනවා ඊට පස්සේ මේ පතරේ දැන් රුවෙන් ගත්තොත් මෙහෙ කම්පියුටර් වලට මෙහෙම වෙලා පේනවා ඊට පස්සේ මම කියන්නේ මොකද කියපුවා මේ උන්ට හදලා දෙන්නම් මේ නෑ උන්ට හරියනවා කියලා දානවා ආමණ්ඩා මොකද ඒ කියන්නේ මට තව සතේ පුරා දාන්න කිව්වා මම ඉතින් කියලා මම ගන්නවා විකාරිය නෑ නේද මම ඉතින් කියලා
හෙලෝ
අපේ අර ස්පෙක් ඉන්නේ ගත්තාම වටනාග මේ උණු සල්ලි ගන්නවා උලවනවා
නෑ මම ගත්තේ තුන්වෙනි තමයි
ඉතින් කතා කරලා විතර වල් බලන්න
දෙරි පොකල නේ මම රීඩ් දෙකක්
ඔය ඉන්නේ වතුනාන්න නටන ඔන්න කොහොමද ඉතින්
90යි ඉවර දෙකක් එක දිහා ඒ දෙකේම හරි ඉතින් කරනවා උන්දක් යනවා හරියට මම ගිහලා හදන්න පස්සේ බුරුල දිහා හදන්න ගියා බුරුල දිහා බස් යුනි මම අර උන්ට හද කරන්න යටවත් වගේ බැස්ට් මම ඔය කොහොමද ඒක රීකල් කියලා තියෙන මට දෙන්න කියලා කියනවා. පස්සේ
ඔය කෝඩ් එකක් පිටින් පුතේ පරිස්සමට 3 දෙනා පුතේ ඕක ගලවන්නකො දැන් දාඩිය කියලා වෙනවා වැටුණා නේද ඒක
Alhamdulillah, no, I was at you. Oh, yeah, they get I know for මටත් අපේ මේ සිස්ටම් මැනේජර් කිව්වා මම කොහොමද කරන්නේ බා ඒක මම අවුරුදු 3-4 ඉඳලා මම ඒකට බලලා මම ගත්ත ටීචින් ග්ලාබයි මේ කොහොමද කරන්නේ මම හිතේ ඇස්ලගේ ඉන්න මේ ඔෆිෂල් ලංකාවේ කෙනෙක් කොල්ලේ ඔව් මේ විතර මේ ගෙවන්න පිටින් ඇස්ලගේ මට වෙන්න ලංකාවේ කියලා මොකද මේ එදා අපිට කියන සිංහලෙන් කතා කරනකොට මේ එයාට තේරුණා සමහර යාත්‍රි කියලා දාන්න බැරි දන්නේ නැහැ ඉංග්‍රීසි කෙනෙක් දන්නේ නැහැ දැන් මෙහෙම ලංකාවේ කියලා අපේ ලංකාවේ තේරෙනවා ඔව් ඒක එහෙම නෑ කියලා මම ඉතින් ඉන්දිය දැන් ඇක්සන්ට් එකෙන් මට හිතෙන ඉන්දියන් කියලා මේ කේරළ වගේ අපේ යාගේ මේ ලංකාවේ උත්තර කියලා ලන්ඩන් වල ඒක තේරෙනවද ඒක කතා කරන්නේ ලංකාවේ කියලා කිව්වා යාට කතා කරන්න බැරි නෝ එයාගේ අර මේ ડોක්ටර්ගේ බ්ලඩ් සම්බන්ධ ඒ ડોක්ටර්ගේ එයාගේ නම එක දාලා තියෙනවා ඒක මොනවා ඉන්නේ ඉන්නේ ඒක පොඩක් මේක තියෙනවා නෝදෝගන්න යා බ්ලඩ් එකක් ගන්න නම් පාවිලයි අනිවාර්යව බබා ඕ බබා වෙන ක්ලයින් කොටා කොයි කාලේ දාහතේ ඕ දාහතේ
ඒක ඔල්වියා
නෑ නාමසොල්
රාසේදද
ඕ ඊට පස්සේ මේ යාකුවා ආයි බබාල ගන්න එපා එහෙම කියලා ඉතින් අපි ඒකෙන් බලුනේ අපරාධ මේකනේ ඕක තමයි ජීවිතේ ඇත්තටම ඕ වෝකින් ලංකාවට එනකොට ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් දෙනවා ගෝපුලියට ඒක නෑ එහෙම කරේ නෑ බ්ලඩ් වලින්
කරලා කොහොමද මේක පස්සේ දෙක මොකක්ද ඒක
දැන් තේරුන්නේ
එනකොට මොනවද කියලාවත් දන්නේ නැහැ. මේ කපුලෙන් තමයි වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. අපේ traveling එක.
අපේ මැනේජර්තුමා අපේ මේ ඔය ක්වින්ටල්ස් එකත් එක්ක තමයි ලිස්ට් එකේ බෝ හිටපුවා ඊට මාස 3
ගොඩාක් ආරක්ෂා කරගෙන ડોක්ටර්ස් වාගේ
traveling කරපුවම වෙන කොමන්ස්
දැන් මට කියලා තියෙන්නේ ස්ටොකින්ස් වගේ දාලා ටයිට් ඒකත් විඳිනකොට යන්න. පැය දෙකකට පැය දෙකකට try කරන්න ඉතින් ඕනේ. පැය දෙකකට පස්සේ ආයෙත් පැය දෙකකට යන්න කලින් ඉතින්.
එතකොට
ඒක දෙනවා. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් හදන්න. ඒගොල්ලෝ
එනම කිව්වද? පුතේ
ඒගොල්ලෝ
ඔයාට දාඩියේ hello you welcome me you're listen to find one person it's just some less from Hong Kong hello thank you you just come this way but it's okay
I have to come now. You already
bigger than us. Your garden is bigger than us. Yeah, our hold on. Belongs to you? It's not used by us. Okay, so that's for that. Yeah, this is name me. Hello. Hello, nice to meet you. This is Sunetra. Sunetra. Yes. I'm sorry, my English are so poor. No, she's me too. No, you know, but May's English very good than me. Yeah. This is your daughter. Yes. Sit me. Beautiful. It's yours. It's same name. Okay, it's okay. I'm so sorry. I didn't bring any. Your coming is better than
son.
Yeah, both are my son.
What are your son?
Yeah. 6 and 9. Yeah. No, it's 7 now. Like 7
It's very small.
Yes, it's very small. Very small. It's not like
Like
7.
4 plus.
Yes. No, 7. Yes, but not like 4.
Yeah. I can see both of them. Sometimes I have seen they are playing in this house.
No, it's a May's house.
Maybe. I don't know. Are they coming to this house, this garden?
No, that's May's house. That's her house. Another.
But it is yard together. Is it separated?
That's their house.
Okay. Maybe I didn't that much research about it.
Yeah.
Ah,
Lucy comes to your house, right? Yeah. Oh. In the library, you also a ballerina now. Yeah. Because I went last year, last summer. He just saw us here, and then he clapped to the friends, helped out the friends, and go to our together. US sons know her son because that day library, can you remember teachers? The one of her son.
Oh,
Yeah.
farm that
But I think you normally, I thought normally go to sleep at 8:30 like that. Then I was worried. Sometimes you don't come. You go to sleep. No, not you sleep at 8:30. Sometimes you are sleep. 9:30. 9:30. And if in school day, in the school day, I asked them to clean up everything at 8:30 and then sleep before 9:30. Yeah, because we have to wake up early in the morning. Yeah.
Oh,
Nine years old. 9 years old. It's also very small. No. Now yeah, 5 now. Yeah. Same class, Chinuk's class.
No, Chinuk is year 4. Year 4. 9 years
Your
old.
son?
Yeah. My son is. This is sorry. This is my son. Can you say year 4? Year 2016 you are. That's why it's a year 5. Yeah. My son is 17 months. Yeah. 17 months.
Class. Both are in same class.
No. Apa itu year 4? May I year 5? May I is 2016. Itu lagi. Ada yang namanya
Which month your son? Which month your son's birthday? June. June.
Ini ada dah ada kita. Dah ada dulu tiada. Kita nanti kita. Ya, kalau dah ada. Kita tahu ni dah kita. Kita mudah kan.
Can you see? Small one is. Yeah. It's me to buy a jacket. That's my son's birthday gift. Oh, Disney. No need to buy one. Yeah, thank you. Can I move it? It's very nice. Yeah. You can see. Yeah, yes. But our house is small.
Not
and
small.
so much
Not
things
small. Not small.
like your house.
Yeah.
Same.
But your garden is more
Big.
big.
Yeah. That big or small you want.
That is the spare. And inside.
Me, you made this?
Yeah, yeah. You try. You try.
This is what's name?
Beef ball.
Meatball.
Beef.
Beef
It's made
ball.
by beef. Beef ball.
How can we make? Finally, we have to do.
And I buy the beef.
Beef.
Is it a meat? We call
Beef.
beef meat. Beef meat.
Yeah.
And then use the machine to mix and add some garlic, and add some sauce, oil, like that. It's like
beef.
Hong Kong style.
Okay.
You just use the hot water to boil. I think 3 minutes is okay.
You boil it.
Yeah. It's better to boil. Make it hot. Make it hot.
Now, what I want to do for this?
You can, if you eat
Fry.
now, you need to use the hot water to boil 3 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, hot water.
ළමයි දරු
Iya, apa gitu?
Jason, now we are going to cut the cake. Could you please come in, all of you? Right, Jerome?
Isan.
Isan inside one.
Yeah. The small one.
Dan mara kalpana sekali.
How about you?
Isan.
You had the birthday cake.
මොන පොඩ පීද ගන්චලු
Me.
Ani aku dah lewat dua tahun tu.
පිටිපස්ස තාපුලා
British way kat
Oh, British wedding has been like them there. I'm so cheap. Ani ada tu. I just came for and.
So that. Yeah. It's so small.
So it's low. How was it?
7. Yeah.
Me after 7 years old.
7
It's 9.
9 next month is birthday, no?
Sorry?
Next month birthday.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
June is his birthday.
Now.
It's
Yeah.
not turned 10.
10, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's
After 1 month, 10.
You feet. That's how much. 제가 말하게 아니라요. 미션을 닫아서는. Okay.
Are you?
He's shy. You both and
Yeah. Actually, you got the cake. You got the cake. I'm not cutting the cake. You got my birthday. Yes, it is. It's not my birthday. It's your birthday. Yeah. Okay, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I love it. 9, 10, 11. I love it. Yes, good. Sounds good. It's so shy. No, that's yours. Trust me, no. Happy birthday, boy. It's your old birthday today, okay? Yeah. Those are news. It's you just first. That's the one in the middle. Get in the middle. Get in the middle. I don't. Oh my god. I don't know. Happy birthday to me. That's it.
Sampai pada langkah dapat ke mata kan? Waktu lewat ya, foto galai mah. Oh.
Smile. Tarusha, that's
Ja, nun das sind so Salsa. Chinese. Guys,
It's okay. I think already. What do I do?
right?
my eldest son.
Oh,
This is Wayne.
I see you.
nice to meet you. You see me?
Yeah, you obviously cry
I'm
in the morning.
I say hi for you.
Hello.
Mama, I saw me.
Oh.
Your friend, but I said hi. You told hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you.
Me, my phone again.
After you sit down in Fabio.
What? I'm on my mango juice. Oh, I'll buy you present. I'll get you present. I'm not getting present. I bought you present as well.
Yeah, Messi.
Messi. Happy birthday, I'm Fiona.
Oh, my house is Messi. No.
When I say all say yes, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Nasi kuat juga lah. Candles light up. Happy birthday. Oh, dalam day. Like what? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Oh, flipping out. Why is this so embarrassing? Why is this so embarrassing? Why do you have to be so embarrassed? Yes, you are. Man, he's coming out. Oh, don't. Take it out. I'm not sure what money done. Yes, yes. All of us go really on the cake. What kind of way? We don't say cake. Stand up. Get up.
Good. Okay, all of you.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. You all. I'm leaving the picture. I'll leave the picture down here. Put 2 bags there. What? Everyone put that. What? Yes. Look at that. Everyone got that. No, don't you pay fee like this? Yes. This is weird. I want to cut it. You never buy it then. I'll give you. Yes, and then you can after this you can cut it. No, I'm at this. She's gonna make eat. You can cut it. Different people eat the same cake. Oh, I'm not eating cake.
Yes, how one. Me. I like live for the guy.
Live fans.
Live. Yes.
Oh, I thought that was Manchester United. I'm done. No. So I'm not making it, I'm not. Now, brother will going to feed. No.
Take a phone, please.
Have a spoon. No, I'm not taking power.
Well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not
I'm not.
It's okay. You can see.
Yeah.
That is the best part.
I'm not getting him where no negative. You're not feeding me. You're not feeding me? I'm not feeding
His name.
Ethan. I need a spoon. Spoon's like
Within the beginning.
they don't just like it. Yeah, I don't like spoon-filled cake.
Which cake you want?
That's yours. No, that's his. He doesn't like it.
Look at it, please.
I don't like spoon-filled cake. What?
Then?
Eat little bit.
Should I eat?
Oh, it's okay. I showed you because it's kind of. Are you sure?
You want it? Oh no.
Yeah,
you can eat it. Chocolate.
This you have that.
With it.
Okay. You
think me?
Look, I'm really good.
Can I have chocolate? Can I have this?
Because we just finished the
Anybody juice didn't? Another mango juice. Mango juice.
That's why I think he cannot finish.
Yeah.
You want to go outside?
Do you want to play?
Wait here.
After we have we
They had it in there.
right?
Juice then.
Yes, you like pizza?
Don't eat.
I can drink.
Do it. Make me once.
Are they going to drink me on?
Do you like that? You will drink.
What do you guys tell you?
Two days needed, you know.
You want someone up with this?
That's this.
Me? It's too much for you?
Yeah, no, for it.
You have to eat
You should eat one is okay.
No, if you can eat this too. You have to eat. Yes.
This one,
No, let's not be not eating cake. He's not eating cake.
I just want
it goes for me. So.
Oh, no.
go put the uncle to answer then.
Nggak mau cerita kan? Podi kan.
Putih. Ini Pak. Kamu masih. Udah, oke, saya ada dan dokternya saya itu.
මම සැරද කියලා කියන ඒගොල්ලෝ සාමාන්‍ය ඉච්චර සැර නෑ.
What I can call
Space.
You want this? How much the TV? You have to eat this also.
Thank you. Okay. Then you finish it one.
Okay.
What do you want? Anything?
Then my pizza, you know, you know, request the pizza.
Yeah. Let's eat.
Yes.
I'm so hungry.
Do you know that pizza?
I just finished it.
So.
Yeah. Where did they get something?
Is it yours? Why do I want it?
It's your smallest that.
This is easy.
Milan off, Maggie.
You want this one? I mean, you have enough like, hey, about 11. When I drank it, it doesn't like.
May Triple Jim bless you all. We'll start Zoom sermon today. Thank you, Aaron Hansel. We can see how you are going from place to place. Actually, that's unbelievable how much effort you are putting to give this actually not only to new people. He's actually visiting the people who have listened to this sermon for a long time alone. It will be such an inspiring thing to meet your teacher and discuss some problems, and also the beautiful talks. So we'll talk about no self angle, which we talk every day, which is essence of Aranhasa's Dhamma, the Lord Buddha's Dhamma. There's no difference in them. Lord Buddha's Dhamma. Aranhansa has just put it in more kind of a way that is closer to the humans, which is easier to get. So you have to fully realize what is the essence of this Dhamma. So we are trying to understand, okay, we know that there is no self, but what does that mean? We know that there is no self in the sense at least by theory we know that, right? We can say that. But then what do we feel? What do we feel? Do we feel like we are there, right? Yeah, that's what the research is. If you want to do a research, if you want to do an investigation, if you want to understand what Lord Buddha was trying to say, that is the investigation you would be doing. So there's a great investigation about the 5 sensory organs, actually 6 sensory organs, for you to understand why we feel alive. So each time when the stimuli is felt as a thing, you feel alive. That's the basic thing. If you fully realize that, if the mind is not a thing, you're not going to feel that it is there, that you are alive. If the mind is not a thing. If light is not a thing, you're not going to feel alive. If the sound is not a thing, you're not going to feel alive. This is applying to those 6 sensory organs. How would stimuli would not be a thing is because of Dhamma. If you don't know Dhamma, if you just practice the Kruta Jnana, that is second part of Dhamma, you try to find out where the ego is. That is actually the Kruta Jnana. But the Satya Jnana is the first part where you try to understand where you are, why you feel alive, how you feel alive. So the sensory organs, we have only 6. Some other animals may have 3 or 4 or 1. Depending on sensory organs, the creation of the world is different, right? Yes, the human creation is different. We have chairs, we have tables, we have house, we have home, we have the village, we have the world, we have even the uh, earth, we have the moon, we have the Mars, right? Yeah, it's a vast world, actually. Uh, the usually this body part is actually something which is not there in some beings. You have to get this properly. It is a bit tricky to talk about these things because Lord Buddha actually explained how there are 31 realms. In some realms, the body is not a feature. We have a big talk about a body, and we thought even body is mind. That is because there is a body part, but the actual some realms, most realms actually, they don't have the body part. They don't have the body part. There's a non-form beings as well, the form beings and the sensual world beings. Sensual world beings is easy to understand. The duality is nice. The body is there. The mind is there. The several levels. But the actual speaking, the body is kind of a very junior feature. Junior feature in the sense, useless feature, which is there because of the affinity towards the body or affinity towards touch, temperature, sensation, taste, smell, things like that. There are beings which we can't talk about a big body like ours. So when you understand that these levels of being, every other ignorance is there. If you are born, if you have a sensation, if you have a form, if you have a sensual world, yes, of course, they have been a thing. Like this self is a thing. Or in the other words, ignorance is there. That's why there is a birth. So when we talk about a birth, it's not like a birth of a baby. We are talking about actual this sensual world or form world of formless world uh, being, like not necessarily a physical birth. So even in just in a moment, just in even in a fraction of a second, it's just one stimuli that you are born. In one stimuli, you can be you may have the lower vibration, and in one moment you may have a higher sensation. But the main thing for you to understand is all these layers in the human thought, all the layers are there. All the levels of the vibration is there. This is a beautiful thing that you have to understand. When you go to the when you become the non-form only, you can fully realize how much power you have. So this body is just, I mean, it's a thing that we have to fully realize, because when we talk about a body, the touch, perception, the temperature perception, smell perception, taste perception, all these four are actually has become a thing even though you don't know. That's how the mind is formed anyway. When you talk about a pineapple taste, pineapple smell, pineapple touch, you can really say what they are, and they have become a thing anyway. That's how the pineapple becomes a thing. So now pineapple becomes a thing. That's a different level, the sensual world, when the thought is a thing. But if it is only one sensory organ, it is a different way. But usually the higher realms, they don't have the whole body part of it. Or the vision is a major part of this world, because that sensation, that the Lord Buddha also said, the birth of the eye is the beginning of the world. Yesterday in the English room discussion also, there was a question about the field. She was talking about the body field. And I was talking about the feel, in the sense, this alive here. So there are problems when we come to talk about these things, because the life feel is there even in the life. You don't have to have your body to have the life feel. At one particular one moment, there's only one thought. So if it is light, you can't talk about you can't actually talk about anything else. So see, just try and understand the body part of it is not focused when you are looking at light. When you are not looking at light, no, that even that sentence is wrong when the light occurs. As a hatagat dharma, in the sense, I is a creation. When the I is created, the light is created. Light is created, the I is created. There's no duality. Actually, it's only one thing happening, and even that thing is not there. So, if you keep understanding, this non-form is actually a feel only. Feel only is something that we can't fully realize unless we exit the mind. In the sense, either exit the mind or actually the mind power is zero. The mind power is not there. Feel is there. So the sensory organs, the sensual world is different. Any stimuli, sensual world is different. The form world is different. What's the difference in between them? Do you know? In form world, it is only the main focus is the perception level. It can be light perception, it can be sound perception, it can be touch perception, it can be mind perception. When the mind is not powerful, actually, whatever manifested will come superficial to the surface, because to understand that the light is not actually true is a task, it's a challenge. To understand that the sound is actually not true is a challenge. To understand that the touch is actually not there is a challenge. So what is understanding about the sensual world? Sensual world, everything is true. The duality is very obvious. Here ice cream is there. Here TV is there. Here the table is there. Yeah, it's very, very easy. So you want the table, you want the TV, you want the ice cream, yes. There's a fight for that. People can even kill. Yeah, the animals actually, that's in vain. Animals can't understand any of these things. Actually, they are also in the sensual world where they feel like that if it's a cat feels the rat is there. There's no even suspicion about it. There's no even Dhamma knowledge. Definitely it is felt as duality. The animal can't do anything. Their mind is not strong. So their suffering is in a different level, but they can't understand. In a human, what happens is this suffering can go to another level. In animals, it is kind of a static. Even though suffering is there, it is animal suffering. It is continuously there. It is not getting worse. There's no chance of it getting worse as such, because there's no much mind. So the tricky area where you can either fall into the lowest realms or the highest realm or the non-vibration is actually in the human world. That's why it is very important and also rare and also bliss to have. You're blessed to be a human in such a way, if you want to actually understand even about the realms or even the non-vibration. Non-vibration has no definitions either, nothing. It's shunyata, it's emptiness. Emptiness of what? Emptiness of self. Emptiness of self, you can't really talk about anything. The body will continue to work, the mind will continue to work. Sensations will feel, the consciousness also will be there, which is not a thing. What happens when you are a stream enterer? But actually, this is a different entity to the Dhamma that Sri Lanka has. It's okay. Actually, Lord Buddha has explained it in different ways. So one way of describing was 4 different layers. So the 4 different layers are actually where you have a full understanding about the actual body and the thoughts, all the thoughts that outside is not a true thing. In this, it has to be fully realized that it is bit deeper than we think. It has to be felt as well. So outside is not a thing. Is what that means is it is a perception only. It's a perception only, and the perception is not a thing. When you fully realize that the perception is not a thing, perception can be light perception, perception can be sound perception, perception can be anything. When you fully realize it is not a thing, you can understand that it's a field, and the field is not true. Is actually it's through the Lord Buddha's Dhamma only that how speed works, how skandha works, how this works. Sensory organ speed is what you feel, nothing else. It's not the life way. But to come to that level, you have to come to the non-form level. Otherwise, it's useless. Keep repeating that. To come to the non-form level is a challenge, and come to the non-vibration is the next challenge. But these things do occur. They are not done by force, but you have to keep understanding them for that to happen. So Aranhan says some Dhamma sermons are very beautiful, where he's actually telling them face to face to people in villages in Sri Lanka. Yesterday he was in Australia, today I think it's in Buddothpado. There's so many aspects to this journey. So try and see. It is a very important thing. What do you think? If you can understand that the thinking is a beautiful thing to have, because that's how you actually try and understand Dhamma also. But the thinking world is not true. Thinking world is not true. Thinking world, the ice cream, the what, the moon, the Mars, the thinking world is not true. But then you come to the problem. Okay, ice cream is not true, but I touched it. It felt so cold. So, did you touch ice cream? Okay. Then you can say, yes, I know that it is not ice cream, but I felt the coldness. Is the coldness true? Is the coldness true if you touched it? Is the coldness true? Is the coldness happening to you? No. coldness is there because of the function of the skin. If the function of the skin is not there, if the whole body is numb, you can't feel the ice. You know, dead bodies are put in ice, nothing happens to them. No problem. Why? There's no skin sensation. So you can understand the life feel is there from these skin sensations. While they are there, you should understand this Dhamma. You can't understand it when they are not there. You have to understand while they are there, that it's not a thing. The touch sensation is not a thing. Temperature sensation is not a thing. What does it mean by it's not a thing? It's not actually there. Do you get it? Now just imagine you're looking, so we were talking about touching ice cream. What about putting into the tongue? Okay, now you feel the coldness as well. Don't take me wrong. The mouth also has the touch sensation. So that you feel the coldness, you feel the that it is not solid. And there's another thing happening. There's a taste as well. And there's another thing happening. There's a smell as well because the nose is so close to the tongue. They work as together. Wow. Yeah, that's true. Just try and put some ice cream into the mouth. The coldness is also there. The solidity or the liquidity, whatever the level that you put the ice cream there is there. And the smell is also there. Taste is also there. So now you interpret, I ate ice cream. Where's that coming from? That is mind. But apart from the mind, there are 4 things that you felt. Are they true? That's the difficult part. Are they true? No, they are not true either. But you have to feel that. Mm. You have to feel that. So what do you think about these points about putting some ice cream in the mouth? That's a practical thing you can do. If you put a milk toffee or a toffee in the mouth, that's a different situation, right? Yeah, see the solidity, the temperature, that's felt different. And the taste, the smell, that's felt different. If it's a toffee, what is it? A caramel toffee? Is it a fruit toffee? See how it combined with this nose. They complement each other. If your nose doesn't work, you can't taste food as well. They complement each other because they work together. So the touch, temperature, nose, taste, actually they work together. They work together and give you the idea that you are eating ice cream. Ice cream is actually in the mind. So that works together as well. See the beautiful way of understanding 4 great elements. 4 great elements is not taste, sorry. 4 great elements are the touch, temperature, air, and I think temperature. So the solidity, liquidity, temperature, and air. Something like that. When we talked about the basketball, we talked about this last time. How the now we usually don't put the basketball in our mouth. Different to a toffee. But basketball is felt in the hand, right? So there's a solidity, the bounciness, everything in that. And also you can see the ice cream also. The sound, basketball can make a sound as well. If someone is playing basketball outside, it's a basketball sound. If there is a cricket, you might understand that it is a cricket game. Same thing. Basketball is very easy to understand because it's a sound of bouncing and dunking and all that. But what I'm trying to say is these gross sensory organs, the touch, temperature, they're very gross ones. The desire to touch, desire to feel the temperature, the desire of these 4 great elements or the body sensations. Desire is coming from what? Thinking that they are there. When they are there, I'm there anyway. This desire is the main problem. Desire for the sensual world is coming from mainly going after gross things. So if you want something, you want to actually feel it too. Just imagine you having you see a photo. You have never seen that person. You have never touched that person. You might feel a urge, actually, I must go and see them. Actually, I must go and see them is looking through the naked eye. Actually, I must touch them is trying to touch them. See the dream. See the problem of actually believing that they are true. You want to touch them. You want to feel them. Once you understand this Dhamma, you know, running after things like physically actually may stop, because you will go and buy things. Yes, it's not a problem. What I'm trying to say is actually believing that they are there, wanting to touch, wanting to see in naked eye, wanting to hear closer, not through anything else, closer. There's this urge, craving for all the sensory organs. Urge to touch, urge to taste, urge to smell, urge to see, urge to hear, urge to think. What about urge to think? It's actually a great problem, because thinking is kind of a feature in humans. Works as a separate organ now. And thinking is very powerful and there's urge to think. This urge to think will go only after you fully realize that thinking has no self. So the body sensations becoming a thing is a vast area. So you have to fully realize these things. Mind sensation, mind sensor becoming a thing is also a great area, because mind can be fully touched in the vision. Vision in the sense, when you're looking at something directly, the tree comes, the TV comes. That's the mind. But in touch, actually, you don't need the mind as such. So you can definitely understand the touch, temperature, taste, smell easily than the organs which is mind is directly related. So because when you are looking at something, the mind is there. Mind should not be powerful for you to see feel the seeing, and that there is no power there. Actually, if there is no power, then you become the same. In the sense, you might feel the vibration of the light, which is very soft. mind sensor is with emotions. Mind sensor has a different entity, not like the light, not like the sound, not like the bodily sensation. Mind sensor has a different other areas, like emotions, happiness, the sadness. You can't be someone feeling that. You should actually be able to become the emotion. In the sense, it is there, but it is not felt as someone's emotion. Same as the light. Same as the light. If you feel light only, it's not felt as someone's light. Sound, it's not felt as someone's sound. The touch, it's not felt as someone's touch. Anidasana Vinyana, it is not falling anywhere. That is non-manifesting consciousness. Usually the consciousness is manifesting somewhere, here and there. If the there is there, then here is manifested automatically, because existence field is similar to the self field. But if light is not a thing, self is also not a thing anyway. Once someone has shattered the self view, then it becomes a fight between this life field. The life field is there because of the ignorance. And you keep understanding that, that's all. Life field is there because of the ignorance. If you fully get it, a life field is not there, and the ignorance is not there, and the vibration is not there. Vibration is not there when you fully realize that existence field is the one which gave you the whole telepathization to the vibration. This mind sensor is the most difficult, as Anansi says, because emotions, you feel like you feel the emotion, or at least become the emotion. Emotion is there, but it's not felt as a thing. That's the beauty of this sun. So you fully realize that the mind function is zero. The mind power is zero. Do you feel like that you are ready for that? Well, it is a tricky area because you may be not be able to actually thinking is useless because you can think in such a way. You can say, yeah, it's not a thing to me. And you can say a lot of things. But the thinking is not the thing. What you feel is the problem. And if you have the life feel, if you have the life feel, you're still reluctant to die. Because the life feel means there's a push for the next life feel. So the life feel in the mind, life feel in the touch area, the temperature, the smell, the taste, the sound, the light. Even if you fully realize these things, because you have a mind has to be fully realized as well. So mind consciousness should be zero vibration. The Avadi is actually Arahant state. It is similar to Adhikata Samadhi in an Arahant. Avadi can come and go, but it is static. It is static in an Arahant. This mind sensor will also continue to work as normal. In an Arahant also mind sensor works. It's not that mind is erased or mind is not there. Mind works. But you're fully aware that, not fully aware, actually there's no power in that mind sensor. It works without power. So actually this separation is not there, the thought and the self. Separation is not there. It is like in light consciousness. Light consciousness, separation wasn't there. And you became the light kind of thing. Sound consciousness also the same. Separation was not there. It's as if you have become the sound. But sensation is also same. The body consciousness. Body consciousness is not a thing. It is as if you have become the touch. The mind consciousness is the same. It is as if you have become the thought. Yesterday there was an example that brought out by one of our Dharma friends where she was saying, another friend of hers, how she was saying that she feels Dharma and was entertaining all the five sensory organs to the maximum. This is kind of a problem where sensory organs are not fully realized, that the light is actually not there, sound is actually not there, touch is actually not there, mind is actually not there. Emotions can be there, but it's not a thing. Light can be there, but it's not a thing. Sound can be there, but it's not a thing. Bodily sensations can be there, it's not a thing. It's very important to understand all the five sensory organs as well as the mind. Because all five sensory organs are actually related to the earthly things. But mind also has to be fully realized. So Dharma friends, thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Ara and Mahansa, for your noble guidance. May you live long. Thank you.
knowledge. The inside the awareness, they are not, their attraction is given inside awareness. You won't you won't think this one. This someone is someone is looking this way, especially this inside awareness. It's not a normal awareness. Normally awareness is somebody is doing something, is there. That's a normally. But super awareness we are talking, Buddha's is cause and effect. That's a vidarsana. Vidarsana is not a samatha. Samatha is no more stimulus, no more thoughts. There's no given to value. So samatha, we are talking about concentration meditation.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Opening all eyes, wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
will teach 12 of women to the dear friends of Dhamma. Welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to pay spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma's home talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy at the Buddha, that, that the Buddha pursued to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how a thought is formed is the mind, you would to be able to attain Nibbana. This valuable Buddothpado Dhamma talk will teach you the philosophy of the Buddha and guide you on the path of nirvana or spiritual liberation. These valuable Buddothpado Dhamma talks will teach you the philosophy of the Buddha and guide you on the path of nirvana or spiritual liberation. In order to understand the Dhamma, we have to associate with and discuss it with a Kalyan Mitra like our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher who has the practical experience to guide us on the path. We hope that you gain much from the valuable talk today. I would like to invite our Buddothpado Dhamma friends to present his value insight teaching on Dhamma. Thank you very much. Therwan Saranai.
With that, hopefully everyone will be able to comprehend what is the message, because it's actually a message we are trying to give. It's not actually, even though we are struggling with words, it's a message we are trying to give to everyone. So Supreme Buddha actually told us truth about how the mind is created. Well, why it is important, first of all, why it is important is, until we know something thoroughly, we don't really know it. So, but we have lived so far. We acquire things from the environment. We don't really question much. That's not how we are taught. We are taught to listen and just go according to the flow. So we did, and actually we did it very well. So, but sometimes people like Lord Buddha, he became a Lord Buddha by understanding how this mind is created and that there is no self in there at all. So why he told that if you know dependent origination, you know Dhamma, and if you know Dhamma, you know Buddha. So I'll try to look at it in a different angle today. So we are actually not trying to understand this just to prove what is being with the words. We are trying to understand what probably he meant by that, by telling dependent origination. So before starting that, I would like to actually talk about a little bit of physics here, which some people will not understand. I'm sorry about that. It helps to me to explain some of the things that are being taught. So when we learn physics, we learn that there are waves, different kinds of waves, which are there. So as human beings with 5 senses, we can only appreciate only few types of waves. That means we only appreciate what we can with our senses. There can be so many other waves. So as an example, some animals, for an example, like a bat, those animals, they can understand different waves than us. For human beings who have the 5 senses, we can understand a set of waves or set of vibrations. So imagine that we don't have the one of the senses. So imagine you don't have the eyes or the ears or the ability to feel the touch or the taste or the smell. If any of these senses are not working properly, are we even able to understand the world originated by that sensor? Not really. We can't appreciate anything, can we? So if we are given a sensor, we have been able to appreciate one specific type of wave. So imagine the light waves. So the problem here is, for decades, we have been thinking, okay, there is a light wave outside and it comes to my eye and then I see. But the problem is, if you take an example, if you're colorblind, you can't really see if you're colorblind to red, you can't really see red, even though others are seeing red. So that frequency or that wave of that ability of seeing red, it's very specific to the sensor. So does that mean if sensor is not like having a frequency to have a similar frequency to outside, can't really appreciate red. So does that mean the sensor has a specific frequency that is going to be able to produce a vibration in the sensor, which is going to actually have the coincide with the frequencies outside. If you don't have the ability to generate a vibration for red color in your eye, even though red, whatever the producing the red color, the frequency is out there, you can't catch it. That means it's originated in the eye. Unless it is originated in the eye, you can't appreciate it. Similar, the light. We believe, I mean, it's a belief. This will be actually in future, will be proven by scientists in future, I think. Do you think light is originated somewhere else and coming to our eye? Or is the eye actually is able to produce a vibration so that is if that is not there, you are not able to appreciate light at all. So it's a production. As I told last time, it's kind of like a factory. It's a production. But the problem with this production is that whenever these frequencies do occur in the senses, due to ignorance, that means we don't know that it is formed in the sensor, we kind of feel that it is actually me doing this. I see the light. Isn't that that's actually how it is, because we don't know it's actually originated here. Not actually, there's no self or someone seeing outside, because as I told you last time, we can't really appreciate outside anyway. We can only appreciate our mental formations. So mental formations are the mainstay of our mind, or the feeling of existence or feeling of self is formed because of the mental formations. But the problem is, because we don't know, or because of the ignorance, we don't know that the mental formations are doing this. It's a very rapid process, so we can't catch it anyway. If this is in a slow motion, my dear friends, I think this would be easy to understand. But because this is a very fast process, ignorance is getting every day stronger and stronger. Ignorance is getting stronger because we feel that everything is available outside, and I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm seeing things, I'm seeing the light, I see the chair, I see the beautiful sky. Yeah, I see everything. But does that mean I don't see anything? Well, I see everything, yes. But it's just with the help of the formation we have. in this process. So, friends, I just wanted to reiterate that these are very beautiful senses which do like miracles, but the problem is it gives a fantasy world because there's light out there and I'm here. So it's such a fantasy, such a feeling that it gives you. But we are actually trying to beat the ignorance, trying to understand what is happening here. So what happens when waves with two different amplitudes or wavelengths are superimposed? What happens when two different waves come together? Well, I think anyone will understand. Simply, if not to make it too difficult, I would say one wave in the river is there and we put a stone, then there's another different kind of wave. Can you say that the two waves actually get together or get superimposed and actually form a new one? A completely different wave? Can you see that? You can do this yourself. Put a stone to a water, maybe basin, and see if there's always a flowing rhythm in the river. And if we do something to that, actually the wavelengths, does one wavelength disappear? No, it's not one wavelength, or the one wave is getting superimposed by the other one. So this superposition of dissimilar waves produce a new different wave. I just told this as a example. It's not the exact example. Don't actually get too stressed about the examples. This just to make you feel comfortable about understanding what I'm trying to say. So in the eye, we produce kind of one frequency. And as for the example I told last time, you see the mental formation of the mother. No, you don't know whether it's a mother. You just see it. Some kind of picture or form. Then we keep telling, someone else will be keep telling, or maybe the mother will be keep telling the child, the small baby, mother, ma, or mom, or amma in Sinhala. So how do we get the child to talk? We just keep repeating this. And if the system is doing very well, there are some systems that don't work well, then you will see kids who are very late to talk. But I'm talking about some natural system where they have the natural ability to incorporate these two waves. So what's the wave which brought mother or ma to the baby's ear? It's another kind of different wave. Do we have to know all that? No, not really. But it's a wave. It's kind of a wave. It's a kind of another frequency. So what happens when the baby gets them all the time together? This system itself is so nicely produced that they can actually, the system itself can get this together to make a new, different wave. What's that? That's the mind, the formation of the mind. What happens there? Is this wrong? no, it's not wrong. This is natural. This is the Chitta Niyama that Lord Buddha was explaining. It's a niyama. That means it's happening. No one can stop that. It's just a natural way of life, or the way in this situations. But there's something else happening here, because there's a new different wave. Do you get my point? I'll reiterate, because there's a new different frequency. The baby feels the difference, and that becomes another different wave, because every frequency, it has a mental formation. You can't prevent this. Each and every frequency will have a mental formation. So this difference, because the one wave is coming, there are two waves coming at the same time, and there's a new different wave produced, which is we call mind. I'm just doing an example here. So the mind itself has a different frequency, because it's a completely different wave now, because of their superpositions. Does that mean they are like in somewhere in the brain? No, it's happening, and we can't really place it anywhere. So when it happens, what does this baby feel? The difference is felt, because there's a difference now. That difference of the frequencies, that when the mind is originated, that also has another mental formation. That's a new mental formation. Actually, that is the reason that we have Atma Sanya, or the mental formation, or a form, name and form for the self, for the existence, because the baby feels a difference, and the feeling of the difference, we, in the system itself, we tend to put another sanya, or another, I can't remember the English word for sanya, but another name and form for the actual, this new frequency. That's the reason, friends, that there is a that feeling of existence happen. This new feeling is there because it gave the baby that there is a difference. But does it stop there? No, it doesn't, because it keeps happening. You know, the mind keeps happening. The apple, the father. So the just doesn't stop there. Do you know how much things we know? Oh, I don't know. It's really a lot. Even a 7-year-old child knows a lot. How about 35-year-old? How about 50-year-old? How about 80-year-old? How many times have these ignorance being proved? Because any time there's a mental formation and the mind is produced by maybe the tree, maybe whatever you call it, even the COVID-19, it's a new name. And name and a form get together, and we now know something called COVID-19, and we feel that it's real. And as soon as that happens, the feeling of existence is proved again and again and again and again. So this feeling of existence, or the different wave you felt, is being proven all the time. So it's getting, we call it in Pali abhisankara. So it's proven, the ignorance is getting worse and worse, like more and more. Unless someone come to you and tell you, wait a bit, what is happening here? Do you feel the feeling of existence because you are actually there? Or is it a production of something else? Well, that is the message. What is dependent origination? So when I say that don't feel that there's actually something turning to something else, it's not the point I'm trying to tell you. I'm actually trying to simplify this dependent origination just to tell you how the feeling of existence is made. Because even the wave I'm talking about, it will be only appreciated when you have the sensor. When you don't have the sensor, do you appreciate the waves anywhere? No, you can't feel any frequency. So then the appreciation of the outside is gone, because there's no telepathy system doing that again. So can we say then wave is actually there, or the frequency, it's actually there, the vibration, it's actually there? No, not really. It's a production too. If this place is, if the sensor here is not vibrating, having a vibration, then there's nothing. But what happens with the actual, imagine a person with ignorance, full ignorance, he or she doesn't know that this is happening. Even anyway, animals can't understand this because their mind is not that developed. But even a normal human with ignorance, they can't understand how the mind is created. So they will be feeling, okay, I see light, I see the moon, I see the sun, I see the beautiful sky, and go on and on. It will never finish. And also, what is the problem with that? The feeling of existence, that new vibration, which happen each and every time you appreciate this vibration, there's another vibration in the back of that is the feeling of existence. You can't really avoid that happening, because each time you feel that it is the chair is real, or the sky is real, or the moon is real, or the tree is real, each time you get this change in the vibration in this system, human system, that feeling of existence, that name and form is also there. So, friends, the feeling of existence is actually dependent on this mind formation. So the feeling of existence is there always when the mind is full of ignorance, because ignorance makes the things feel as real. So as soon as you feel it real, we can't really prevent feeling of existence happening. So they both are like similar. But does that mean they're similar? Or actually they are not similar. It doesn't mean like that. It's actually coexistent. So as soon as you feel that it's real, it's the feeling of existence is there, because it's the same time you actually get that frequency. You have that frequency all the time, because each time you have this real feeling. What happens when you understand Dhamma, this dependent origination? So you understand, okay, there is a reason for feeling of existence, not me doing it. There's nothing called me anyway, because it's a feeling. Feeling of existence is actually dependently originated. It is originated because of existence of something else. What is that? That's the real feeling, that you feel all the names and forms are real. So if the names and the forms are real, you can't prevent craving happening, because you can't really avoid the feeling, because the Vedana, you can't avoid Vedana if you feel that it's real. And if you can't avoid Vedana, craving, you can't do anything with that craving, because it's a natural phenomena that the craving happens. Dependent origination is like a chitta niyama. It happens anyway, unless you beat the ignorance. So it's bit it can be a bit difficult to understand, but what I'm trying to say is again and again that dependent origination is actually a process which talks about how the mind is created. At the same time, if you, with the ignorance, if the birth happened, the birth of that particular item we see, whatever, the chair, because this is a very quick process, you can't really get, oh, okay, I'll see the mental formation now. I'm going to catch the consciousness, or am I going to catch the clinginess or the craving? Nothing. You can't do anything, because this is a very fast process. No one can touch this. But we can only appreciate the chair. We see. So if you feel the chair is real because of the ignorance, feeling of existence is always there. That is the main message I want to give. Feeling of existence is actually dependently originated. So friends, it's nothing to do with me or anyone, any human being or any animal. The feeling of existence is originated even in an animal, like the same way. Because ignorance is there, whatever the mental formations causing birth of that actually, that chitta or the item or the thing, if it becomes real, feeling of existence is there. You can't avoid it. So what happens with understanding of dependent origination? Actually, if you beat the ignorance, or if you slightly understand this, it's a slow process, but if you understand slowly that this is a process and feeling of existence is actually dependently originated, can we beat that? Why should we beat that, by the way? Why should you beat feeling of existence? That's Lord Buddha's explanation. Feeling of existence is the real reason for suffering. Because that's the beginning and the continuing this birth and death process origination. If you don't understand this, the cycle of birth will never end. But is there a good reason for that? Not really. You're just in the fantasy world. In one fantasy world at one time for 60 years maybe in human system, and then with the death of that body, what? The feeling of existence is going to be there, even though the bodily, the senses are not working, because the feeling of existence was, that frequency was like a dependently originated from nowhere, like from not directly from the organs, but from the mind which originated at that time. This can form and have a frequency and can match another frequency elsewhere. This is the most difficult part of the samsara, or the cycle of birth. At the time of the death of the body of any animal or a human, this feeling of existence, or that frequency will be having a similar frequency elsewhere, where birth of another chitta will happen. And again, when there is a mind, suffering is there. Because any mind which believes that their self is suffering, any mind which has a feeling of existence is suffering. Do you need anyone else to tell you that? Aren't you suffering now? Are you really floating with happiness? Not really. So if you know the suffering has a very great meaning in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it's not just suffering because you're hungry, not suffering because you have cut your finger. I'm suffering because I don't have money at the moment. That's not the suffering we are talking about. We are talking about a suffering which is very deep than that, because this cycle of birth, even with the thought, each thought, it's continuing. It doesn't matter which body you hold, the cycle of birth is continuing and the suffering continuing. So unless you come to Lord Buddha's Dhamma and one day someone, a noble friend, will come and tell you, do you know that the mind is actually a creation? Well, really? Yeah, mind is a creation. And feeling of existence is another creation from that. Well, that is going to actually, do you know that hearing that, Sariputta, before becoming Sariputta, he heard only one sentence of this. There is a Hetupala Dhamma. I can't remember the exact word in English, but he just heard the sentence about dependent origination, and in the literature it says that he became a stream winner. How did he become a stream winner? By just listening that, darling friend, this is just a thing that is dependently originated, not anything you do. And that Thero was, the Thero's life started from there. He became a stream winner. What is that? I think his name was at that time. So it clicks some minds. It won't click other minds. This Dhamma will actually hit very hard to some minds, because they have a quest to understand why I'm feeling like existing, if Lord Buddha said that there is no me, or no I, or no myself. It's been taught everywhere. We know it from our school time that there is no I, there is no me, there is no myself. But what am I feeling then? Then we have to have an explanation. What am I feeling? Why I feel like I'm existing? Well, that's the reason. Because each time when the ignorance is there, the mental formations, the consciousness, the name and form, 6 senses get together and contact. What is there? What is the contact? Well, the waves I was talking about, how the superposition or the superimposed waves makes the mind. These frequencies come together, you get a different feeling. That's the reason I was talking about the physics. It's just an example. Please apologize. I apologize if it's making you a bit uneasy. I'm just taking it as an example. If there is contact, there is a feeling. What is the contact? There is a contact because these senses are having a frequency together. There is a superposition of the frequencies producing a new different wave or new different feeling. That feeling is there, the craving occurs. You can't stop craving because there's a new different feeling. Friends, do you get the point? I don't know, I'm trying to explain it. So when there is a feeling, the craving occurs and the clinging occurs. Do they occur like, okay, craving happens, then after few minutes after that clinging happens? No, these are all superimposed. They are like each and everything happens together. You can't differentiate them. Even though they are worded in a like a order in a paper, it doesn't mean they are in an order in that paper. It just happens, keep happening. If the craving is there, that you cling. If you cling, you become the chair. You can't avoid becoming the chair. And if the chair is born, feeling of existence is there, friends. You can't just avoid that. The feeling of existence or jati happens. Can you stop that? Yeah. How do you stop that? Am I going to fight with all these sensations? No. I'm not going to fight with any sensory organ. I'm just going to fight with the ignorance. You just keep attacking the ignorance. How do you attack the ignorance? There are 5 ways Lord Buddha told. I can't remember them in English, but the ignorance, to beat ignorance, we have to discuss Dhamma and listen to Dhamma. Yeah, just understand from the teacher about this ignorance more and more. I'm talking about this sensual world. Ignorance is really deep. When you go deep into that, this feeling of existence should be actually understood if you want to stop this dependent origination for suffering. If someone wants to understand Lord Buddha's Dhamma, I think someone should understand dependent origination and how that is forming. If you become, you can't prevent birth. If you get the feeling of existence, okay, that's the other thing. If you feel the feeling of existence, do you think that you can avoid dying? You really can't, because you feel that you are there and you have to die anyway. I'm not talking about the death of the body. I'm talking even each mind, each thought. Yeah, it's so beautifully done by Lord Buddha that feeling of existence is the beginning of suffering. The mind is actually because of this feeling that the mind is real, is the main problem that you feel the existence. And if you feel the existence, okay, old age and death, who is having the old age and death? And all this sorrow or whatever, the whole list of things, who is going to feel that? You or me? If I'm here, yeah, I have to feel all that because I'm here. Feeling of existence is there, then you have to feel it. Who can help that? If you are there, you have to feel it. If your finger is cut and if you feel this, the touch, pain, all the receptors that are working, giving a pain sensation, and if you feel that it's actually you getting cut, I mean, what else can you do? You have to be sad. You have to be having sorrow. You have to have the problems with old age and death because you feel that you are there. So that's actually the dependent origination. I just wanted to touch base, so I'll reiterate here. I'll repeat myself. I just want you to understand the Lord Buddha has told why we have the feeling of existence or the feeling that that someone is there inside. And why it happens is because our senses come together and form a different world. And when that different world is formed, at that particular fraction of a second, you become them because you feel a difference. And that feeling, that different feeling you have, gives you the feeling of existence. That different feeling gives you the craving. But when I talk about craving don't take me wrong. If you like gold and you keep liking gold, that's another way of becoming, because once you become, then you keep appreciating that all the time with ignorance. That becomes stronger and stronger, and then you can't even live without gold. That's a different kind of, that's abhisankara. That I can't remember the English exact word for abhisankara, but that means that when a thought comes to you repeatedly, becomes bigger and bigger and stronger in your mind. And what happens? The feeling of existence becomes stronger and stronger anyway. And when an 80-year-old is dying, the feeling of existence is actually very strong, unless that person has heard this Dhamma, which will attack the ignorance. That's the difference between why 7-year-old can understand this Dhamma better than an 80-year-old. Why? Because this system has activated so many times in an older person, even 40s, that the actual strength of the frequency is very high. Not like a 7-year-old. 7-year-old has only very few name and forms to fight, like not fight, to understand. But when you have multiple bhavas, like you have become everything that you have come across for the 80 years you have lived, then your feeling of existence is very strong, because it has come again and again and again. That's where this Lord Buddha has once said, the humans are so glad, should be very glad that they are so having so much merits to be born as a human, because in human mind itself can beat the mind. How good is that? mind itself can be the mind. Mind itself can understand this, and later actually you first understand it with mind, but you then after some time you actually understand how to activate your feeling system, that instead of feeling of existence you activate the feeling of non-self. That's so amazing. Feeling of non-self is just a void where feeling of existence is not there, or what is called when there is no atma sanya. So when there is no feeling of existence, there's a void, and that's we call feeling of non-existence. But actually, it's not a feeling. We can't really call it anatma sanya because it's actually not a sanya, but we call it because it's easier for us to understand. But actually, it's the void that we get. Like void means there's nothing there because the feeling of existence is not there. How good would that be? Because there's no jati, there's no birth. So actually, you don't become each and everything you come across. You just know the truth. You have beaten the ignorance. You are fully awakened. The Chitta Niyama would continue to happen, but you are fully awakened. Why? You don't become. You don't become the chair. You don't become the tree. You don't become the sun. You don't become the moon. You don't become the gold. You don't become the father, mother, son, daughter, wives, husband, whatever. You don't become. It doesn't mean that there's a monster there, happening there. No, just a very peaceful human being with all the senses still having all the senses, but without jati occurring, without feeling of existence. Without the feeling of existence, you just experience all the senses. That's all. Is there suffering? No. There's no suffering. Why? Do you think that the finger is not cut in the person who is the perfect one, Supreme Buddha? Would he not feel the pain? He would. It's the body. But is it his pain? No, not really. He would say, my back is hurting. Lord Buddha would say, my back is hurting. Does that mean his back is hurting to himself? Not really. It is just the words that communicates that he can't do the sermon anymore. But does it mean anything to himself that is he suffering? Because he is feeling the pain without feeling of existence. It's a two different thing. It's completely two different things. Someone needs to understand the anatma sanya, or the feeling of non-existence. I can't really call it a feeling, but non-existence. Someone has to have a touch of it to understand. And according to Aryan Hanse, if someone can understand this Dhamma slowly, they will come to that stage where they will, at least in a fraction of a second, will see this, will feel this, will feel the void of existence. There's no feeling of existence, and you just experience fraction of a second. So the stream winner might feel it in a fraction of a second. Then you know, oh, that's real. There is no feeling of existence in that moment. Then you know that's where the fully awakened one would be. Friends, I think I would stop here. I hope I tried my best to give you a message. Dependent origination is not a staircase. It's nothing like that. It's just a very something that you should understand in your power of understanding. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Aaron Mans. Aaron Mans, are you going to say any words or shall
So,
we?
uh, so thanks. So I want to join with you. You're explaining it's very well. So senses are working. There's a sense of feelings are happening. The sensuality is a word that senses are working. That sense of feeling is here, but no one is here. A sense of feeling is here. Can you understood that? Can you
Yeah,
understand
without
that?
the feeling of
Yeah.
existence, there would be an experience of anything. And you can see, you can hear, you
But
can
no
smell,
one is
but
here.
yeah,
No, Casey.
there's no feeling of existence. So you don't feel it. You don't perceive it as you are doing it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's okay. So no one is here, but senses are working. Sense of feeling is here, but no one is here. How difficult to understand this? No, the senses are working. The sensuality is here. Senses feeling is there. Yeah, but nobody is here. What is this? So we are thinking, I am eating, I'm drinking, I'm going, I'm working, I'm looking. Where's you? Not you. It's your eyes looking. Your eyes seeing. Your ear is hearing. Not you. Ear is a automatically is happening this. Your ear something happen, you can't hear. Your eye something damage, you can't see. So this your smell and your taste, this your nose, this your mouth, your skin also, the skin sensor. So these sensors are working, is sensor feelings are coming, but the thoughts are creating. Otherwise, that's we are explaining. No, how is the thought is creating? Is the we are talking the mind, but mind is not our head. Where's the mind? People are talking, thinking, mind is the inside our head, but it is not the real. Real is mind is what's this mind is thoughts. These thoughts are not anywhere. These thoughts like a sparking, like a vibration. This we explain. No, there's the eye is a light also coming the vibration. That's a sound also like same so vibrations, but sensors are creating the sound is create, this light also created, so these are censoring, so these are together coming, that is the mind. It's a spark, it's not anywhere, no place for that. So this spark is the thoughts. So this thoughts is, what is this thought? Chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon, is everything is a thoughts. Every time is creating the senses, is coming that thought. One thought every time have. But it is not the real. It is a sound and forms. It's a sound and form is the mainly, others are coming. These five senses are creating, these thoughts are creating. But this thought is not real. It's illusion. It's the fantasy. So this thought, the chair is a thought. Chair is not anywhere. So chair is a sound and firm. And you can touch, it's coming smooth and rough. but it is sensor. You haven't, that sensor is working, it's not coming. So this thought is not real. You think you go into the mirror and you can see you. You can't see you. You can see the mirror. Mirror is, that's a picture. You think that is you. That only the thought. So chair also thought, your picture, sound and firm. Chair is a sound and firm. Same, these are the thoughts. You also thought. But this is difficult to understand this. Nobody is here. That is why Buddha said, no being, no living being, nothing existed. Nisatto nijjo sunyo is Buddha's word. That is why Buddha said, sunyata patisanyutta desana. It's nothingness is here. But this system is working. This creation is happening. Power is generating. It's a mind power. Like electric power, like a magnetic power, like that mind power. But it's this sensoring working, this power is generating. This is the case. This is the difficult to understand, but it is true. So you try to do your, this is not easy to explain. No, inside science is here. It's difficult to understand. But we want to do this because this is the truth. This is the truth Dhamma is here. What is the truth in this world? This is the truth. We are in the fantasy, simulation world. It's not real. It's your sensor. Other animals have other sensors and that sensors creating, they have other world. Where's that world? It's a mind. Every living being. So this creation is happening, the sensors. They have mind. What is that mind? The sensors creating. World is creating. The sensor world. That is the Buddha word is Salayatana Loko. Salayatana is sensors. Salayatana Loko. World is sensor world. Sensoring world. That is the meaning is Buddha's words. Dependent origination is our mind creation. Given this word. Does someone want to be here to happen sadness or happiness? No one is here. Who have sadness? Who have happiness? Nobody is here. That is the case. It's difficult to understand. This is a process, this is a system, like a robot. But it is not easy to understand. You haven't a death or birth, because every time something there, existent feel you have, that chair is existent, you are the feel is there. Same. But nothing existent, anything is a sound and firm is thoughts, is not anywhere, you are not anywhere. Same. It's difficult to understand, but it is true. You haven't a death or birth. It's your body, it's your senses. No one is here. Everything is a thoughts, mindfulness. Everything is a mind creation given you to these feelings. It's okay today. I think his time is gone. Thank you for Dhamma. Friends, it's okay. Everybody, we can discuss tomorrow. What do you think about, finally, I want you, asking you, what do you think about my explaining? Especially, what do you think? You are trying to do that? No. It's okay. Something there to explain to you?
Are you asking me, Aranwasa?
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh no, I think next time I would touch a bit more about the feeling of existence.
Yeah. This time it's okay. Okay, next time.
And I think you explained very well, Aranwasa.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Theron, everybody. Today I think it's a good explanation is here. You heard that. It's not easy. It's difficult to understand, but it is true. It's okay. True Dhamma is here. It's the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses is very worth whole world, because that real Dhamma is here. What is the real dependent origination? Whole world is finding that. We are trying to explain that because we have experience. That is why we are trying to do this. So, okay, Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Today is okay.
Therwan
Teruvan Saranai.
Saranai.
Dhamma.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
And discuss it, and like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy of the Buddha that the Buddha preached to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how a thought is formed in the mind, we would not be able to attain nirvana. These valuable Buddothpado Dhamma talks will teach you the philosophy of the Buddha and guide you on the path to nirvana or spiritual liberation. This is the Buddothpado time. In order to understand the Dhamma, we have to associate with and discuss it with a Kalyana Mitra like our Buddothpado, spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher who has the practical experience to guide us on the path. We hope that you would gain much insight from the valuable talk today. I would like to invite our Buddothpado Dhamma friend to present his valuable insights on the Dhamma. Thank you very much. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, friend in Dhamma. Thank you. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the blessed one, the worthy one, the rightly self-awakened one, our Lord Buddha. Dhamman saranang gacchami. Let us go to the Dhamma for refuge. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Let us go to the Sangha for refuge. Let us pay homage at your feet, the noble one, Kalyana Mitra, teacher and our spiritual Dhamma guide, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Saranai, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you, all the friends who are present today. Today's Dhamma topic is Three Universal Truths, also known as the Three Marks of Existence. Also, this is the fundamental nature of reality and human experience. First, we'll see the written text of Universal Truths or the Three Marks of Existence. They are in Pali, Anicca, Dukkha, and Anatma. Anicca, the rough translation to English is impermanence. This gives the sense everything is in a constant state of flux. All conditions, phenomena, whether physical or mental, are transient and subject to change. This recognition of impermanence helps to cultivate a sense of detachment and acceptance of life's transient nature. Dukkha. The closest English translation for dukkha is the word suffering. In text, suffering is defined as unsatisfactoriness in an inherent part of existence. This includes obvious forms of suffering such as pain and grief, as well as more subtle forms such as anxiety and dissatisfaction. Understanding this helps individuals to acknowledge the challenges of life and seek ways to alleviate suffering through wisdom and compassion. Again, these are the extract from text. And the third one in the Three Universal Truths, what Tathagata exclaimed, is anatta. The closest or the modern day English translation to anatta is non-self. Non-self can be found in text as there is no permanent, unchanging self or soul. What we consider to be the self is actually a collection of changing physical and mental components. Recognizing the non-self helps to reduce attachment and ego, leading to greater freedom and insight into the true nature of reality. However, these text-related explanations of Tathagata's three universal truths or three marks of existence were not known for a novice like us till last 1.5 years, before last 1.5 years. And however, when you go through the text, you can find that it clearly says these three universal truths are key, are in insights. I emphasize the word insights in Buddhist teachings, helping practitioners understand the nature of existence and guiding them towards enlightenment. Again, we'll revisit and till we found the true Dhamma, or till we hear the Buddothpado Deshana, we were these insights. And we have a feeling or hunch this is something to do with Paticca Samuppada, or the doctrine of dependent origination, cause and effect teachings of Tathagata. And now what I'm going to explain is our understanding of these three universal truths as marks of existence in the Paticca Samuppada, Dhamma, what Buddha explained to us 2,600 years back as never heard Dhamma. Please feel free to ask any questions or correct us if you find something is not seems to be correct. We preferred it to continue as a discussion. If anybody has a question, please feel free to ask. Paticca Samuppada, or doctrine of dependent origination, what we discussed yesterday, is the core of Buddhism, and it's the Satya Krutya Krutak Jnana, or wisdoms that one who is expected to attain nirvana should understand. I'll come back to these three universal truths after discussing Paticca Samuppada, or the creation of the world based on the six senses. What Tathagata, practicing learning from teachers after he left his palace as a 29-year-old, and he searched the truth for 6 years. First, he had 10 teachers, and at that time it was quite popular in India, concentration meditation and karma doctrine. And they believe karma is the reason for everything. That is, action and effect. But Buddha trying these teachings and meditation systems and then doing the most difficult practice of a human can do at that time, even today, he sat on a tree, sat under a tree, so when Buddha realized after doing the meditation system, all this meditation system for a long time, he realized this is not the way. He realized he is not in the path. So then the noble one found the nirvana and he understood the truth. And this truth he separated into three: Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana, and Krutajnana. The Satya wisdom or Jnana is that based on the six senses, the world is created. And the wisdom what you gain from Satya Jnana is that you will understand and be your own explorer. Exploring, you will see how these six senses are creating the world. These six senses tongue, body, eyes, ears, and the mind senses. Teruvan Saranai. In the Paticca Samuppada, the six senses are based on the external world. The best example is when you go back to your childhood, the mother is the first one anyone would realize as the life. The example is when the mother come to you and talk to you and start to speak to you as the mother, you will recognize her feature as the mother, and then you hear her sound, and that is the place you will realize the mother. The mother will be the first recognition of the outside world. When you realize the mother, that creates the life or the world for you. This can be based on her smell, her look, and the sound. This way, you will understand there is something called mother. That is the first self you will get, that there is something exists outside. And then the whole world is started to be created. Same way, when you go to your preschool, you will learn the other things what we learn from the teachers. The mother, who is your first recognition of the outside world, is the one, the best example you can understand. This is what we learn from Aryan Vahanse as well, the Perasit, for the previous thoughts from the beginning where the world is created. So this is based on the positive and negativity. And the positivity is the example you can understand that when the mother is with the child, you are happy. When the mother is not with you, the sad, that's the negativity. That's the creation of the energy. The child starts to cry when the mother is not there, and the mother is with the child, make him happy. So this creation of positivity of negativity is the energy that creates the existence or the feeling the child get that he will be in existence. This is the place you will start to believe there is me, myself, the Atma Sanya, the sign of spiritual life or the sign of in existence. So when the life goes on, you will start to realize that there is me, I have to protect myself at any cost. That is the belief that you are in existence. This is the Atma Dushti. This is the wrong view that you will be in existence and there is me, I have to protect myself at all the cost. So this is the place create anicca or impermanence or that struggle to keep yourself happy all the time give you the dissatisfaction when you can't keep the things according to your preference. So coming back to this self or the Atma Sagna or the signal of soul or the wrong view of soul, we are always trying to preserve self. This is coming with the Chitta Rupa or the visions we get in our mind. These visions are based on the five senses: body, tongue, smell, sound and vision. And these are together created the picture in your mind, which is explained as the Rupaniya in the sutras by Tathagata. And as Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse kindly explained to us that these visions are polluting our wisdom, and when you become a slave of your thoughts, you will lose your ability to think straight, and your suffering, dukkha, is basically based on your thoughts. As long as you don't understand the satya jnana, this truth of these six senses and how this world is created, this is the true Dhamma, you will suffer. And by developing your insightful wisdom, you will become master of your six senses rather than become a slave of them. This is what a noble one, a practitioner who is going in the pathway of nirvana.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Arun sir.
Therwan Saranai, thanks for that explanation. But we want only the explain that that's today is a dependent origination. Dependent origination is going only the right vision. So is the right vision is only the satya. That's not a krutak. So that's the right vision is there, but misconception is in the whole world. So that's the illusion otherwise. So we want to explain that is Buddothpado Dhamma discourses are doing. So that's the inside meditation otherwise. But the first part is the dependent origination is the only the right vision. That's the Satya. We are talking about the Buddha's word is Dittincha Anubhagama Silava Dasanena Sampanno. What is this darshana? What is this Buddha's explain the philosophy? That's a dependent origination, is creating the mind. How is creating the mind? How is creating the eye? How is creating our six senses? These six senses are creating is the ending this, the effort. Effort is the cause and effort. Dhamma, cause and effort. Effort is the soul. But non-soul is here. Buddha said that not being, no living being, nothing existed. So it's a process is here. Creation is there. Yeah. That how is this one creation? We want to explain this. So it's okay. You try to do that. So we know that. It's the first time I think you are doing this. That the Buddothpado discourses is explaining like this is very worth. I think it's okay. I think today is enough to your explanation is okay. I think other guy, someone is try to explain that side of how is creating our six senses is how someone is come and explain this. I think it's good. Thank you, you, Mr. Palihan is okay. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, someone is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
Yeah, I want to explain. I want to explain. Dependent origination is the first part. Is a right vision.
Yes.
It's a right vision. What is the illusion here? What is the misconception is here? How is this human mind is creating? Because Buddha explaining these six senses are working is creating is effort is the soul. how is soul is coming? How is this happening? Because our eye is creating this only the lights, forms, that's colors, but ear is creating that's the sounds are coming. So our smell, our nose, and taste is our tongue, and our skin is the creating the senses is hot and cool is skin. So these are together coming. That one is the mind creation is happening. So this one we want clearly explain this world. This no soul is here, but this creation is happening. This soul, this alive feel is coming. That is why is a someone want to be here. Someone want to be here to sadness or happiness or coming, but no one is here. Who is the sadness? Who have the sadness? Who have this happiness? No one is here. That is the important, I think, whole world. So no one is here. Who is this? How is this happening? What is this body? What is this mind? What is this feeling? What's this case? So Buddha said, no one in birth or no one have birth or no one have death. It's only the thoughts. But we have feel, but we have death, we have birth. But what is happened here? No, whole world want to know this. We can't tell. No, none soul is here. We want to explain how is this coming, this soul? How is this coming, the alive feel? So, can you explain this one? This one, because the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses is, you know, this Sinhala version is a Sinhala language. I'm explaining this very well. So now I want together everybody discuss is doing. I know you everybody hearing this Dhamma discourses Buddothpado. So you understood what I'm explaining. Okay, you have a chance to explain the whole way. What is the Buddothpado try to explain in this word? It's okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahansa, please accept my humble worship. Teruvan Saranai, my previous Dhamma friend who make a very valuable contribution. So let's me straight away start with how senses work. I think this is the most important thing we need to understand, because we are now going to study the formation of thought and where is our self is. So this is the question. Now we are going to answer. So where is our self? So even though we say how many times there is no self living inside your body, so we need to now prove ourselves that how it is happening. So I think whole discussion we has to based on first understanding how our senses work. So let me start with that first. So this will take some time. I mean, not an easy task, but we have to, you know, discuss first our senses and then to see how the mind is formed, and then you will realize where is yourself. So there are 6 senses in your body. The senses are like eye sensitivity. You understand Chakku Prasada. Then there is a ear sensitivity, Sota Prasada. Nose sensitivity, Grana Prasada. Tongue sensitivity, Jivha Prasada. Body sensitivity, Kaya Prasada, and the Mano sensor. Now all this is like a sensor. So you have to understand your body acts as a sensor. Actually, your body is a circuit. This is what we are trying to explain. So there is a spark. We call a kind of a vibration, stimulus, always take place at one of our 6 senses. So you are seeing, hearing, or you taste, touch, smell. So all these are kind of a vibration that is taking place in each of the sensor. So nothing else created in the 6 senses except a color to the seeing, a sound to the hearing, a smell to the sense, a taste to the taste sense, and cold and warmer to the touch sense and thought to the mind consciousness. This is all. So you are actually trapped inside these 6 senses. So now we'll try to understand how your senses work. This is the most important part, how your senses work. So the moment you open your eyes, there will be a continuous vibration process taking place. So at a very high speed, a photo or an image created, created due to this vibration at your eye sensor level. Remember, there is no actual photo here. Actually, what is happening is due to speed of vibration, due to the speed of vibration, kind of a form created at sensor level. It is like lightning at sensor level. Just imagine a series of lights, I mean, trillion, billion kind of lights on and off, on and off, on and off continuously. So even though that's on and off, that vibration continuously taking place, so some form, kind of an image, will appear. So due to the speed of occurrence of this lightning process, a form is created in your sensor. So this is the point you need to understand. You will think that outside light is coming to your eye. So that's how you think. You think the light comes to your eye. But actually, no. That is not what is happening scientifically. What is happening is, due to the vibration, light is created in your sensor. So arising of the sensor Nothing else created in the six senses except a color to the seeing, a sound to the hearing, a smell to the sense, a taste to the taste sense, and cold and warmer to the touch sense, and thought to the mind consciousness. This is all. So you are actually trapped inside these six senses. So now we'll try to understand how your senses work. This is the most important part. How your senses work. So the moment you open your eyes, there will be a continuous vibration process taking place. So at a very high speed, a photo or an image created, created due to this vibration at your eye sensor level. Remember, there is no actual photo here. Actually, what is happening is due to speed of vibration. Due to the speed of vibration, kind of a form created at sensor level. It is like lightning at sensor level. Just imagine a series of lights, I mean trillion, billion kind of lights on and off, on and off, on and off continuously. So even though that's on and off, that vibration continuously taking place, so some form, kind of an image, will appear. So due to the speed of occurrence of this lightning process, a form is created in your sensor. So this is the point you need to understand. You will think that outside light is coming to your eye. So that's how you think. You think the light comes to your eye. But actually, no. That is not what is happening scientifically. What is happening is, due to the vibration, light is created in your sensor. So arising of the sensor means that itself, that particular, the occurrence of that particular vibration, that lightning, right? So that vibration. So due to that, kind of a photo appear, an image appear. So continuous sensor path deliver the image at the sensor level, right? So we are saying rising of some kind of a awareness of an image is there at your eye level, right? Some awareness. That means set of colors and set of shapes. But remember, your eye sensor will not be able to understand what it is. So in Dhamma, we call Chakku Vinyana. That is some awareness, kind of a awareness occur in your system, in your circuit, that, oh, some kind of a form and an image, actually that is a vibration. So some vibration has occurred in this form, something like that. Then sensor will activate. So, okay, always when your eyes are open, you can't do anything. So without your knowledge, without your involvement, the moment you open your eyes, sensor will active and do the job, right? So all this vibration will occur, and at your eye level, all these pictures, photos, images are created. So nobody is doing this. That is the very first thing we need to understand. To support this, I'll bring few more examples. So do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, if we take a bird will look the same world in a different way. Cow will see the world as red. Okay, so just imagine for a moment, one of your eye is replaced with an eye of a bird. Then what will happen? So when you look from one eye, you will see the world in a different way to the other eye, right? So this means what? So you have to understand, this means that whatever you experience, that particular image or photo is based on what your sensor create. My friend, this is the thing you need to understand. You think you are looking at the outside, But is that really what is happening? No. What is created from your sensor, that is out of your control. You actually doesn't know how the real world look like. If you are a bird, you will see the world in a different way. If you are a cow, it will be a totally different world. If you are a human, that's totally different. So this is the point we try to explain to you. So the light is created in your sensor, right? So if sensor does not create, right, you will not able to experience that part of the so-called world. So, my friend, there can be certain vibration. Certainly there can be certain vibration. Our eye will not form color or light, right? So there are limitations in our sensor. So that's why you are trapped inside your sensor, because your world is what is created by your sensor. That is the first thing you have to understand. And that sensor doesn't understand at all what it is. Because whether it is a chair or a table or a tree is understood by the mind consciousness. So mind consciousness cannot come outside. It is that all your that 5 senses doing this, job for you. So you have to understand. But they have limitation. The sensor itself has limitation, because that vibration occur in bird sensor would be different to a human sensor, right? So now we have to understand. So there are some birds, they see things differently, right? Even though both the animal and ourselves live in the same world, we both experience 2 different worlds, right? So the fact I want to reiterate that your eye will not identify the image. The image is just colors and shapes. When you say colors, your eye doesn't know whether it is red, blue or green. That is understood by the the mind consciousness, right? So at your eye level, it is only the light. So even though we say colors, the colors as red, blue, green, yellow is understood by your mind consciousness only. So you understand that in your childhood, this red, blue, green was formed in your system as a vibration when you were learning in the nursery, right? So you didn't know this red, blue, green earlier, but at your nursery, showing Puta this is red and then giving the sound, that a particular vibration was formed in your system, right? So now when you see the same color again means what? Back again a new vibration occur in the sensor. Then the nice part is that new vibration will be automatically matched to previous similar vibration. So this is not done by anybody. This is what is happening inside, right? So this is what is happening in your system, in your circuit, right? So now, are you agree that if I say your eye has not seen outside, if I say your eye has not seen, so we think we look at outside. Actually, what is happening is we see what is created in our sensor. Okay, right. Now, the second thing, therefore, I need to highlight is: are you seeing the world? Or are you? We have to understand that we'll not find anything outside our system. If you analyze our system, there is no way, there is no possibility to see outside. Really, that is what is happening. If you really analyze, mind consciousness cannot experience outside, because it will always, as per Dhamma, only Nama Dharma can be experienced by mind consciousness, right? So now let me explain the same thing by taking another sensor. Let's take a ear sensor, right? So when a sound wave strike the ear, right? When a sound wave strike the ear, so awareness of hearing created in the sensor, right? So that we call as per Dhamma ear consciousness, right? Ear consciousness. But remember, it does not know what the sound is. So this ear sensor generate the sound object, okay? That is vibration occur at ear, right? So the sound object will not be created sometime. Now this is the thing you need to understand. For example, sound will not be created in the sensor for more than 20,000 hertz vibration. You know. So that means what? That means what? So your system has no capacity to experience those sound. Your sensor doesn't support. So what is the meaning of that? So if sound object is not created in your sensor, those sound your system will not able to experience. So you know there are some birds, they can hear sounds more than us, right? Even though both we live in the same world, the bird and we ourselves, that sensor, the sense object creation is totally different. So that's why we say, even though we think that we see the same world or we experience the same world, actually truth is not that, right? So even if you take the eye, so moment you open your eyes, the world is created in the sensor at this moment, and at a blink of a second, world appear and disappear. So it appear and it disappear. So this is what is happening real. But you think it not that way, no? You think you continuously looking at the same world. You never think that the moment you open your eyes, at a blink of a second, world appear, right? And in that same moment, the world disappear. So because you are exposed to a vibration process, due to that vibration process, world creates. In the next moment, it disappear. Then create disappear. So this you are actually dealing with the vibration system. So your system is a circuit, right? Therefore, I can say the world, so-called world you are attaching to, is created in a fraction of a second within a spark and disappear in a fraction of second. Right. Now let me just give you a small, we'll do some practical things to understand really how our sensor work, right? So just walk along the beach. Now imagine you are walking along the beach in bare feet. So what do you feel feet? What do you feel feet? So do you think your feet can recognize sand? No. Your feet cannot recognize, right? So it has some touch feeling only. So we say it is kaya viññāne, right? It cannot recognize whether it is sand or something else. So it is the mano viññāne which is recognizing whether it is sand or something else, right? So now we have to understand, after analyzing all these senses, right? We can understand these senses, this eye, nose, your body, they have no issue with the external world. They have no issue at all with the external world because it cannot identify any objects. So then if I ask you, so when you walk in the beach, your feet touches some, let's say, a dog waste, then what will happen? Do you think your feet will have any issue? No, certainly your feet will not have any issue. Then who has the issue? This is the point you had. Then you will say it is the mind consciousness which has the issue. So we'll come to that point. We'll see then what is the mind consciousness soon after discussing this. Okay, then another example, if we take, you will meet the enemy. So your eye sensor will not have any issue at your eye level because for the eye sensor, it is a photo only. Then who has the issue? Actually, your mind consciousness is the one who has the issue. Because the same enemy could be a very good person to someone else, right? So we'll take another example. If someone tell a story in Japanese, right? Your ear has no issue at all because it will create the sound object because that is a vibration process. But then who can't understand this? What your mind consciousness will not understand the story if you do not know Japanese, right? So now, so now we understand how these sensors work, right? Now we'll see how the thoughts are formed. This is the most important part because now we think no, our self is now in the thoughts because now we understand our senses doesn't have any issue with this outside thing. So where is self? Where is Atma? So we feel Atma should be then should be there in thoughts. So now let's see how that happened. So now we'll try to understand how the mind experience, right? Or the thought occur. So when you were very small, you had no previous experience of red, blue, green, yellow, sun, moon, book, mother. So you didn't know, right? So what happens is maybe your mother would have shown you them and told you the names. So what is coming from the mother is a sound, right? So that means at your ear, there will be a vibration taken place, right? So, and then mother is showing an object now first. So at your eye level, there is another vibration taken place. So now you see means there is a one vibration taken place at your eye level. So some form or a photo is created, but you have no idea. Now your mother is showing, give the sound saying, Puta, this is book. Okay. So what happened? So two vibration. One is at the eye sensitivity level, eye sensor. Other one is the ear sensor. Then without your knowledge, new vibration is taking place, coming together of these two vibration. So this is the magic. There is a kind of a transformation of vibration occur, right? So kind of a transformation of vibration occur at your mind consciousness, right? So what happens is when you see the same book again, what will happen? When you see the same book again, back again the same vibration taken place at your eye level. So we call in Dhamma that is the Chakku Vinyane, or some awareness will arise, we say. But we know now it cannot recognize whether it is a book or whatever. Okay, your Chakku Vinyane cannot identify any image. But this Chakku Vinyane is also kind of a vibration. Okay, then what happened? This vibration will be matched with similar previous vibration in your system. This is called telepathy system. So due to this telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be matched to the previous vibration occurred to your system, right? So you think it is your past memory? No. You will think that is my past memory. My mother has told me this. Actually not. This is the telepathy system. Your whole body is a sensor system like a circuit, right? So whenever condition present, your system, sensors in the system continue to spark. And without your knowledge, it will form, various vibrations. And so you are living means sort of like changing from one vibration to another. So I'll come to that part. So when the condition change, your experience basically change. That happen automatically in the system. So, do you think your mind consciousness can see the present? No. Because if you really analyze this process, what happens is whatever you experience by the mind consciousness, whatever you experience, because you can't experience at the eye level and the other sensor level, no. Your experience means self-experience means whatever the experience you feel in your mind consciousness. But if you look at now this whole process, your mind consciousness is formed always by past vibration. Because we understood at eye level, even though a new vibration happened, that new vibration is automatically matched to a past vibration, and ideally your mind is looking at past, no? So you have to understand. So it is kind of a past vibration, it match and give the interpretation. So that's why we say your mind will never will able to see the present, because it's always looking at some past vibration. Right? So it will not, I mean, then it arises and in the next blink of an eye, it disappears because it can't survive, because this vibration can't survive. So it disappears. So then it will be another new vibration. But since this is happening continuously, you feel like you are alive. You feel like you are alive. So in our mind consciousness at a very high speed, trillions of sound, shapes coming together and ignite like sparks all the time. So this data, due to this speed, actually there is a speed only. If you analyze this whole Dhamma, it's only a speed, end of the day. And everything is vibration. So these data, due to this high speed, turn very fast in circle and giving us an illusion that thoughts are real in nature. So now we see this is called Chittaropana Bale, because we feel it is alive, it is there, that outside is exist, and the moment you think that the outside is exist, what happens? Automatically yourself exists. This is what is happened. So that ignite, that power, that power generating in the system, stating that no, look, there is outside. So you have to see that that's yours. All that comes, that naturally created in the system. So there is no separate self inside, because it's only a flow of thoughts. Flow of thoughts. Mind consciousness means it can't survive a minute. I mean, at a fraction of a second, it disappears. But continuously it arises, disappear, but you will not feel it because this happens continuously and you feel alive. That alive is yourself. There is nothing more than self. So now you have to answer your question yourself. Where is you? You now realize at your senses, eye, ear, body, you can't find you. They don't bother whether you sit on a luxury chair or a very poor chair. That doesn't issue for the body. So then who has the issue? You think my mind, because my mind wants a comfortable seat. But if you really analyze, so where is that I-ness? But if you really analyze the formation of thoughts, what happens is, so these senses, what is generated, at each point, whatever that senses, sound, colors, smell, taste, everything combine. Everything combined due to the contact, and mental formations are created. This is what happening. So due to this, so we feeling of existence of individual being is created. So Aryan Mahanse pointed out this. Actually, this is very important. This Tinnan Sangati Passo is very unique to the world, which we had not heard before. Chakkum paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku vinyanam tinnan sangati passo. So I'll read out tinnan sangati passo thing and then I will end the today part. So what happens is the eye color shapes. The eye color shapes and consciousness is the eye consciousness. You know now that is what is happening at the sensor level, right? Which is called patigha sampassaya, right? Now in the mind, what happened? Mind consciousness with unimaginable speed, right? Sparks are formed, and as a result of this speed, mind takes the image as a real object, right? That we call adivachana sampassa. Right? So, manancha paticca dhammes uppajjati manovinyana. So, in other words, this is the place where tinnan sangati passo happen, meaning ditta sutta mutta. So, that means ditta means seeing, sutta means hearing, mutta means tasting, smelling, and sensation is the body feeling, all that coming together, right? So, I can prove this by taking a small example. So let's see now at this point, this ditta sutta mutta coming together means what? So what at that point only you see tables, you see chairs, right? Right. Now let me take a very small example. Okay, now I will say lime pickle. Okay, I will say lime pickle. What is happening to you? So you get an illusion of a lime pickle. How that happened? I said only 2 words, right? But you got an illusion of a lime pickle. Now think about your mind experience. You experience something, but that something is a full package. I would say it is a full package because your mind experience includes, now if you analyze now your feeling, that what you experience in your mind, I just say for two words, no, but what is coming in your mind, it's a total package, no. You feel the lime pickle, you see the color, you see the image, and you get the smell also, and you start mouth watering also. That means you feel the taste, and so everything comes together, no? So this is what is mind consciousness is. This is the real nature of the thought is, because it now vibration occur at your ear. That's just a word. Your ear has no problem over this lime pickle, but look what mind does for you. Mind created the whole package and giving it. But if you understand this magic, I'm sure in this audience, 2 people will not have the same illusion. 2 people will not have the same illusion. One would have an illusion or taste everything of a Sri Lankan flavored lime pickle. Another might have a Indian colored lime pickle. There can be another person who will not like lime pickle at all. So do you think that particular illusion occurred in your mind just because I say those 2 words? If you say so, it is unfair. That is created in your system. That is created in your system. So this is the point you need to understand. So whatever the created illusion is different from one person to another. So now I think the point we need to understand. So we are living means what? We are living means what? Living means actually this kind of mind experiences or thought appear and disappear. This is what's happening. So when I say ice cream, so you can't control now. You can't control. Automatically the thought of now ice cream come and that illusion is formed. So I mean you can't control this. No, you have to understand. So the thought appear and then thought disappear, right? So you will not able to find a self here, but you mistakenly take outside as real. No, it is real lime pickle and I am the one who is eating this. Now, some of you, I'm sure, would have swallowed now. So if I ask what you swallowed, actually what you ate is just a thought, because there is no real lime pickle here. But if you think it is my thought, that is your mistake. That is your ignorance. Because due to your ignorance, you connect the concept called self to each of these experiences. That is what happened. You take all the thoughts as yours. So that is called Sakkaya Ditti, Atma Drushtiya. So you blindly accept because you do not know the science behind this process. But moment you understand this science, you understand there is nothing called self living inside. So it is just another thought. It is just another belief. So drop that and understand the science. Don't try to forcefully, take yourself front and, attack it. So when you understand this naturally, you will be, develop detachment from the outside world. That means not that you are not associating them, you are associating very well, but you ignite, that is the current you are generated. Because the moment you take that as my house, my book, my pen, automatically that ignite comes and that all Sankara forms. So that is another teaching, a very unique teaching told by our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse to the world. That's a unique finding. The moment you take the outside as real, all Sankaras are formed. So all Lobha Dvesha Moha form. So you can't say you have no moha because you are in avidya. You are taking the outside as real means what? You are in avidya. So there is some avidya behind your thoughts. So naturally you are exposed to Sankara and or karma and all that. But the moment you have the light of the true Dhamma, what will happen? Naturally, you will understand this. Due to that understanding, we say insight, understanding. It is not thinking, it is understanding. Due to that insight, that your ignite will reduce automatically. Gradually, it will come down, and then you will experience akuppa cheto vimukti. So that akuppa cheto vimukti is the one, because you will not have shaky mind, because all the time you are in a vibration. You are living means what? Vibration. So it is one vibration change to another vibration. So that's why you feel suffer. You think you take all that thoughts as yours. So you are in suffer. But gradually you will be moving towards less ignite. Yourself, deteriorate. And the final stage of this is ultimate happiness is you have not kind of any, impact from those vibrations. So vibration will occur no matter, but you have the ultimate, relief or liberation from mind. I hope that is enough for today. Is there anything, Venerable Aryan Mahansa, our spiritual guidance leader, please provide your comments.
Yeah, it's okay. What we are doing, we are explaining the truth. But your hearing is not a belief. You can think it. You want experience. You can realize what is this explanation. Sometimes it's you're not hearing like this. But what is Buddha said? What is real depends on origination. So we have experience. Long period we realize in this. We practicing our human mind. How is creating? There is a science. Buddha said that. This avidya meaning is you don't know the science. This is not a physical material. This is our mind. Mind is like a energy, magnetic power, electric power, like that. This mind power. How is creating this power? Power is your alive field. Nobody is here. Power is here. It's not permanent. It's like a wave. You know that sound like a wave. Scientists are talking, no, sound is a wave. Scientists are talking is your colors also waves. Yeah, this hot is a wave. Everything is like this. That is the vibrations. Quantum theories. New scientists are talking. Same. Buddha said before 2,600 years ago. Buddha said this. Quantum theory, yeah. The Buddha's one. Rupantiko also Rupang is the Buddha's word. It's a quantum theory. You can realize. Rupantiko meaning is vibration. Rupantiko also Rupam meaning is something there, there's the vibration. Vibration somewhere, that's the word. Non-vibration is the truth. Vibration is mirage given you to. Everything is creating vibrations. Non-vibration is the spiritual truth. Vibration is the word. Okay, you can realize. You want experience. This is the spirit of Buddha's words. What is dependent origination? Okay, we can discuss. Don't be hurried. Today sometimes our Dhamma friend, she tried to explain, but I think it's speedily doing. But this is not syllabus or exam. This is your life. This is your mind. I asking you the question. Have you circle of birth or no? Sometimes you tell, no, I haven't a circle of birth. Are you sure? You don't know. You haven't experienced. Okay. Don't be hurried. We want more time. It's okay. We explain it tomorrow also. Many guys is studying this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. You can follow, you can study, you can teach, you can understand, you can study Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. You don't believe, you don't trust. Practicing is the special. You want to experience. I give you to the message. What is the truth? What is the Buddha's word is truth? What is the true Dhamma? What is the true dependent origination? That is why We awaken to the Buddothpado. That's the meaning of Buddothpado. Prevention to the moment is the Buddha's word is the, what is that? Shana Sampati is this present moment is the only the moment, not past, not future, it's a present. Your mind is, these are thoughts, but it is not real. Unbelievable Dhamma is here. Every living beings have a vibrations. This vibration is not over after your death. Okay, you can realize. How is ending these vibrations? That is the Buddha's given whole world, the theory and the practicing you want to do that. It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. Today, thanks everybody to help us to explain this Dhamma discourses. Teran Sarnai to you. Teran Sarnai other.
Production and
lost in the cycle of samsara
which is an illusion. Without taking much of your valuable time, I would like to invite our Buddothpado Dhamma friend to give us a talk on the dependent origination. Thank you very much. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Please accept my humble worship. Teruvan Saranai everyone. Today we are planning to continue our discussion on dependent and origination. Before that, if we ask why people suffer due to not knowing the reality of their existence. If we look at the sufferings, people suffer in their thoughts and lost in the cycle of samsara, that is the cycle of birth and death, not knowing the absolute truth. The Buddha said once, "One thing only do I teach, suffering and its end to reach." So only one thing Buddha has told the world, that is suffering and the way to end it. You keep on suffering because you have not received the true message of Dhamma. Through this Zoom, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. The message received through our noble friend who experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. It is the story of how you get rid of your old sorrows. The absolute truth to end the sufferings was hidden under the dance of time. Now, of course, the rays of wisdom are blowing in all directions. Now let me ask, what is Dhamma? The Dhamma is about understanding true nature of things. The Dhamma is understanding the 12 links of Paticcasamuppada. Dhamma Titiñāna is the knowledge of Paticcasamuppada. All Dhamma are impermanent, compounded, arising owing to a cause, perishable and ceasing. That is Dhamma. So, To understand what is Dhamma, you need to understand origination of Dhamma. Once you understand Paticcasamuppada, you will realize what is Dhamma about. So understanding Dhamma means it is an insight into the true nature of our existence. The understanding brings liberation, the release of the mind from all bonds and fetters and issues in the cessation of dukkha or suffering. It is very correct to say the Dhamma is understanding the 12 link of Paticcasamuppada. Paticcasamuppada, translated into English as dependent origination. In other words, depends on causes and condition, which is the Dhamma of cause and effect. So, if we want to understand Dhamma, we should have a deep understanding of Paticcasamuppada, dependent origination. Buddha revealed one treasure to the world. That one treasure is Paticcasamuppada. Understanding the Paticcasamuppada is important because one who sees Paticcasamuppada sees the Dhamma. One who sees the Dhamma sees Paticcasamuppada. Further, Tathagata stated that the person who does not know the dependent origination is not a real Shramana or Bhikkhu, or will not arrive at the super-mundane path in the same life. So, that statement of Lord Buddha provides indication that why we need to understand Paticcasamuppada. Let's look at Upatissa's question. I think you know Upatissa, who later became known as Arahattera Sariputta. Upatissa questioned Arahattera Attaji. Upatissa's question was, what is your teacher's doctrine? The answer was, Ye Dhamma Hetu Pabhava Te Sang Hetun Tathagato Aha Te Sanchayo Nirodho Evangvadi Mahasamano. The meaning is, whatever from a cause proceeds, the Tathagata has explained the cause. Its cessation too, he has explained. This is the teaching of the Supreme Sage. Therefore, with no doubt, we can clearly understand Buddha has revealed to the world the Dhamma of cause and effect, Hetupala. The next point, I want to draw your attention on the depth of Paticcasamuppada. Actually, the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is very deep. I'll draw your attention to a conversation between Lord Buddha and Ananda Thero shows how deep the doctrine of Paticcasamuppada is. One day, Ananda Thero arrived at the Tathagata and said, Bhante, the Blessed One, this dependent origination is very deep. It appears to be very deep. Bhante, it is a miracle. I see it as a Dhamma that is not deep. Then the Tathagata uttered, Mahevang Ananda, Avacha, Mahevang Ananda, Avacha. Ananda, do not say so. Ananda, do not say so. Ananda, this dependent origination is deep. Appears to be something deep. Being not having realized this Dhamma, go from confusion to confusion, unable to overcome woeful states and samsara. Here the confusion means people lost in samsara, that is the cycle of birth and death, due to not understanding Paticca Now I think we can understand that Tathagata himself has shown us how deep the doctrine of Paticca is. Now, let's take a brief look into Anuloma and Patiloma Paticca After enlightenment, Buddha contemplated kind of deep thinking over the dependent arising as to how things arise. We call Anuloma Paticca Basically, Anuloma Paticca shows how things arise, or we can say how yourself arise. We can see a kind of relationship here. It is like when this is, that comes to be. With the rising of this, that arises. This is the rising of the whole mass of suffering. So that is the kind of relationship we see in Anuloma Paticca Then after enlightenment, Buddha contemplated over the dependent arising as to how things ceases. That is Patiloma Paticca The relationship we can see there is kind of like when this is not, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. This is the cessation of the whole mass of suffering. So if we sum up, the kind of relationship we can see in Paticca is when this is, that is. This arising, that arises. When this is not, that is not. This ceasing, that ceases. Because of A arises B, because of B arises C. When there is no A, there is no B or C. Imasmin sati idang hoti, imasmin asati idang nahoti. Now, let's first look at Paticca in order of arising. Paticca in order of arising means attachment to something leading to the generation of the corresponding bhava. In other words, Paticca in order of arising means appearance of suffering and how suffering is conditioned. Appearance of suffering is, we know, that is the first noble truth, dukkha satya. Then how suffering is conditioned means the second noble truth, that is dukkha samudaya satya. Therefore, we can say Paticca in order of arising means appearance of suffering, that is the first noble truth, dukkha satya, and how suffering is conditioned is the second noble truth, the dukkha samudaya satya. Now, same way, let's look at the meaning of Paticca in order of ceasing. Paticca in order of ceasing means cessation of suffering and how it ceases. Therefore, we can say the Paticca in order of ceasing means cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha satya, the third noble truth. And how it ceases. That is dukkha nirodha gamini patipada, the fourth noble truth. In overall, we can say Paticcasamuppada explains true nature of our existence and sufferings. So, as we discussed earlier, Buddha's path is the path of understanding. Rather, it is an insight into the true nature of our existence. Now I will read out Anuloma Paticcasamuppada. Avijja paccaya sankhara, sankhara paccaya vijnana, vijnana paccaya namarupam, namarupa paccaya salayatana, salayatana paccaya passo, passa paccaya vedana, vedana paccaya tanha, tanha paccaya upadana, upadana paccaya bhau, bhava paccaya jati, jati paccaya jara maranang soka parideva dukkha domana supayasa sambhavanti. Eva metassa kevalassa dukkhakkhandassa samudayo hoti. Meaning, formation sankhara arises due to the cause called ignorance, avijja. Consciousness, vijnana, arises due to the mental formations, sankhara. Names and forms, namarupa, arises due to consciousness, vijnana. 6 bases, salayatana, arises due to names and forms, namarupa. Contact, phassa, arises due to 6 bases, salayatana. Feeling, vedana, arises due to contact, phassa. Craving, tanha, arises due to feeling, vedana. Clinging, upadana, arises due to craving, tanha. Becoming, bhava, arises due to clinging, upadana. Birth, jati, arises due to becoming, bhava. Decay, jara, death, marana, sorrow, soka, lamentation, parideva, pain, dukkha, grief, domanassa, despair, upayasa arises due to birth. This is the rising of the entire aggregate of suffering. It is like this. As the smoke rises due to the fire, the fruit rises due to the tree. The thing Dhamma, which caused the rising of something which was not present earlier, is called dependent origination. Now I think it is the right time to discuss 12 terms of dependent origination. So we'll start one by one. Let's start with the first one, ignorant, that is avijja. What is avijja? Ignorant. What is ignorant? Tattva katama avijja. Dukkhe ajnana. Dukkha samudaya ajnana. Dukkha nirodhe ajnana. Dukkha nirodha gaminiya patipadaya ajnana. Ayang uchchati avijja. This shows ignorance means not knowing suffering, not knowing the origin of suffering, not knowing the cessation of suffering, not knowing the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is called ignorance. Actually, ignorance means not knowing or understanding true nature of our existence. Ignorance is like darkness due to its nature of covering the truth. It is like a colored glass due to its nature of distorting facts. The person who looks at the world through a blue glass sees everything as blue. Similarly, the person who looks at or thinks about his 5 aggregates, Panchaskandha, Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, And the world outside, with an ignorant mind, will see them not as they are, but in another form according to the film of ignorance. So, as per the Buddha's teaching, suffering cannot be separated from the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha. The 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, and the suffering, dukkha, are the same. What is suffering? Buddha asked, and also Buddha answered. Buddha has well explained. It should be said that it is the 5 aggregates of clinging. Pancha Upadanaskandha is the suffering. So Buddha has told that to the world. Therefore, reason for the suffering is the 5 aggregates of clinging. That is Pancha Upadanaskandha. If we understand the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadanaskandha, we'll be able to relieve from the suffering. The 5 aggregate means nothing else but your mental process. You see books, chairs, trees outside. Now think, for you to see them, there are series of mental activities taking place without your knowledge. So now I am going to explain that process. Right. The 5 aggregates of clinging are Rupa, form, Vedana, feeling, Sanya, perception, Sankara, mental activity, Vijnana, consciousness. When you say aggregate of feeling, that is Vedana Skandha. When you say aggregate of perception, that is Sanya Skandha. When you say aggregate of mental activity, or we call volitional formations, that is Sankara Skandha. When you say aggregate of consciousness, that is Vijnana Skandha. When you say aggregate of form, that is Rupa Skandha. So, this Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is taken as Nama, that is names. Remember, all outside experience first felt in our system as a Nama part, or we can say name part. So, let's look at one by one. First, we look at Vedana Skandha. What is aggregate of feeling? Vedana Skandha. This is the mental force to facilitate the identification of any contact at sensor level. Sensor cannot identify objects. So Vedana is a facilitator in the identification process. It's a facilitator only. So Vedana perform very important mental activity role in the whole process. Buddha compared this feeling or Vedana to a bubble. Based on the Vedana Skandha or feeling, the next part of the mental activity process, that is the Sanya Skandha, activate. Actually, Vedana and Sanya arises together. Sanya is a reflection of Vedana. Sanya Skandha we call perception in English. Based on the feeling, that is Vedana Skandha, Sanya Skandha or this perception form sense impression or cognitive ideas. Buddha compares this perception to a mirage. Now in this exercise, telepathy mechanism will facilitate matching of the vibration occurred at sensor level to past vibration, kind of a similar experience. So, Sanya Skandha, perception, also perform very important mental activity role in the whole process. Right. We discuss about Vedana Skandha and Sanya Skandha, so you will understand later much more. So now we'll start with the Sankara Skandha. The Sankara Skandha are all the other mental activities other than Vedana Skandha and Sanya Skandha. Sankara Skandha is the speed of mental activity which causes the illusion. So we can say Sankara Skandha is the mental activity which facilitates the whole process of generating the illusion, which is not real. But due to the speed of occurrence function of Sankara Skandha, the form or illusion is created. So if I ask why this form is not real, because it appears as real due to the frequencies of vibration. This is not done by anyone. Complete natural process. Buddha compared mental formation to a plantain trunk without a hardwood, that is a banana trunk. So we discuss about Sankara Skandha. Now we will look at Rupa Skandha. So what is Rupa Skandha then? We already know all outside experience first felt in our system as a nama part. We can say name part. And then the form or the illusion is created. Due to our ignorance, this created form is taken as real or taken as outside, which is called Rupa. Rupa is a mental form, and it is the belief that outside exists. Buddha compared Rupa Skandha to a lump of form. So you need to understand Nama comes first. Rupa or form is secondary to that. That is why Nama Rupa and not Rupa Nama. So Nama Rupa are correlated. So they need each other to form the illusion. But remember, that is the place where two extremes of I-ness and outside is created. This is the place where you create duality. This duality brings energy or power to your system. Okay, so let's see what is Vijnana Skandha then. So what is aggregate of consciousness? Vijnana Skandha. Right, this is the last one under the 5 aggregate. Vijnana Skandha is the cognitive consciousness of the things. Arising of mental consciousness means the identification of table, chairs, trees, etc. Buddha compared Vijnana Skandha to an illusion. So, due to the ignorance, we take the illusion as real outside and seeing the mental consciousness or arising of Vijnana as inside or self, ego, I-ness present. The two extremes created. Your level of suffering will be higher if something happened to those objects. This means within the two opposite ends, plus and minus, power get created. Yo bante vijitvana majje manta nalipati refers to this process. If you carefully see, what is this burning? What is this current inside you? Actually, your ego or self is equal to this current. These two ends exist only in the mundane plane. the liberation from this refers to the Arya or super mundane plane. Right. We have discussed all the 5 elements of the 5 aggregates of clinging, right? So this is the mental process, natural process, which create the illusion for you. Then only you can recognize table, chairs, and trees. So this arising of Pancha Upadanaskandha is referred to in the Dhamma as dukkha. Sankitena Pancha Upadanaskandha dukkha. In short, Pancha Upadanaskandha itself is dukkha. Now let me link the same Pancha Upadanaskandha with the Anatma doctrine. As per the Anatma doctrine, these 5 clings aggregate, Pancha Upadanaskandha, cannot be taken as a self. Why? Because they are resulting from causes and conditions. And if those causes and conditions are not there, then there would not have a self existing. So Buddha has clearly mentioned these 5 aggregates are anicca, dukkha, anatma. So I'll read out Buddha's statement. Once Lord Buddha mentioned the 5 aggregates are impermanent, that is anicca. Whatever is impermanent, that is dukkha, unsatisfactory. That is without self, anatma. That is not mine, that I am not, that is not myself. So as Buddha mentioned, rupa, feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness are impermanent. So now I think we have come to the end. The time is actually limited. So I will actually, whatever the word I spoke here is really, I was able to speak because of the Aryan Vahanse. Because Aryan Vahanse explained me all this during the last 1.5 years. So, so actually, Aryan Vahanse will take 1 more minute to see whether we can receive any comments to this from our Aryan Vahanse. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Theruvan Saranai.
Aryan Vahanse, I can continue if there is, do you want to add anything up to so far, Aryan Vahanse?
So that's the problem is there.
Yeah.
That one is how is mind is created. That is the dependent origination.
Yes.
But other things are there's a other topics that
Yes.
5 aggregates
Yeah.
and there's 4 noble truths. Also, that's the other headline.
Yeah.
So the mind is creating is the dependent origination.
Yes.
But you're explaining that
Yeah.
other side. It is
Yeah.
not the today's head that's explaining because we want to first know how is this mind creating. There's a
Yeah.
dependent origination, only the mind creating is.
Yeah. Okay,
But
Aryan
that is a theory points. But we want practical side.
Okay, Aryan. So I'll do that.
Yeah, that's how is mind creating? That is the dependent
Yeah.
origination.
Yes.
That's the explanation is Buddha's. It's okay. I think you can.
I will continue,
So
Aryan.
other thing is Buddha's words are the Buddha's words.
Yeah.
But everything is not the Buddha's words.
Yeah.
Sometimes I explain my experience. So
Yeah.
it is we won't correct it because
Yeah.
Buddha's words are, everybody knows that's the Tripitakas are there and the
Yeah.
many books are there. So we can't tell them my experience. If I can tell my experience is my experience, but
Yeah.
I can't tell what is the Buddha said that.
Yeah.
So it's I want to be corrected. It's okay. You can continue. It's okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Actually, our Aryan Vahanse is sharing to the world his own experimental experience, but all that experience is well in line with the Tripitaka and Buddha's wording. So let me come to the topic back. So, right. So as Buddha mentioned, Buddha and as our Aryan Vahanse taught to us, Rupa, feeling, perception, mental formation, consciousness are impermanent. So if there is any cause and condition for rising of these aggregates, they too are impermanent. So that we have to understand. Now, let me link this same to Sakkaya Ditthi. So, what is Sakkaya Ditthi? Sakkaya Ditthi means the view that there is a self existing behind or within these five aggregates, that is Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. So, elimination of Sakkaya Ditthi is necessary to attain the stream entry Sotapatti. Now I will come to the practical side of this as instructed by Aryan Vahanse. So you will understand the frequency of vibration does all this. So speed of occurrence of the mental activity is the skandha. It appears, it disappears, so nobody doing it. So as per the message we received from our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, so ignorance means not knowing the pure truth. So because of the ignorance, we continue to believe that we exist and we experience the outside world as real. So it is always when we fail to see the true nature of things that our view becomes clouded. We fail to see mirages, illusions, and deception. The delusion of mind mistakes the unreal for real, result in confusion, conflict, disharmony, and perpetual sorrow. So when a man is caught up in this illusion, he perceives things incorrectly. He perceives permanence in the impermanent, pleasure in pain, self in what is not self. So he deluded by his own senses. Well, now if I ask you a question, do you know that what you experience or what you feel is due to a natural process? It is a scientific process which is not in control anyone. Your experience, what you feel is not in control of yourself. Actually, if you understand, you continue to suffer in your thoughts. If I ask you, can you control your thoughts? Actually, you are not able to control your thoughts. Therefore, you will realize that you continue to suffer for a thought which is not in control of yourselves. So thought appear and disappear. Now, if I give you an example, if a firebrand is rotated rapidly while standing in the dark, it will appear as a ring of fire. Anyone can understand that there is no ring of fire in reality, though it appears so. Due to the speed of the firebrand, it appears as a ring or a circle. So that is what is happening in our thoughts as well. So pure truth will guide you to see the reality behind the mechanism of formation of your thoughts. So that was just now explained by Aryan Vahanse, That is the important message we need to communicate to the world. Because this pure truth, the Aryan Vahanse's experimental experience will guide you to see the reality behind the mechanism of formation of your thought and understanding the reality of your life, your existence. When you analyze this more closely, you will realize you are trapped inside your senses. If you rightly look at it, you are trapped inside a cage called ego. One who understands the reality will improve its wisdom and will gradually reduce his self or ego. Therefore, it is very important to understand true nature of our existence. As long as you are ignorant about the pure truth, you will be born in each and every thought. Self is present, our ego is present, all the problems started. This means as long as we are ignorant about the pure truth, we'll always be in suffering. So, right understanding or insight remove illusions and help the man to cognize the real nature of their underlying all appearances. So when we discuss True Dhamma section, we'll explain you the scientific process which was taught by our Aryan Vahanse behind the formation of your thoughts and your existence. So as we listen to our noble friend Aryan Vahanse, our ignorance will reduce once we understand the message of true Dhamma. That is called Satya Jnana. So true knowledge of the Buddhist doctrine must be realized by ourselves. So Dhamma Chakkappavatthana Sutta, first sermon, clearly address Satya Jnana, Krutya Jnana and Krutak Jnana. So Satya Jnana part must be understood fully to eradicate the ignorance. So we'll tell you that on a different day. Most of your problems will be solved along with this knowledge. So with the right message from noble friend, your Sakkaya Ditti, this notion of self or ego will be removed. And one develop wisdom. That's we call Yathabhuta Jnana, which is called insight of seeing reality. So wisdom means what? Wisdom is the one's experience that he is automatically free from thoughts and objects without any mental force. Please understand there is a difference between knowledge and wisdom. So wisdom you gain is something beyond thoughts. Wisdom will guide you towards attaining unshakable deliverance of mind, that is akuppa ceto vimukti, as explained by our Aryan Vahanse. So we'll discuss about Satya Jnana part later, because there is another specific day to discuss as per our schedule. So now we'll come back to this Paticcasamuppada, because I'm trying to explain the 12 elements in Paticcasamuppada one by one. So let me finish that first. So how to overcome ignorance? Because we have been discussing about ignorance. Now let's see how to overcome ignorance. Now, to overcome ignorance, 4 things is important. Number 1, association of noble person, that is Sappurisa Sevane. Number 2, listening to true Dhamma, Saddhamma Shravane. Number 3, wise attention, that is Yoniso Manasikara. Number 4, correct Dhamma practice, Dhammanu Dhamma Patipada. That will reduce your ignorance. Now, if I ask you why association of noble person is mentioned first in order by Lord Buddha, the reason is this element of true Dhamma or Satya Jnana must be received from someone with experimental experience. Because that Kalyana Mitrya or noble friend only can give the right message and also he is the only person who can, guide you until you reach the right path and realizing Nibbana. So I hope you understand why it is important. So I think you have to associate our Aryan Vahanse and take continuous guidance to clarify this Satyajnana part. If you are interested to get rid of your sufferings, so you definitely take that approach. So okay, so if now we discuss about Vijja, so what is Avijja? So දුක්ඛේ ඥානං දුක්ඛ සමුදය ඥානං දුක්ඛ නිරෝධේ ඥානං දුක්ඛ නිරෝධගාමිනී පටිපදා ඥානං අයං උච්චති භික්ඛවේ විජ්ජා. So I hope you can understand. So we have to, once we learn what is suffering, so basically we'll able to see, I mean, all these problems arises due to mind. So once we understand how the mind is created, definitely we'll able to have vijja. Right, now let me come to the second principle in the doctrine of dependent origination. That is volitional formations, what do you call sankara. So avijja paccaya sankara. Avijja paccaya sankara. That meaning dependent on ignorance, arise producing sankara or volitional formation. So dependent on ignorance, arise producing sankara or volitional formation. So tatta katame avijja paccaya sankara, puඤ්ඤාවි සංකාරෝ අපුඤ්ඤාවි සංකාරෝ ආනෙන්ජාවි සංකාරෝ කාය සංකාරෝ වචී සංකාරෝ චිත්ත සංකාරෝ. So there are several kinds of sankara, that is volitional formations. The first one is puඤ්ඤාවි සංකාරෝ, that is meritorious volitional formation. Then apuඤ්ඤාවි සංකාරෝ, non-meritorious volitional formation. Anenjavi sankaro, imperturbable volitional formations. Then kaya sankara, that is the bodily volitional formation. So these are the mental formations arising from many bodily activities. So then vachi sankara, the verbal volitional formation. These are the mental formation arising from when using words. And then chitta sankara, the mental volitional formation. These are the mental volitional formation arising other than kaya or vachi sankara. So I hope you now understand the types of volitional formation. Now coming back to our dependent origination, avijja paccaya sankara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we being to feel jealousy, revenge, attachment, aversion. All these are sankara. Sankara can be lobha, dvesha, moha, greed, hatred, delusion. So Buddha stated that radiant is the mind at the birth. It is soiled only by defilement. So our Aryan Vahanse also explained to us this concept very well. So once, when you are in birth, your mind is very radiant, but later it is soiled by defilements. So remember, these all sankara are impermanent. Sabbe sankara anicca. Just like the two fireballs on a stick, once rotate, that create the fire circle, which is an illusion. That is not real, only illusions. So as explained to us by Aryan Vahanse, at every moment, a stimulus, a thought comes to our mind. It immediately disappears. So everything that happens only at this moment. I think that is in line with the Buddha's wording also. Autta sambhutang uttanam bhavisati. So as explained by Aryan Vahanse, this means whatever experience you have at this moment never come from past. And the experience will never last either. It would completely be destroyed in the same moment. Nothing will remain. So you have to understand the nature of your mind. So I'll take one wording from Dhammapada. I think all of you are familiar with that. Mano pubbangama dhamma, mano setta, manomaya. What is the meaning of that? Mind proceeds things. Mind dominates them. Mind creates them. So we have to understand the world is led by mind or thought. Okay, so it is quite clear that our existence is the mind or consciousness. Therefore, free from mind is the way to free from suffering. Right. Now let me talk about the third principle in Paටිච්චසමුප්පාද, that is the consciousness or viññānaya. Sankara paccaya viññānaṁ, meaning dependent on sankara arises consciousness. So what is sankara paccaya viññānaṁ? Tatta kataman sankara paccaya viññānaṁ, chakku viññānaṁ, sota viññānaṁ, grana viññānaṁ, jivha viññānaṁ, kaya viññānaṁ, mano viññānaṁ, idang uchchati sankara paccaya viññānaṁ. So what is consciousness? The six consciousness of eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness. Right? So this, if you look to the Vibhanga Pali, you will see eye consciousness means chakku viññāna, ear consciousness sota viññāna, nose consciousness grana viññāna, tongue consciousness jivha viññāna, body consciousness kaya viññāna, mind consciousness mano viññāna. So those are the six types of consciousness caused by formations, sankara. So all these consciousness arising due to the condition. So they ceases when the conditions not present. So as explained by Aryan Vahanse, the mind consciousness, thought or viññānaya is formed by the stimuli coming from the five senses. The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. So later you will understand that there is nothing as thought either. A thought arises and disappears immediately. There are five sensitivities which help the rise of consciousness. So they are ear sensitivity, that is the chakku prasada. Number two, eye sensitivity, chakku prasada. Then ear sensitivity, sota prasada. Nose sensitivity, grana prasada. Tongue sensitivity, jivha prasada. And body sensitivity, kaya prasada. For example, the sensitivity in the eye, chakku prasada, helps the consciousness to arise, which is called chakku viññānaya. So the things that we cognize through consciousness are called object. Object means ārammanaya, aramunu. So as per our Aryan Vahanse, at a blink of an eye, billions of consciousness would have started and fallen away. So each unit of consciousness consists rising and cessation, uppada and bhanga. So that is so then what is the mind? So there is nothing called mind. Mind means chitta, chaitasika. So arising of the mind consciousness means it is the state of mind. There is nothing called mind. Arising of the mind conscious means the mind. So we need to understand. So formation of consciousness arises only when conditions present, which is not done by anybody. It is a natural process, right? For example, there cannot be any I-ness in I consciousness. For example, you are not able to control I consciousness, chakku viññāne happening. So now you understand that arising of consciousness occur when the conditions arise. It is a natural process. You can't control the arising of consciousness. Therefore, considering as I see or I hear is due to your ignorance of not understanding the cause and effect principle shown in Paticcasamuppada. Actually, as explained by Aryan Vahanse to us, your sensor will not identify the object. So, chakku viññāne is a state of feeling or a spark. So, continuous spark, which is a natural process, will cause formation of form of color or light. Kind of a image or photo. Light is created in the prasada. So, prasada means the birth of prasada means the creation of the light and the rising of the chakku viññāne there itself. So, we call vision. But remember, your eye consciousness has a awareness only. It does not know what the object is. So, mind consciousness, on the other hand, is a different stage in which these colors and shapes are identified as real objects. So, you will recognize chairs, then tables at the mind consciousness level. So, mind consciousness result will be based on data that were introduced us when we were very small. And Aryan Vahanse explained to us this identification process happens in a telepathy mechanism, right? So anyway, we will tell you about that on a separate day under Satyajnana part. Actually, it is really worth for you to listen that science which is, explained to the world by Aryan Vahanse. So it is very worth listening to it if you need to end the suffering and if you need to enjoy a happy life. Right, coming back to our topic. So let's take another example. For example, ear. So when a sound wave strike the ear, awareness of hearing created in the sensor, in the ear consciousness. But it does not know what the sound is. So I hope you can understand the sensor, how the sensor works. Right. So we have been now discussing about the consciousness viññāne. So viññānaṁ anidassanam anantaṁ sabbato pabang. This means that thought ceases to materialize at that moment for the one who realized the wisdom. One who realized the truth of mind, consciousness, there is no outside and there is no self or inside. You come out of the illusion. You know, there is no way to experience the outside world. Chakku viññāne cannot recognize object. So what you can feel is the illusion that is your mind consciousness. So that illusion will be different from person to person, even for a same object. For example, when I say ice cream, one would get an illusion of a chocolate ice cream. Another would get an illusion of a vanilla ice cream. So for the same object, illusion would be different. So what you experience is what you created in your mind. whether you like it or not. So, in the Rohitassa Sutta, the Buddha told this very beautiful quote. So, in this one fathom long body alone, with its perception and thoughts, do I proclaim the world, the origin of the world, the cessation of the world, and path leading to the cessation of the world. So that means what? What is world? World is your mind. So your world is created in the mind consciousness. So if you can free from mind, you free from the world, right? So, so in my explanation, I use like Aryan Mahansi actually told us that telepathy mechanism. So mind consciousness result will be based on data that were introduced to us when we were very small. But Aryan Mahansi clearly told us there is nothing called data or memory. So there is no thing. You will not find things in this world. So it is only all are vibration. So you have to understand that. Anyway, we'll explain all that once we discuss Satyajnana part. Right. So I think it is enough about the Vijnana. Now let's discuss the fourth principle of Paticcasamuppada, that is names and forms, that is Nama Rupa. Right. We'll start Nama Rupa section. So what is Nama? Nama means the feeling, perception, mental activity, and consciousness. They are called Nama. So as we discussed on the previous section, thought means that is the illusion of the mind or Vijnana Mayava, we called Chitta. You actually live in thoughts. Now you understand thoughts actually does not exist Upada and Vanga. So that is there. So what is Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupa? So Tatta Katamang Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupang Atti Namang Atti Rupang Tatta Katamang Namang Vedana Skando Sanya Skando Sankara Skando Idang Uchati Nama. So the three aggregates, the aggregate of feeling, that is Vedana Skanda, aggregate of perception, Sanya Skanda, and aggregate of formation, Sankara Skanda, are the name part. We call Nama. Right. So when you say Vijnana Paccaya Nama Rupang, meaning depend on consciousness arises names and forms. So Nama, as we discussed, three mental factors. So feeling or sensation means Vedana. All these are actually Chaitasika part. Feeling, perception, mental formation are Chaitasika part. So feeling or sensation means Vedana. Perception is Sanya. Then mental formation means Sankara. So these three mental factors we can identify as Nama. So, so words, now remember the words are certainly important, but as the Aryan Mahansi also try to highlight that, but more important is what you understand, what is going inside you, how these mental formation occur, and how you trapped into this mental formation. So we learn about Vijnana, which is an illusion. You need to understand that this illusion is made by coming together of Nama and Rupa. So Aryan Mahansi gave this example to us. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, that is Nama formation, right? Nama, pineapple. Then image of pineapple come to our mind. That is Rupa. So, so we'll elaborate that more. So Nama means what? Nama means thought a belief of an insight, right? Insight. Then Rupa means what? Image or a form, but belief that the outside exists. So coming together is a thought. So this is the explanation of Aryan Mahanse on this. So it is important to note, even with the Buddha's teaching, suffering cannot be separated from the 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadana Skandha. So 5 aggregates of clinging, Pancha Upadana Skandha, and the suffering dukkha are the same, right? Therefore, we have to understand, I think we discussed about this Pancha Upadana Skandha, that is the mental process which derives the illusion. So if we understand that, that means we understand how the thoughts are formed, how these illusions are created in our mind. Right. Now, I will come back to the important part. Let me ask you a question. Can you experience the outside world? Always what you experience is your mind consciousness. That mind consciousness or illusion is the one created by your system automatically, which is different from person to person, irrespective of the fact that everyone experiences the same world. So who create this illusion? That is your system output. So you need to experience that names and forms generated from your system, whether you like it or not. So this is very important point you need to understand. If you think that the created chocolate ice cream as your thinking, or it is as your thought, that is your mistake. That is your ignorance. If you analyze this closely, this Nama Rupa, names and forms, created naturally. It is not done by anyone else. It is not done by you. It is out of control of yourself. So you cannot control Nama Rupa or names and forms happening. If you think it is yours, then that is your ignorance. That is the point, as well explained by our Aryan Mahanse. You have created an inside and outside. You have created the duality. You have created two ends. But truly, these two sides doesn't exist. There is nothing as Ajata inside or Bahidda outside. I hope you understand. One side is that we believe we are here, that is I-ness, and we believe that the outside world exists. The two sides creates duality. The duality will generate current or power in your system. So which will cause the created objects or illusion in your system as real. So due to this, you will be more attached towards them. I think we have to end the session. Time has come to end. So I will ask Aryan Mahanse to add any comment on this. Avasarai Aryan Mahanse. Please accept my humble worship, Aryan Mahanse.
Therun Saranai.
Therun Saranai Aryan Mahanse.
Therun Saranai, that's I think it's a theory part is going today.
Yes,
Not a
Aryan
practical
Mahanse.
side. It is not a practical side.
Yeah,
Practical side is a vibration here.
yeah,
Everything is a vibration. It's a creation is a vibration creation. It's not a like that. That's a what we are looking our syllabus. Our syllabus is not a practical. We can read the syllabus and we can talk the syllabus, but it is not a practical. Practical happen, you can feel it. What happened here? What is the illusion? Illusion is our soul. That's our life feel. That's an illusion. Everything is an illusion. That's a dependent origination. Everything. The Sankara is a vibration. Speedily, we are talking about the rapid speed. So, what is this five aggregates? What is these five senses? These five senses are creating, that is the world, that is the illusion world, is the sensual world, not real. So we can talk the suffering. How is suffering coming? This illusion is the case. So really, Buddha won't end in the suffering. How is the end in this suffering? We are in the illusion now. So someone understood this. Someone understood what is illusion. He can be happy. So someone in the illusion, like a blind person. How is ending suffering? It's not happening. That is why this dependent origination is everywhere. That's the illusion. What is this dependent origination? Dependent origination is our mind creation. Someone get this mind creation is reality, is real, is permanent, is existence is okay. That is the illusion. You are you are looking in the mirage. Not a real, it's a stimulation. It's a fantasy. Not a real. So we won't talk the suffering and origin of suffering and cessation of suffering and way to the cessation of suffering. We want to talk that. But first we want understood the mind. That's ignorance. That's avidya. What is this real? It's a vibration. Non-vibration is the real. Vibration is the illusion. This your colors, your forms, your eye is illusion. Your ear, sound is not real. It's illusion. It's censoring, it's sensually. It's happening in the sense. Something happened in your ear, you're deaf. You haven't a sound. This sound is outside door. Where the sound? Sound is vibration. Sound is not a sound. Sound is a wave. It's a vibration only. What is these colors? These are vibrations. This is not real. It's your eye is creating, that's your colors. That's your forms. You are blind, where's your colors? Where's your lights? That's light's word is gone. It's not real. So this is this is the case, human mind, every living mind. That is why in suffering. Because they are thinking, they have death. They are thinking, they have birth. But this birth and death also some miracle. It's a illusion. It's not real. It's a thought. But we can't understand. How is creating these thoughts? That is the dependent origination. How is creating these thoughts? How is happening this? Everything you are thinking, everything you are mind, everything your thoughts. How is creating this? That we are trying to explain this word, this vibration. What is this vibration? What is this sensations? What is this vibrations? What is our life? What is our feel? What is our soul? How is it happening? This non-soul Dhamma is explaining this word in the Buddha. Nothing else. No being, no living being, nothing existent is the real. Others is illusion. How we understood this? That is our duty. That's the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses are try to doing this duty. This whole world. This present moment only the alive, but it is not the real. Past is gone. Future is not coming. Only you are you remembering something. That's present moment only the thought. You are thinking the future. This present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought also not the real. This illusion. You are living only the moment. That's the birth and the death. This present moment, something you have, existent feel, that's your thoughts, is a real. You are in miracle. You are in illusion. Misconception. Not real. So this is not easy to understand. So tomorrow we won't understand, tomorrow we won't discuss how is I is creation. This is the best, I think. How is ear creation? How is thoughts are coming? This rapid vibration again and again and it's happening this. That's the vibration. That's I also have consciousness. Mind consciousness, how is happening? There's a 5 senses are working. That's a eye consciousness and ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and taste consciousness and your body consciousness is together. One consciousness is coming, that is the mind consciousness. This together is happening is the formation. Sankara. This Sankara is Abhisankara. It's a vibrations. Colors also, sounds also, there's the thoughts also, chair, table, sun, moon, everything is Sankara. Not a real Sankara, meaning is illusion. This is today, I think, is the most popular. This word is topic. What is the real world? What is the real is here? Is a nothingness. That's a Buddha's explanation. Somebody's understood this. Calm and cool. No pain, no burning, no suffering. Because understand what? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, you can smell, you can taste, you can body sense feeling, and you can think. Normally is you can do your job and your business and you're studying, everything is normally going into your life. But you understood what is real. You are in calm and cool. What's the happen is okay, doesn't matter. You are in the cool. Is the understand one. That is the Buddha's path. This dependent origination is go in the inside meditation. Inside meditation is understand one. Not concentration meditation. Concentration meditation is okay. You little bit you do that is because it's the coming that your mind is coming to not complicate. Your mind is coming to that's a cool down. Yeah. So that's a meditation is good. It's okay. Concentration meditation is not bad. Concentration meditation, whole world people are doing. Because Hindus are doing, that's the Christians also doing, that's the other religions also doing. It is not the Buddha's explanation. Buddha's explanation is never heard before. Dhamma is inside meditation. It's not the concentration meditation. We can't play the games this true Dhamma. Because one true is here in this world, not two, on the one, only the one. One truth is here, is your thoughts are illusions, not the real. This is not a game. This is a real, your life and cycle of birth. Ending is coming today. You understood this, what happened here is your cycle of birth ending. No any birth. This is the last. You won't do that. You won't end the suffering. If you want endless happiness, you won't understood what is the truth here, what is the true Dhamma, what is the dependent origination, what is the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. That's our day. That's our day. It's okay, that's our experience. Whole world we are explaining. How is coming this path? How is the happening? This is not an enlightenment. It's a Hindu one. This is super awakened to the moment. That is the Buddha's word. Please keep and be careful using the English word. Because this is not a baby's playground. This is our life. It's not a game. There's a real reality is here. What is the real? What's the truth? We want to know. It's okay. We can experience. This is not a believing. This is not a believing. You can experience. It's okay. We explain. You can experience. After you can get it. Oh no, it's okay. Everybody, that is our explanation is very well. I think today is to try to do that. It's okay. How she can do, she try to do that. Is we thanks for her. It's okay. Everybody, tomorrow we can discuss. It's okay. What is the reality? Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Teruvan Saranai. Namaskar.